It is a first alert weather day. Our team is tracking the latest conditions that could bring very large hail, strong winds, and possibly tornadoes. Good afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Chrissy Harton. Right now, our whole viewing area is under a tornado watch. Let's check in with John to get a look at the radar and the very latest. John.
Take right, Christy, as you can see, and as you'd mentioned, all of the South Plains under the tornado watch through the evening hours. That includes also eastern New Mexico from Hobbs all the way up to Clovis, New Mexico. Not much activity has been going on. We have one warning up near the Clovis area, actually a couple of warnings, south of Clovis, west of Muleshoe, and southwest of Muleshoe and northwest of Morton. Notice the track on those is northeast, and they're going to be working their way into the areas of Bailey County and eventually into Palmer County. The biggest threat at this point will be those potential winds up to 60 miles an hour and maybe some hail at least 1 inch in diameter. But overall, we have the potential for large hail with these storms this evening and some isolated tornado development around the South Plains. So we can do a quick zoom in on those, and we'll just show you that activity's just out of our viewing area. We'll see some hail indications here, maybe back southwest of Portales, south of Dora, but the main thing is it is working its way into our viewing area towards the Muleshoe area and maybe the southwestern areas of Bailey County. We'll be watching that very closely. As we look ahead to what's coming up for the remainder of the evening, we've got scattered clouds in Lubbock, 85 degrees, a southeast wind at 16. A lot of moisture. Dew point is extremely high, 68 degrees. You probably feel it if you've been outside. It's one reason we have that potential with the heating we've got now for very intense storms, a chance of storms all the way through possibly the 8 p.m. hour here in Lubbock. Then things begin to calm down a little bit for us, but we'll have another chance of thunderstorms tomorrow, another first alert weather day. Could be a similar pattern with temperatures back up around 90 degrees once again, Christy, and then a lower chance coming up on Saturday, and by Sunday we should be in the mid-90s by then.
Okay, thanks so much, John. Okay, we know that there is a softball game going to be played today. The
It is a first alert weather day, and tomorrow will also be a first alert weather day. We have a threat of severe thunderstorms. We have a couple over in New Mexico right now headed for the South Plains. Some large hail very likely with these storms. 60-mile-an-hour stronger winds as well, and this is the type of day where we could have tornado development. That's why there's a tornado watch in effect. Flooding could be an issue too. Storms are tracking slowly right now at about 15 miles an hour in eastern New Mexico. We'll show you the tornado watch area extending all the way from Roswell and Carlsbad eastward, all of the South Plains up towards the Texas Panhandle, at least from the Dimmitt-Silverton area all the way down to Lamesa and Snyder. So all of our region and all the way down towards Midland under a tornado watch. We'll take a look at Doppler radar, and then we've got a couple of live views we want to show you with our chasers out. But these are the two very intense thunderstorms, and they appear to be working their way generally east, and this particular one is taking more of a right turn, which is common sometimes with these thunderstorms that may intensify and become tornado producers. But you can see indications of some hail, at least 1, maybe 2 inches in diameter, if not larger, in those areas south of Portales and southeast of Dora. They're now moving towards the community of Causey, looks like south of 215 and Portales, and there's your indicated hail size there. A little bit larger, looks like large in both, but maybe a deeper concentration of some larger hail there. Either way you look at it, they're working their way currently into Bailey County, probably move into the southern areas of Palmer County. So folks in Muleshoe, you need to be aware of these. We're watching these very closely. Let's take a look at our live units here, and I believe we're going to start with Adam. This will be down in the Plains area, and he's watching storm development there. You can see the towers trying to increase, but relatively quiet that far south. Most of the activity so far has been well to his north, but we've also got Julio in Cochran County. Give us a view here, show you what's going on. And again, he's in the Morton community, so he's just looking out in general where the storms are. Still quite a distance from that region, but at least we've got them in a prime position if those storms continue turning east and then southeast, which again would be very typical for supercells that may become tornadic, and we're under that tornado watch on into the evening hours. One more look at Doppler radar, and then we'll show you the rest of our forecast. But as you can see, storms gradually moving into the areas of Bailey County, back to the southwest and in the northwestern areas. Be interesting to see if these two storms happen to merge as they move in the western South Plains. Nothing down in this region though from Morton to Plains, and really nothing up to the north, nothing towards Lubbock at this time, but potential it'll move this way. As we look ahead to tomorrow, could be a similar pattern once again. Raincast indicating some intense thunderstorms, some severe with the large hail and high winds, heavy rainfall across our region on Friday, tracking potentially, and again, this is a general guide where these storms could develop and track across similar time period, exiting the area, by 10:30 to midnight, maybe at the latest. And then as we go into the weekend, we'll actually see storm chances decreasing. 60 in Muleshoe to 69 in Snyder. Here in Lubbock, we'll up to the mid-60s tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures will be hot. It'll be humid again. Mid-80s Muleshoe, low 80s in Freona. I left it at about 90 degrees Levelland in Lubbock. Mid-90s in Seminole. You go to the east, moisture's in place. 80s in Matador and Paducah to the low 90s in Snyder. So another chance of thunderstorms tomorrow with the first alert weather day. Your morning lows will stay in the 60s all the way through the weekend. Tomorrow about 90 degrees depending on showers and storm development, but basically a hot day, a very hot day Saturday. Storm chances are significantly lower then they're back up a little bit on Sunday. It'll still be in the 90s. Down with the temperatures a little bit on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, but the tornado watch in effect for all of the area right now, Christy, and nothing technically in the South Plains as far as warnings, but possibly some moving into Bailey County.
In the potential. Okay, thanks so much, John.
Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Good afternoon, meteorologist John Robinson. We're checking in on these storm systems that are about to enter the northwestern portion of the South Plains, particularly these two, and they do have tornado potential with it. In fact, one of the storms, it has a tornado on the ground, or it has had one. I see one of them has dissipated at this point, but gives you an indication why we have a tornado watch in effect. But these are tornado warnings southeast of Portales and then south of Causey, and you can see again some rotation occurring with those. Those are trying to merge together. We'll watch to see what takes place. The main thing is they will be moving into southwestern areas of Bailey County and also the northwestern areas of Cochran County down near the Morton area if they continue on this track. Let's take a look at our live view unit out in Cochran County, probably west of Morton. This is going to be Julio. How about, do we have one? If not, we'll go to it. All right, let's take a look again here. This is going to be Adam, I believe, out in Unit 1. Plains area, but again, monitoring those closely because they're moving into our viewing area. One of them had a tornado earlier. I'm looking over at the Albuquerque information there, and the storm recycling that looks like the two will merge together. Just keep in mind, all of the South Plains and eastern New Mexico under a tornado watch at this point. We have two chasers out there, Adam and also Julio. In addition to that, the Weather Service and other chasers are watching both these storms as they enter our western areas. We'll go back to Doppler radar, give you a good idea of what's going on. Again, notice the hook here, not much of a hook with that one, just briefly. That one looks like it's tracking more east and may not merge with this one if it continues on that track. This one is becoming a little bit more of a right mover, not much, but it is going east and southeast. Looks like there's been some large hail associated with that storm as it continues to work its way to the south and southeast overall. These thunderstorms will continue to likely intensify potentially. They may be following a boundary of a warm front as it drifts back to the north. That's why the storms are having the ability to enhance, plus much warmer out in the west and southeastern New Mexico. And I want to step back. All right, Adam, Matt, pardon me.
Yeah, and so this right here is near Causey. Julio is there, so it's kind of between towns, so the signal is poor. We'll go back to programming in just a moment, but Julio saw what appeared to be the funnel down to the ground just a minute ago, and you can see a couple different spots actually watching funnels right here. So he's keeping a close eye on it. He is west of the state line, south of Causey, so this is in Roosevelt County, but this is the heads up to those of you in Cochran and Bailey counties. We're keeping a close eye on that. John?
All right, thanks, Matt. Again, there are two storm systems we're watching. Both of those could be a danger, and again, could develop a tornado again. We had a brief touchdown, and apparently it's come back up, but you can see again, potential some rotation there. These are very intense thunderstorms making their way through those counties. Tornado watch in effect for the Lubbock area and all of the South Plains due to the intensity of these storms as they continue. Stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.
This update sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This has been a First Alert Severe Weather Update. coverage you can count on. This is KCBD News Channel 11 at 5.
And good afternoon. Thanks for joining us as a few severe storms are now becoming tornadic in eastern New Mexico, moving into the western South Plains.
That region and most of our region is under a tornado watch. They are now under a tornado warning. Our First Alert weather team is monitoring the storms and the conditions. Let's waste no time. Get straight over to John in the First Alert Forecast Center for a check of the radar. John.
Christy and Case, again, we do have a tornado watch in effect for all of the South Plains. As you mentioned, we have some tornadoes that have actually been on the ground, and tornado warnings have already been issued in New Mexico. Now they're being issued for Cochran County and the extreme southern areas of Bailey County. Here's the intense thunderstorm. You see a little bit of a hook right there just north of Lingo. And this particular storm where this rotation is indicated, again, reports of a video of a tornado on the ground about 18 miles west-northwest of Morton. So folks in Morton, you need to be seeking shelter. I'll mention that, but you can see again this general area, some large hail, by the way, west-southwest of Enix. Enix, you're not in this warning. Morton, you're technically not in this warning, but we want you to be preparing at this point. Now here's our live view near Causey, New Mexico. That's going to be working its way into Cochran County. That's why a tornado warning was issued in New Mexico, continues in New Mexico, now is in effect for the areas southern Bailey County and the west-northwestern areas of Cochran County. That storm had been going to the east and southeast at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. So we continue to watch the sea. If it stays on the ground, it has gone down to the ground before. We had touchdown, and then it has recycled and gone back up, and then it has come back down to the ground again. So we're looking here. I believe this is a view from, is this Julio or is this going to be Adam? Okay, this is from Julio in Cochran County, giving you a little bit of a zoom in there, and you can see because of the signal, you may get a little bit of pixelization there. But again, overall, it does show where the issue is with that storm. Now you can see it more defined. Look at that as it's reaching down. And if we watch for the dust at the bottom and the debris, that's when you know the tornado is on the ground. Obviously, there's a lot of haze in the air. There's a lot of wind with this particular thunderstorm, and the funnel may or may not connect at times and might even have a secondary one there, or that may just be part of the rotation around with some scud clouds. But then you can see that it may be down. You really have to watch, and that's what the chasers do, and the Weather Service watches on radar to see that dust cloud coming up. That means you've got connection from the funnel cloud all the way down to the ground, even if it doesn't look filled in to us from our angle. So that's why we're watching that particular area with Julio Iglesias in that region following this storm, but it is edging into the northwestern areas of Cochran County. So for all of you that live in northwestern areas of Cochran County, whether or not the tornado is on the ground at this particular time, you need to be seeking shelter. Make sure you go to your safe areas. Remember, that's going to be basements, closets, bathrooms, hallways, areas that'll keep you away from the debris. This is a very intense thunderstorm, actually two of them in that area, and they continue to work their way east and southeast. Speeds about 15 to 20 miles an hour on the ground, might be going a little faster at times. And you'll see me reaching over here and reading over here. This is where we have our National Weather Service chat where we're watching what their information is. And they've got hail size to baseball size hail, Bailey and Cochran counties. That's the southern areas of Bailey County and Cochran County. And it looks like baseball size hail is going to alert some other emergency alerts in that area. And you may have those on your phone. But if you got our KCBD First Alert weather app, you can check the radar there. But hopefully you're watching us at this point. And again, as you seek shelter, remember those key areas to go to should this storm develop a tornado that stays on the ground for a period of time. Continues to be very dangerous in that particular region. Cochran County, eastern areas of New Mexico, southern areas of Bailey County. So that's a very intense thunderstorm, but that's what we anticipated. Plenty of moisture levels, dew points near 70 degrees. We are saturated with moisture. We've got a warm frontal boundary that has been drifting north. The folks up in Oklahoma that monitor severe weather have been watching that during the day. We have some upper level support, so that's what's triggering these storms. They're not widespread, but the few that develop are going to be very intense type thunderstorms and produce severe weather. Large hail and even potentially tornadoes. Matt?
Yeah, I want to show you here, John. This steps it back about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Our crew, when they were in New Mexico, this was one of the perspectives of when the funnel first had formed, and then we can see that it strengthened a bit more. The reason we're pointing this out is it has still been producing a tornado here over the last few minutes. this is a storm in an environment where it will be able to maintain its structure and maintain its rotation for quite a while. So we know that it formed the tornado here. This was probably about 10 minutes ago or so. Got stronger here, and I know the desktop's going to show up. I just want to pull up a different computer product real quick to show why we're concerned for those of you in Cochran County with this thunderstorm holding together. Bear with me just one real quick second here. I want to see if I can actually get this computer. What I want to show you here is the rotation on this thunderstorm is very well organized. We've noticed very tight couplet on this thunderstorm over the last couple of minutes. That's when the reds and the greens are coming together very tightly. So this storm is in an environment where it is likely going to maintain its structure because it is producing a tornado right now, and radar is showing that really strong rotation on it. So as it moves toward across kind of right there on the Bailey-Cochran County line, we would expect this thunderstorm to maintain its structure. And let's go back to live view 3 because we have the tornado in progress again. This is well west of Lubbock in northwestern Cochran County. And you can see the dust being lifted up from the base of the cloud. And the National Weather Service is noting the very tight velocity on radar, likely supporting, in addition to the tornado threat, baseball-sized hail. So the hail threat is going to move toward Enix. Enix, you're not in the tornado warning. That's in southern Bailey County. But the baseball-sized hail potential is going to be moving right toward you. It's heavy rain in Enix and southern Bailey County right now. At this point, it looks like the tornado is probably right at the state line. So it looks like the tornado is about to cross the state line and make its way here into Cochran County. So unfortunately, the storm has been producing a tornado over the past better part of 10 minutes or so. It's in an environment as it moves to the east that will support its structure being maintained. Right now in sundown, it's 89. In Morton, it's 83. So there's a lot of warm air. Dew point in the upper 60s. So we can tell you the storm is out there right now. As it moves east, it's still in an environment where it's going to continue to be significant and likely will continue to produce a tornado. It looks like we may not be seeing the dust being lofted anymore here on the last few scans, but it's gone up and down right as it's moving across the state line. But John, that is the update. I wanted to show you those pictures from about 10 minutes ago when we first saw the tornado development. It actually looks like on the left side of the storm, maybe another funnel trying to form on the left side of your screen, while the funnel that we saw to the ground, the tornado is more to the center of the screen. So Julio and Chase are observing the storm right here. We also have Adam on live view 1, who is also watching the thunderstorm. And let me see, he's a little bit farther south of it on the Texas side of the state line. I believe Julio here is right there along the Texas-New Mexico state line. I'm not seeing the dust being lofted like just a few minutes ago, John, but now you can see it actually right there. You can see dust being lofted once again. You can see the funnel lowering, and this is why we want to give a heads up to those of you. If it turns more to the right, it would move toward Morton. Morton is not in the tornado warning right now. This is areas west of Morton along Highway 114 all the way to the state line. Maple is included in the tornado warning, but that's the latest update here, John.
All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate that very much. And again, you're looking at the live view here with our units out in that area. Julio and even Adam Young are in that general area watching this storm system as it makes its way into the South Plains. The danger, as Matt had mentioned, we have to watch for the dust being lifted. And obviously, we're looking at it on radar with velocity. And also, there's quite a few storm chasers, as there have been the last couple of weeks with these storms. So that aids as far as knowing where the tornado is, where it's developing, where the storm is moving, in addition to what's going on with radar. Tornado circulation, according to the National Weather Service, a little update here, about 2 miles west of the Bailey and Cochran County line. So again, it's working its way gradually in, and you can see some dust down there. So again, and notice how difficult it would be to see depending on where you are in relationship to that. There's the dust on the ground at this point, and you actually may not be able to see the full funnel there, but that does show. That's a great indicator. That's how you can tell for sure if you've got one on the ground and maybe even another. But as he zooms back, you can see the size and intensity. I'll step back just a little bit of that major supercell storm in that region and back to the west and southwest. And a lot of lowering in clouds here, but there's no rotation that we can tell from here with those. We're just watching where these touch down. And again, you could have a storm that produces multiple tornadoes. We'll see. I'm not saying that's happening, but you could have if the storm continues to intensify. So tornado warning in effect. You can still see some dust down in that general area as we watch that tornado try to develop. It has been going up and down for the last 10 to 20 minutes, roughly estimated there. And we do have some tornado safety tips. Shania, is your microphone on? I'll let you go over those if you'd like.
Yeah, for the most part, you're just trying to make sure you're getting in the center of whatever home or building that you're in as of right now. Make sure you're not near any windows. You don't want to be near any glass, mirrors, anything like that, that if the tornado did come through, you want to protect yourself from any type of shattering of anything. Of course, you're trying to get down, getting to the lowest point within the home. If you have a basement, of course, that's the best option. A storm shelter would be great as well. If you don't have that, though, you just want to be to the lowest point of the building as possible, or of your home, and then covering yourself up. So using pillows, blankets, if you have helmets, that would be great. You want to protect your head in case there's any flying debris or anything like that as the tornado moves through and makes its way through your home. John?
Thanks so much there, Shania. Those are great reminders, and again, especially the coats and the helmets, that's a great way to get protected, because the majority of people injured or killed by tornadoes is by the debris and not getting in a safe area soon enough. Do not wait until the storm is literally up on you. Now, I'm not talking about if you're in Morton, you can get ready to go to your safe area in case you're needed, but you need to do that. But at this point, you wouldn't want to do that. But don't wait until that tornado is within less than a mile of your home. Makes it very difficult to make sure you get into position in a safe position. So if you know anybody who lives in that west and northwestern areas of Cochran County and southern areas of Bailey County, you need to be letting them know in case they're not aware of this tornado, and keep some communication up there. Take a look at Doppler radar. We can go back to that and just show you what's going on, and then we'll go back to our live video. But again, you can see now here's the community of Maple, and there's Enix. Matt had mentioned already Enix, you're in a path of large hail. Unfortunately, that's likely happening at this point in the community of Maple. Further south, that warning extends down south along the highway, but does not include Morton. I know there is a thunderstorm in Morton, but nothing severe in Morton. There's your indications of the hail, very large. Just south, but actually close to Maple, there's definitely hail in that community, reaching back to the west and back up to the northwest, and back, still warnings in effect for Lingo and Causey, but it looks like that's just on the tail end of the warnings earlier. It doesn't look like there's any tornado activity there, but part of the rotation again is still going to be throughout this region here, and you can see the red and greens. Look at the intense rotation, and again, this is a very dangerous thunderstorm because of the fact tornado is coming down, and then it may lift again briefly, or it may come down and stay on the ground for a longer period of time. So this is the tornado warning extending all the way over towards Maple. Enix, you may get some very large hail out of this. You're not really in that tornado warning. And I know we have a lot of viewers up in Bailey County and up near Muleshoe. You can see the tornado part of the storm is well south of Muleshoe, not a threat to Littlefield. Could become a threat to Morton because it's tracking east and maybe a little bit southeast. And as you go back up to areas around Clovis, things have cleared up there. This was actually, it looks like the two storms merged. Initially, there were two in New Mexico. Matt?
Yeah, and John, just want to let you know the latest update from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning, which will continue until 5:45 for southwestern Bailey and northwestern Cochran counties. A confirmed tornado is 5 miles east of Lingo, or 16 miles northwest of Morton, moving east at 20 miles per hour. So confirmed tornado with this, as well as baseball-sized hail. And our Julio is out there. We'll go back to him for the live look in just a second, but he's seeing the visual confirmation, and there are several chasers out there. Confirmed tornado. Tornado warning continues until 5:45. John?
All right, thank you, Matt. Now, going back to radar, you can see positions there. Unfortunately, it's not a threat to Morton. You have a little shower coming through your region right now, but the primary threat is going to be up in the areas around west and northwest of Morton, where the track is indicated on Doppler radar here as issued by the National Weather Service. They just modified that just a little bit, so not so far southwest. still generally in an east-southeastward track along 114. Still not putting Morton in that warning, but notice that it does extend up towards Maple. Those of you in Maple, you may want to seek shelter at this point since it looks like the storm may be tracking a little more east and southeast. So I know you're getting the large hail now. You may already be in your shelter area, but just remember what Shania was telling you a few minutes ago. You want to be in the interior part of the house, away from windows if possible, a closet and a bathroom. And again, you can see the rotation there. This is just overall rotation with that storm, the red and the green air flowing in and out associated with this intense thunderstorm that has touched down several times. And Matt mentioned that we have one on the ground, at least the latest report there. And let's see, the last I see is another one just came in, spot a reported tornado 16 miles west-northwest of Morton, and it places it inside the state line. And again, just a little bit. So that's that same area you were looking at rotation a few minutes ago. So storm tracking east, maybe a little bit to the southeast. I haven't seen any recent speeds on that, but nevertheless, it's working its way through Cochran County. Will continue likely in that general area, anywhere from southern areas of Bailey County all the way down to the central areas of Cochran County. And a severe thunderstorm warning is also in effect on a broader view as we look at 98th and Slide. A quick update here in Lubbock. By the way, I'll just point out the dew point. That's the intense amount of moisture in place. Even if you get 50 to 55, you have thunderstorms. This makes the air with the heat and potential boundary very unstable air. That's why you can get the intensification, and these can be such long-lasting storms. You look a little further northwest, you'll see some activity north of Clovis. There's a warning back in New Mexico. We'll keep an eye on this storm. Looks like it's approaching the Hobbs area, maybe later on. Just a severe thunderstorm, a couple of those there. The biggest concern is here, and this storm obviously is not a threat to Lubbock. Got a couple of showers trying to pop up west of Levelland, maybe southwest of Levelland a little bit, northwest of Levelland. Another one may be trying to develop well south of Morton, just about along 214. And we do anticipate more showers and thunderstorms popping up. Likely that they could be severe, and hopefully they do not produce a tornado, but they have the potential for some very large hail, some very high winds, and some very heavy rainfall with them. There's some slow movers here. This storm at one point moving at about 15 miles an hour. It's edging up towards Littlefield, not the tornado portion there. I want to emphasize that, but the storm itself moving towards and moving into Sudan, some light showers there possibly, and it looks like it's going to work its way. It's broad enough that it will be impacting the Spring Lake and Earth and Olton areas all the way down to Littlefield. And again, it'll work its way into the areas of Hockley County. Let's see, several brief tornadoes from a storm chaser in that area, it looks like. And he was 12 miles west-northwest of Morton. And let's see, spin-ups reported there. In other words, from his reports, Matt.
And if we can go to Max 2, I want to give a quick update, and this is obviously the critical information here, but the interest that people have here in Lubbock for the game tonight. This is the Oklahoma City Metro, and they have thunderstorms there. The NCAA has pushed back the start of Game 2 of the Women's College World Series. It's going to be pushed back at least until 7:45. So thunderstorms in the Oklahoma City Metro, they are not dealing with as intensive storms as we have here, but that game's pushed back until at the earliest 7:45. And it's actually, we can go to Live View 2 if you can pull it up. It's a crowd of people. Yeah, we can go to that Live View multi-box and show you here. In Live View 2 is where Pete and Andrew are, and we'll try to pull that up in just a second. On the left is Adam, a little bit more southern side of this thunderstorm. He's with all the dust. You can see the inflow, the strong inflow on the storm. Julio is repositioning near Morton because they're staying out ahead of the storm, staying safe. But they're watching the storm right there. Looks like Adam may be seeing that additional funnel development. It's tough with all the dust that's being sucked in. Right there, the strong inflow into the storm. But this is west of Lubbock, near the Texas-New Mexico state line, moving to the east. We have two different vantage points on this storm right now. But meanwhile, up in Oklahoma City, it is storming right now. It's not nearly as severe as what it is here, what it was 2 days ago, but up that direction. Let me know when we have that signal available. That's going to push back the start of the Tech softball game. But nonetheless, yeah, that's fine here. So looking at that, that's a severe warning down just south of Oklahoma City. But there's a live look right now. That's Devon Park. That's the American flag waving there. And they're crowded beneath a covered area. That's where Pete was ready to go for his live shot at 5 o'clock. It's pouring down rain, so everyone is bunched in. Andrew Wood operating right here. We actually saw the softball team coming through here a little while earlier. See a guru right there from Tech Athletics, Robert Giovanetti. I just wanted to show you here. This will be pushed back until 7:45. All the people that are crammed in right there at Devon Park. So that's interesting information. We have to go back to the critical information though, because we still have a tornado in progress in northwestern Cochrane County, just crossed the state line, moving to the east. So yeah, you're probably waiting to see what's going to happen with that game. We can tell you it's being pushed back. So watch the weather here with us here as that's being pushed back as well. John?
All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate that update. Hopefully they do not get as intense as storms as we're getting now in Cochrane County. And the track on this, Shania has added a track so you will get a better idea. Again, here's where your circulation is. A little bit of a hook indicated there, but obviously we've had numerous reports. Rotation according to the National Weather Service here in Lubbock. The latest thing just came in. Strong rotation 11 miles west-northwest of Morton. So it's going to put it right here as you can see on the map. And that is tracking generally east, and you can see that. And again, there's your track, takes it on east. If it stays in that position, it's not a direct threat to Morton. You guys are not under a warning, but if I were you, just continue to watch us and stay on our First Alert weather app so that you'll be in a safe position or you can seek shelter immediately. But if you're in northern Cochrane County, as I've emphasized, in the southern areas of Bailey County, you want to make sure you can get to shelter immediately. And if you feel like you're in danger and you see a lot of activity going on, you may want to go ahead and seek shelter earlier. But these are some of the communities, you can see them listed there, that Shania had. Maple all the way down to west and northwest of Morton. And again, she puts another track at about 20 miles an hour on there, anywhere from Maple and Enix and Oklahoma Flat, Littlefield possibly. Now we're not saying a tornado will go that way, but this just gives you the general indication of the severe part of this storm. That means the large hail and the tornado that's been associated with it and the blowing dust. And again, it continues to be a very intense and dangerous thunderstorm as it moves east. If it stays on this track, it'll be moving into the southwest areas of Lamb County and the west-northwest areas of Hockley County. Now, with a lot of pixelation here again because of signal quality, and you've got that intense storm, but at least it gives you a good idea of what is going on. I'm not going to try to define any of that with this kind of pixelization, but at least shows you the intense wraparound. Remember what happened down in Dawson County, how difficult it was there to see it with the moisture in the air, the rain, and the fact the dust and stuff blocking visibility very, very much. So both Julio and Adam continue to watch this storm system as it moves through that region, and there's a lot of chasers down in that region once again. Now, according to the Weather Service, that would be 2 miles, the information I just gave you here. It's 11 miles northwest of west-northwest of Morton. That makes it 2 miles southwest of Maple. Maple is in Bailey County, and we showed that on the radar a few minutes ago. So if you're in Maple, I would suggest that you be in a shelter at this point, although it is going east, and hopefully it will stay south of you, but you've already experienced the hail, and you still may have some hail in the area, but we're talking about very close down in this region right here. So that's close enough that any change in movement, whether it's drifting north or more east or northeast, could impact you. Likely it will continue more east and southeast will be the track, but if you're in Maple, make sure you seek those safety shelters. Safety tips that we mentioned you a few minutes ago. Seek shelter in those areas, basement and a closet and a hallway, areas that are closed in, the middle of the house, away from the windows. I know we all like to look outside, but the best thing you can do is stay inside, get in a safe area, have your phone, have a portable charger with you, flashlight if necessary, because you may lose if there's any wind damage from that, but that would be the worst case scenario. Still some hail back west and a little bit northwest of Maple. Storm working its way east, and for those in Enix, just remain alert should that storm continue tracking in this direction. And if the Weather Service extends this warning, last report it would be in effect till 5:45, so we've still got quite a time on that, almost 30 minutes for it to be in effect. But again, indication of very large hail. This is Maple, and again, you can see in that same rotation area where if the tornado's on the ground, this is the area that's going to be the most danger at this point. It's the Texas-New Mexico state line. If you live in that area, you should be relatively safe, although there may be some strong winds still associated with that. And then further south along the highway, I believe that's 214 or 114, pardon me, reaching into that area. And here's 214. You're relatively safe back in this region. This is the danger zone, close to the community of Maple, southern areas of Bailey County, moving to the east, could become a threat to Enix. Right now, it's not a threat to Morton. Y'all are far enough to the south. So far, the storm has gone more east than southeast, but keep in mind, many times these storms become right movers, and when they do, that means they're going to work their way to the southeast. So we're monitoring that to see if it happens, and we'll see if there's any trend. But again, this is just the general rotation with the storm and the general eastward movement. A couple of storms down around Lehman, and that is making its way towards Morton. Maybe a shower or two around Whiteface. Looks like some light rain in Littlefield. Things have really cleared out in the areas of Dora where the watch is still in effect. Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, I want to, if we can go to the streaming computer real quick, I want to show you something that just popped up over the last couple of minutes here. And keep in mind, this was, we'll step this back to just before 5 o'clock when this first produced that first tornado. You see the little icon that shows up? That's where that one of the initial tornado reports was. West of the state line, we were already seeing the greens and the reds coming together. So that was at about 5:01. And we'll go to Julio in just one moment. Just want to show real quick, let's first stay with the radar real quick here. So at 5:01, we had that tornado. I want to advance this here to the latest scan, which is 5:20. And note how just in that latest scan, we've seen much brighter greens and brighter reds. The rotation is increasing. And like John just mentioned, these, when they become more severe, often turn to the right. We're seeing more of that now, taking more of a southeasterly movement. So that tells what we're scanning here on radar, that we're seeing the significant rotation with it. And we can give an early heads up that, hey, if this storm holds together, it'll get into Hockley County eventually, and it is still off to the west of Lubbock. But just wanted to show you that, John, that we, on the latest few scans here of radar, the velocity has really ramped up. In other words, saying the rotation is increasing, and the Storm Prediction Center noted now until 6 o'clock, there's the risk for strengthening and tornadic storms and potentially a strong tornado over this part of the area. They highlighted real small part of the western South Plains. Let's go back to Live View 3. And Julio mentioned again seeing the funnel and the updraft, the ingestion of the air right there. Again, this is northwest of Morton in northwestern Cochran County, and you can just see the sheer size of this storm. In addition to the threat of a tornado, it's producing some very large hail, in particular across southern Bailey County, but that tornado threat is just northwest of Morton, and we're just going to watch this here and see how this storm kind of behaves here over the next few minutes. Everything ahead of it points to this storm staying severe. Now, that's not to say it's going to continually produce a tornado, not necessarily saying that, but the environment ahead of this storm is ready to go. There's a lot of shear, a lot of energy available, so that's why as the storm continues east, we expect it to stay pretty intense. Shania and John?
All right, thanks, Matt. I don't know if you just noticed the chat information I see here. I don't know if you want to look at it on velocity, but it looks like there's a new mesocyclone developing 7 miles northwest of Morton. And the older mesocyclone is still very active and tightening 10 miles northwest of Morton. So we may have a double situation, a dual situation to deal with here with potential tornadoes working their way through that region. This is a dangerous thunderstorm, and it's interesting. I think if I were driving in that area, of course, you don't have many options to go south. I would not be driving through all the dust and low visibility if I could avoid it. That storm could be turning, as I mentioned, and also Matt has emphasized there, turning a little more southeast. That would be very common with these supercell tornado producing thunderstorms to do that. That's why they're called right movers, makes them so dangerous. So it was going more east, a little southeast. Now it's cranking up some, going definitely to the southeast. Could be working its way towards 114, and unfortunately could be working its way towards the community of Morton as well. So I'm going to ask Shania just to pop up those safety tips for Morton and the surrounding communities and folks around Morton.
Yes, still just emphasizing you're trying to be in the middle of the home or building that you're in right now. You don't want to be close to any windows or any glass. If the tornado were to come through and have all of the windows and glass spread out everywhere, you don't want to be near that. So you can avoid getting injured. Want to get down, lowest point of the home or building. Also, if you have a basement, of course, that's definitely going to be the safest bet, or storm shelter, either one of those. But if you don't have those things, just being at the lowest point of the home or building, and then of course covering up. So pillows will be good, blankets will be good, coats, helmets, mattresses, anything that you can put on top of yourself to protect yourself from flying debris, making sure that you're specifically protecting your head from any head injuries. Most or a lot of the deaths that are associated with tornadoes come from people being hit by the debris. So that's really what you're trying to avoid when you're using these tips. You're trying to get in the middle of the home or building, get down to the lowest point as possible, and then just making sure you're covering up as much of your body as you can. John?
Shania, I'm just going to repeat the information I did a few minutes ago. For those of you that live in Morton or in and around the community of Morton, you're going to find again the Weather Service, and this has been as of a couple of minutes ago, 5:27, about 3 minutes ago, 7 miles north-northwest of Morton, a new rotation there, I'll call it that, and then an older rotation and the potential tornado still active and tightening about 10 miles northwest of Morton. So between 7 and 10 miles, that's how close that storm is to you in Morton. That is why now is when you need to be seeking shelter. Do not wait any longer. That way you can get your phone, you can get a portable charger. As Shania mentioned, you can get all those items ready. You can get yourself safe, whether you're going to a cellar, especially if you're going to a cellar. Don't wait closer time for the tornado to get closer. Just go ahead and get your items, get in the cellar, and just wait there until it passes by. And don't forget your phones and a portable charger and a flashlight, obviously, if you're going down in a cellar, and the fact that you may lose some electrical power. So we're saying that, but you can see technically Morton is not in the path of that storm, but just the way it's cranking a little bit more southeast, the Weather Service could include it in this warning. That happens to be the largest community, obviously, in that part of Cochran County. Just want to make folks aware of that. But I'm also including the general surrounding area, particularly if you live west and northwest of Morton, and you can see all the way up. And folks in southern areas of Bailey County, southeastern Bailey County, you're not in the warning, but that southern area, again, still around Enix and Maple, you need to be prepared to seek shelter if necessary. Otherwise, there is a moderate thunderstorm over Morton. That is not a severe thunderstorm. Let's take a look at this view here. Look at the dust in the air associated with this storm. I believe this is Adam again moving along.
That's Julio, and they're on 114 right here west of Morton, and you can just see how strong the wind is.
Yeah, look at that, and low visibility. And again, they will stay safe. All of our chasers will stay safe and associated with getting around these storms. And obviously, there's a lot of other chasers that are going to be involved in this activity as well. So he's going to park here along 114, give us a view of all the dust and dirt with that massive storm system. Again, just ahead of him to the west and to his north and northeast out of the path there. So and now you can see the strong rotation.
Yeah, this is a different perspective here from our friends News Channel 10. So we have 3 live units on this storm, and you can just see the sheer rotation on this storm and the significance of this. I mean, this is a monster storm. Shania was just animating the radar a moment ago. We continue to see little cells pop up ahead of it, and the parent storm just sucks in those small little cells that pop up. Unfortunately, everything that's ahead of the storm, it's not like some days where we have scattered storms everywhere. There is open environment ahead of this storm, so we think it's going to hold together for a while. And you can just see how much rotation we're seeing on this storm and the sheer size of it, in addition to the threat of a tornado, which has been reported off and on for a good while. So we're still saying confirmed tornado here because the storm itself, not just what we're seeing visibly here, sometimes the dust will obscure it, but also what we're seeing on radar just shows the sheer magnitude of this storm. So it's 5:33 now. Let me see the latest update here from the National Weather Service. That was 3 minutes ago. Here's the latest update here at 5:33. National Weather Service notes a tornado warning remains in effect for south central Bailey and northwestern Cochrane counties. At 5:32, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is 4 miles southeast of Maple or 7 miles northwest of Morton, moving east at 20. This is a particularly dangerous situation, again, just to the northwest of Morton. We can see it here visibly and also seeing what we are observing on radar. Very, very strong rotation. So this is a dangerous situation, John.
That is so true, Matt. And again, emphasizing that if you live in that general area, you need to be seeking shelter. And if you live east, southeast of that area, if you don't feel safe in your shelter, now's the time to exit to the east, not the west or northwest, or not even to the north. You would want to go to the east. Now, you might encounter this thunderstorm along 214. This may be somewhat severe with some hail, but we'll wait and see on that. It's nothing to be concerned about as much as this particular thunderstorm. It'll be interesting to see too if the rotation, look at the brighter colors there again, the brighter reds and green continues to intensify. But anyway, you look at it, this is a very large and dangerous tornado making its way through that region. You can see there's a marker for you, 596. Look at the large hail there. That's where the rotation is, maybe just on the west side of that. That is just north, and you've seen that visually of 114. It is moving east and a little bit to the southeast. It's going to cross if it continues to hold together, and it likely will. 214. The question is, how close will it be to the community of Morton? You guys in Morton are not in the tornado warning. I've just been advising you to be prepared, or if you want to be safe, go ahead and get in a safe shelter at this point. But if you're anywhere north of Morton, particularly northwest of Morton, back to the west of Morton, along 114, obviously you're going to impact down in this region along the highway some very intense winds and some low visibilities at times. But if you're going to exit away from that, you want to be going east and southeast on 114, traveling anywhere away from the rotation of this tornado. You can see, look at the hook associated with that storm. Look at the large hail that has passed through the Maple area, southwest of Phoenix, still located southeast of Maple, general boundary of where all that large hail is located, right up to about 214 at this point. Storm still south of you, Phoenix, and based on the normal track of this, it's probably, as far as the tornado, not a threat to you now, but it could become. As we look at our temperature in Lubbock, it is sitting at 87 degrees right now. We have a southeast wind at 22, maybe gusting stronger than that. Coming back to Doppler, let me mention a couple of things. Notice the thunderstorm warnings in Lee County. Folks in Hobbs, Lovington, and Tatum, we know we have viewers there. Be prepared. You have some severe weather headed your way, likely some hail, high winds of 60 miles an hour or more. But again, your region, I believe, is under that tornado watch. I know the South Plains is. And then down in the Seminole area, that would affect the areas west of Seminole as they work into that region. To the north, again, tornado warning close to Morton, severe thunderstorm reaching up to near Muleshoe, but really it looks like it's just south of Muleshoe. And the biggest concern is where the rotation is, where this tornado is located at this time. Moving east, maybe a little southeast. We have another merger of the storm system here to see what takes place over the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. And I'm just looking up here at National Weather Service chat. I do see a new image of the size of the tornadoes again. That's from Amarillo though, but this is the one I'm focusing on right here. Again, just north of 114, just northwest of Morton, headed for 214, this general area here, the north and northeastern areas of Cochrane County. Look at the bright and green. That thing is still very intense, still rotating with a lot of strength there, and continues to make its way on a path that's east and maybe southeast just a little bit. Notice again the rotation of that storm, that tornado on the ground, Matt. That is a massive storm.
That is large, and let me know, Adam's going to call in here shortly, but you can just see the sheer size of this wedge tornado in progress. You can just tell this is a dangerous situation, and it's going to continue to cycle through. Adam, you're on this storm. It's been a monster here for a while. What are you observing from this storm, Adam?
Yeah, this storm is at a...
Yeah, go ahead,
I'll
Adam.
let you explain what that means. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we have
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. No, this storm has had a sustained mesocyclone since I got on it. I know Julio was on it there for a while before I was. But as now it kind of cycled down, then it had the cell merger, and it's cycling back up. And it's very healthy. I know I can't get it on camera. It's just out of the range where I can turn my camera, and I'm having to watch traffic here. But over my shoulder, there has been several funnel clouds that I have seen being produced from this already. I haven't been able to see any touchdowns, but that could possibly be because I just haven't been able to turn into it. Give me a couple minutes. We'll get you another good look at this storm. But right now, folks around Morton, I'd be keeping a close eye on this. But more further down the road, as we get close to the level land, as this becomes a sustained supercell, really keep your eyes on this because it's going to start turning right a little bit more here over the next little bit, I believe.
Okay, thanks, Adam. That's live view 1. Let's go to live view 4 and let you know latest information in here from the National Weather Service. We have multiple vantage points here. The National Weather Service in Lubbock has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Cochran County and northwestern Hockley County until 6:30. At 5:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was 4 miles northwest of Morton, moving east at 30 miles per hour. Morton, you are in this tornado warning now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large tornado just outside of town. It's going to be a close call. We can see just the sheer size from the live picture here that you're seeing from the tornado right now. Let's go to the streaming computer because this will help us to isolate specifically where the tornado is moving. So the very bright reds and greens you're seeing is a pronounced tornado vorticity signature, a TVS. That's what we look for in radar if we didn't have storm chasers out there to confirm it. So radar has that. Note how it's moving more east than southeast, but it still is jogging slightly to the south. It's too close of a call from Morton, so that's why the National Weather Service, you see the polygon here, included Morton in that tornado warning for a confirmed tornado because the rotation is so close. May even be noting a second rotation a little bit farther south from the parent one. So that's the concern here, John, and that's why Morton and western parts of Hockley County are now included in this confirmed tornado warning, John.
All right, thanks so much for the update, Matt. And again, here in the Forecast Center, we're all working together to get the latest information out so that folks will stay safe. That's the main reason we're covering up programming, covering up the newscast. We want to keep people alive. That's the goal of being a meteorologist and being in this business. So I know we're covering up a lot of viewing here, but this is an intense and a dangerous situation. This is a very large tornado. It is in the Morton area, you guys, now in the warning. There's the original tornado warning, but here's the warning now. And also it extends and includes a community of Pettit, and is tracking potentially towards Oklahoma Flat. They make it broad enough, even though they're basing it going to the southeast, that it'll go down towards Coble possibly, and possibly close to Whiteface. But at this point, it's hard to tell with it being that far west. Just want to alert you, as we did Morton, well ahead of time. Don't wait till the last minute. Now's the time for those of you, particularly in Pettit, and maybe even Oklahoma Flat, any of this region here, from Morton right along the boundaries there, both these counties. You're looking here back in Cochran County, you're looking at Hockley County. Lamb County, you're not in the tornado warning, but I believe you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, at least west of 385. And that's primarily with some hail coming that way. And look at the hail that, again, has been south of Enix, all the way down around the Maple area. But this is the dangerous part of this intense tornado. So in Morton, you need to be in your safe area right now. Shania put up the general guide on what time those storm systems would be there from Oklahoma Flat, Lums Chapel, Boehner, Anton, and even Roundup. But the storm is moving, it appears, towards at least the northwestern areas of Hockley County. Adam, the meteorologist, has a good idea on the storm track. He mentioned that it may be turning a little more southeast. That's why they call these right movers many times. So still going east. If it turns a little more southeast, that would indicate that track. And again, here's another live view. You can just see the size of that. Now, the Weather Service in Lubbock is saying that Morton appears to will be okay. It would have to take a pretty good jog to the southeast to be a danger in Morton, but if I were you, I would just stay where you are. Just wait a few more minutes. That's the best thing, right, Matt?
Yeah, exactly. So latest scan, let's go back to streaming computer, and I can show you here. I was mentioning how it's moving a little bit more southeasterly, and latest update, that scan shows that strong rotation is just north of town. I mean, this is, I understand if you're in Morton, this is too close for comfort, but that latest scan still shows that rotation passing just north of town. But if you're along 214 north of town, you need to be in a place of safety because this is a destructive tornado. But you're exactly right, John, that the latest scan here on radar showing that a velocity couplet staying just north of Morton.
Very interesting storm there, very dangerous storm. And again, we continue to update you here as the Weather Service updates us. And Adam and Julio, they're out chasing that storm system. And Chase, that's a gentleman that's actually with Julio. I don't give him much credit there, but I do want to give him credit there. He's been out there chasing as well. And again, Enix, there's a community located here. There's some heavy rain. There is severe part of a warning up in the Needmore area, but it looks like it's just heavy rain and high winds. Sudan, you've got some probably strong to moderate rainfall, nothing bad at all, moderate showers in Littlefield. Just keep in mind, this entire complex is just basically working its way to the east, could eventually impact Whit-Harrell. And as Chennai expands the storm system out, keep in mind it will be, hopefully it will dissipate, but if it doesn't, if it continues to track, it may follow more of an east or east-southeast track, not only through Hockley County, but in theory, this is not going to be determined just yet, but it could make its way towards Lubbock. So if you have outdoor activities or anything that may be going on in the northwest areas of Lubbock County, be aware of this for the next couple of hours. Not now. It's going to take a while to track across Hockley County before it might impact us, but it is getting close to Lubbock County. It's obviously edging now into Hockley County and the southwestern areas of Lamb County. The green indicating flood warning. I mentioned earlier the storm, slow movement and the intensity of the storm, plenty of moisture in place. It's dumping a lot of rainfall. And along that line, make sure you've seen a lot of people along the roadways, especially 114 and maybe even 214. You don't need to be out going to look at this tornado. You need to stay where you are. We're needing to keep things open for important traffic. I know there's a lot of chasers out there, professional and otherwise, but we don't want to add any more traffic to the roadways. We look back south, severe thunderstorms approaching Lovington. We have viewers there, we know, and in the Hobbs area. And these primarily producing, looks like hail, maybe some large hail in some areas of these thunderstorms. Looks like there might be some right there. Could be some hail with this particular thunderstorm here, well east of Artesia and back southwest of Plains. We'll keep an eye on these as well because of the hail potential and the fact that if they get into our environment here, they might become even stronger, either larger hail or maybe some tornado development. Now, hopefully that will not take place once we get on into the next hour or so. But this is a very dangerous thunderstorm here with that tornado moving through Cochran County, working its way east and southeast slowly. It looks like latest indications are north-northwest of Morton now, at least the rotation portion of that. But Morton still looks like you're in good shape. You can see, look at that indication right there along 214, that storm system. So fortunately, Morton, you may be clear, but I'd just stay in a safe place. That's the best thing that you can do. You still see the bright colors with the intensity and speed of this storm system. This tornado working its way right across 214. If you live anywhere in that general area, you need to be seeking shelter because of the intensity of this tornado itself, the winds associated with it, the hail just north of it. And this is going to be 597, gives you kind of a marker there if you're anywhere along, and especially north of 597 and up towards the county lines of Cochran and Bailey and Lamb and Hockley. You want to make sure that you're in a safe place. If not now, you get in there as soon as you can. That storm's going to continue to make its way through that region. There's your large hail southeast of Enix. Look at that, how close it is, south to southeast. Does give you an idea of, look at the large area of hail associated with the storm, and obviously it has a large tornado associated with it. So this is a massive storm system using a lot of energy, working its way to the east and possibly to the southeast. Pettit, right now you are under the tornado warning, but it continues to look like you may be okay in that area. And Coble, you're in the warning. It looks like you may be okay. When the warning was issued, and you may recall, it appeared the storm would do the typical fashion of turning southeast. Even Adam had mentioned that, but it has stayed basically on an eastward track, and it may be following, and Matt may know a little better with the data over there, along that what was somewhat of a warm front boundary drifting back to the north. That may be why it stayed on more of an east track instead of veering more to the southeast, but it could be on a track for Anton. It could be at least south of Littlefield for a threat, and maybe along 385. So all you viewers out there that live in northern Hockley County and southern Lamb County, just be aware of that. There is a flood warning, and that's the outline of the green indicated in that particular area right now. And I'll turn to Shania and let her bring back the safety tips just as a reminder, and she can take another look at the hail as well until we get another update here.
Yeah, for the most part, just still emphasizing that you want to be getting in the middle of the home or building that you're in. You want walls between you and the outdoors. You also don't want to be close to any type of glass, mirrors, anything that could potentially break if the tornado did make its way into the building or home that you're in right now. Also want to be at the lowest point in the home as well. So if you have a basement, of course, that's the best place to be. If not a basement, a storm shelter would be just as great as well. And then if you don't have either one of those, you just want to be at the lowest point of the home that you can get at. Lying down would be great, sitting down of course, and making sure that you're covering up. So keeping helmets with you, pillows, mattresses, anything to put on top of yourself, so if there is that tornado making its way through the building that you're in, you can protect yourself from the debris. A lot of deaths from tornadoes come from being hit by things that are flying due to, of course, the stronger winds that are associated with that tornadic activity. So just keep those things in mind. Think of it as getting in the center of the home, getting down to the lowest part of the home or building, and then of course trying to cover up as much of your body as you can. John?
All right, thanks, Shania. And again, we continue to track this storm. I know we have covered up the news tonight, but it's for safety reasons so that we can keep folks advised of this storm. It is in and around where people live. It's been close to a couple of communities, Morton, Enix, some other communities, that general area, pardon me, and a community of Maple. Still some indications of hail just to the southeast of Enix at this point, and just in the southeastern corner, looks like of Bailey County. Some indications of a little bit of hail, and this has just developed recently, and that's an extension of the hail. Obviously, the storm is going east, so the hail now extending over a little bit, moving, looks like that's in the northwest corner of Hockley County, and there'll be some hail edging into the southeastern corner of Lamb County, so be aware of that if you live in that general area. Some fairly heavy rainfall in Beck, but again, flood warning there, severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning. Some moderate to heavy rain moving in Littlefield. You're not under the thunderstorm or tornado warning for the time being. Whit-Harrow, you're not under a warning, but you are in a general path of this storm as it rotates onto the east. And notice the two storms coming together, so now's the time we'll see what happens with the overall organization with that parent storm as it merges with this particular thunderstorm. To the south, there's nothing around Morton at this point. Looks like things have cleared temporarily, and the storm is gradually making its way away from you, but there's still intense rotation just east of 214, and that extends a little bit to the east. And then down around Morton, you've got probably some strong winds occurring there, and I don't see any hail. Well, on the velocity I won't, but I didn't see it a few minutes ago. It looks like Morton, you guys are generally clear of that. Quite a bit of intense lightning, as you might expect, in the vicinity of that storm system. So just in the northeastern areas of Cochran County and the southeastern areas of Bailey County, they continue to extend that warning all the way down. Western areas and northwestern areas of Hockley County, anywhere from northeast of Whiteface, including the community of Pettit, and then back to the north. Beck, you're in the thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning actually just ends on a county line. This is just an approximate, obviously, but anywhere from Lamb County back into Bailey County, still some intense hail there, but the rotation on the storm continues to track that way through the eastern areas and northeastern areas of Cochran County and edging into the western, northwestern areas of Hockley County as well. Keep in mind, in addition to that, there is a tornado watch in effect, and that includes all the South Plains. It also includes Lubbock and Plainview and areas to our east and to our south. And a quick look here, Shania click that over, that's until 10 o'clock tonight. Storms should begin decreasing in intensity, hopefully after 8 or 8:30 around sunset or so, and hopefully before that maybe a little bit. But from Snyder all the way to Seminole, there's the watch in effect. To the north, to Dimmitt, Silverton, and Childress off of the Cap Rock, that's the watches in effect there as well. Obviously in effect in eastern New Mexico, but things are kind of calming down in that region. Tomorrow, we may have a similar situation coming up. Another potential for strong to severe thunderstorms coming up tomorrow with some large hail, high winds, potential tornado development. So just looking ahead, you need to be aware of that if you've got outdoor activities later on tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night. In terms of where the storm is, we're actually just waiting for new information, and we can go back to see what Live View 1, Julio, or maybe even Adam, if they're up right now, is showing with that. And again, you can still see it in the distance there, and this again giving you a view from Adam showing that storm system in the distance. He's keeping a safe distance, fortunately, but he is tracking that, and it continues to move through that region. He is relatively close to Morton, so I'm assuming he's on 114 right there on the backside of that storm system. Hard to tell. You would think it may have decreased some in intensity, and hopefully it has, but we just we'll have to wait and see and check on that. And Matt may have some information.
Yeah, Adam's actually right now just outside of Morton. And what are you seeing right now, Adam?
Well, I wanted to let folks know that I was just outside trying to get some video and stuff. I did hear the tornado siren still sounding in Morton. I wanted to let folks know that you're probably okay now in Morton. We're going to have to watch the very north side of the storm, but for those folks that are hearing the tornado sirens, kind of worried if something's still going on, it just lets you all know that you're probably on the back side of this. I'm going to start moving my way east here, and we'll talk to you guys again here in a little bit.
Okay, thanks a lot, Adam. Let's go to Live View 4 now from a different vantage point. We have 3 different live units on different sides of this storm, and it's just such a large thunderstorm that one of the issues with even trying to see this, there's so much dust being kicked up that at times when this has been a large tornado, a wedge, in other words, a large part of the tornado that is the funnel that's reaching down to the ground, it's actually going to be difficult to see it sometimes. That's sometimes how large this tornado actually has been. At this point, we actually have, like Adam just mentioned, may have seen some weakening on this storm here just over the past few minutes. So that's we have 3 different vantage points here, watching what the thunderstorm is doing. Here we're back at Adam's perspective right now with the thunderstorm that's moving to the east here at about 20-25 miles per hour. We're going to actually go back over to the streaming computer because this is what we've been using to actually observe where the rotation is. And we're still noting strong rotation, not quite as strong as what it was just a few minutes ago when it passed just north of Morton and was reported as a large tornado at that point. That's not to say that this is not rotating. This is still showing significant rotation just to the northeast of Morton. So we'll give you the heads up. If you're in northwestern Hockley County, Whit, Harrell, and locations back to the west, you need to be watching this storm closely. And each of our units are repositioning with this storm moving east. National Weather Service just provided this update at 5:54. A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for northeastern Cochrane and northwestern Hockley counties. At 5:53, a confirmed tornado is located 4 miles northeast of Morton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So that's where you're seeing the red and the green coming together. That strong rotation is about 4 miles northeast of Morton. It's picking up speed some now, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So if it continues like it has for a while going east, that would take it toward Whit, Harrell. If it takes a little bit more of a southeasterly motion, then that could induce it to go down a little bit farther down 385, a little bit closer to Levelland. To be clear, Levelland and Whit, Harrell are not in the warning right now. Just wanted to give you the heads up on where that storm is moving. John mentioned earlier where the warm front may be. It's actually 82 right now at Anton and 77 at Abernathy, 73 at Plainview. So that tells me that the warm front is probably pretty close here to about Enix, right along the county line, coming up toward Abernathy here. So that the storm will likely continue riding along that front, which is why it's probably going to continue moving from west to east. If it holds together, this would get it into across this next hour across Hockley County. Then the following hour, during the 7 o'clock hour, would be moving into Lubbock County. This is a new development here. Note how we're actually seeing 2 different notches here. Then going back to velocity, trying to see if those are 2 separate mesocyclones trying to spin up here within the large storm, or 2 circulation areas that we're watching here. So noting one rotation area right here on the Hockley County side of the line, another one on the back side we have been watching for some time, just northeast of Morton. That would not surprise me on a day like today where there's so much shear, so much twisting of the wind in the atmosphere for a thunderstorm to have two different, more defined rotation areas. But that is the storm that's still moving east here at about 20 to 25 miles per hour and still showing quite a bit of rotation. We can actually go to a live view 3 and out ahead of the storm, just watching, you can see how low the cloud bases are with the storm right here. That says Causey. We're not in, thank you for dropping that there. Let me see, that is Julio and Chase. And more than anything, there's so much wind with this storm as well, in addition to the hail core, which is right along the Bailey, Cochran, and Lamb, Hockley County line, potential for up to baseball-size hail. So, John, this storm is still maintaining its strength. At least maybe the rotation is not quite as strong as just a few minutes ago, but still the warning mentions confirmed tornado here, approaching the 4-county area of Bailey, Cochran, Lamb, Hockley. And now you can see, once again, we're seeing right there, yet again, another funnel, and see how there's the dust at the ground. So tornado is forming once again, and this actually may be a second rotation area out ahead of where the funnel earlier, a little bit farther back to the left, trying to reorient ourselves right here. But you can see the dust being lofted. So once again, another tornado is forming live right here on this thunderstorm northeast of Morton. And this is why the tornado warning remains in effect, because this is the kind of storm that is going to cycle through like this and continue to produce a tornado or potentially multiple tornadoes from this storm. So you just are noting at the bottom of the screen that dust that's coming up right there. That's a sign yet again of this storm producing a tornado, John. So, I mean, this is well organized and no real signs of it weakening here anytime as of late.
All right, thanks so much for that, Matt. And again, I know we have some viewers that are maybe just joining us now for the news, and we're broadcasting obviously with the tornado on the ground again. This intense storm system originated up in northeast New Mexico, west of Bailey County. Has been tracking east, a little bit southeast. Fortunately, it stayed in the northern areas of Cochran County. It did approach Morton, but no indications of any issues there earlier. Continues to make its way on to the east. The new circulation that Matt was talking about, again, is about 14 miles west of Whitharrow, and it is moving to the east. So that indicates your red and green. They're getting a little brighter. We'll be watching for that overall rotation. If you live in the Pettit area, you need to be in a safe spot at this point. You may not have to bundle up for shelter because you can see a general east, not much of a southeast track on that, but you are still in the warning area. And further south, Whiteface, I think you can relax a little bit. Coble as well. Morton, things are improving there. Obviously, you're on the backside, but this storm system, as it tracks through here, has produced some very large hail. Baseball, maybe even up to softball size. So you see that general area there. That is where the hail is located, northwest areas of Hockley County. So if you live in this general area, Pettit, just be alert, but especially north and northwestern areas of Hockley County. On to the east. Now the warning does not include Whitharrow, does not include Levelland, Whiteface at this point. It does include Pettit. General Track and Shania had added that so you can see. For those of you in Oklahoma Flat, Lums Chapel, Boehner, even Anton, Roundup, and even Shallow Water, we're trying to track ahead, and I'm going to step back because here's the city of Lubbock where we are now. So the track of this storm, as strong as the storm is, could potentially take it all the way across Hockley County, pending any changes, and maybe even into at least northwestern areas of Lubbock County, with some cities scattered along the way. There are a greater population there. Then it's also, fortunately, it looks like it will stay south of Littlefield. I know there's moderate to heavy rainfall there, and in fact, the warning doesn't include Littlefield. Right now, it doesn't include Lums Chapel, but you guys are in the general path of this storm, so you need to remain alert. Just keep that First Alert weather app with you there and continue to view us, if you will. And again, let's take another live unit here and we'll show you what's going on. I think Matt's got info.
Yeah, and this is Julio and Chase. They are just leaving Morton, looking off to the east. And once again, you can see the lowering of the storm, still seeing the rotation with it. So all signs point to it still producing a tornado at the moment. Just the sheer size of the storm, even looking from the backside of it, back west of the storm looking east, you can just see the sheer size of how large this storm is. And so we have multiple, visual confirmations from different sides of the storm. and also what we're seeing on radar here at 6:02, a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for northeastern Cochrane and northwestern Hockley counties. This is from the National Weather Service. At 6 o'clock, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Pep, or 8 miles east of Morton, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This new circulation has also developed east of the decaying circulation just northeast of Morton. That's what we'll see sometimes with storms like this. Sometimes you'll have the rotation diminish and the storm falls apart. But on a day like today, where there's so much energy available ahead of this storm and so much twisting of the wind, this will be a storm that can cycle one rotation for one part of the storm, then another part can cycle back up. Damaging tornado and up to 3-inch hail are the threats with this storm. So again, that tornado warning continues until 6:30. The storm itself will remain over mainly rural areas of northeastern Cochrane and northwestern Hockley counties. But the reason we're concerned is it is eventually going to get close to Whit-Harrell. And if you live west of Whit-Harrell in northwestern Hockley County, you need to be keeping a close eye on this storm. So again, this is the perspective from coming out of Morton on 114 just east of town as the storm is moving that direction. Now let's take a look from a couple of perspectives here. Adam is just a little bit farther south. We have 3 different units on this supercell thunderstorm out over the western South Plains. If you're in Lubbock just tuning in, this is west of us. Lubbock is not under a warning, but this storm is moving east toward the central South Plains. So we have these 2 different vantage points right here from meteorologist Adam Young on the southern edge, and then Julio and Chase on the western edge of this storm. Let's go back to Live View 4 and show our third perspective on this storm. Here from our third crew, which has noticed the signals dropped out just a little bit here, but again, they are edging here in northwestern Hockley County and have been noting significant rotation with it. So, John, this is still a storm that last couple of scans, Shania will show on the radar here, the hook echo has actually returned once again, unfortunately. So, John, this is still a storm that is showing signs of maintaining its strength over the next little while. Tornado warning continues until 6:30 for northwestern Hockley County.
That is right, Matt, and thanks for that update. And again, a little difficult to see this now, pixelization, but we're going to show you on radar so you get a better idea. Now, here's Whit-Harrell. You're not under the warning at this point. You're not under a thunderstorm warning, but you're a good reference point, and the Weather Service is using that. Looks like the latest rotation and potential tornado developing is about 14 miles roughly west of Whit-Harrell. So you look to the west, here's where the warning is. This is Pettit, so if you're in Pettit, you need to remain in your safe shelter. The storm is still very close to you. You can see the bright red and again blue and green intensification with this storm system. See the hook indicated there, and follow the area of hail extending all the way up to the southern areas. Looks like that's Lamb County, all the way back around. There may be anywhere baseball or even softball size hail. Looks like there's enough dust around that storm. One of the viewers or one of the chasers saying it's somewhat obscured by dust, makes it very difficult to see. So there has been obviously strong winds with this storm, very intense rainfall, flood warning in effect for northern areas of Hockley County, by Cochrane County, and extending up into Lamb County. So if you live in those general areas, there's going to be some intense rainfall still occurring along the path of the storm, even behind it, that's going to cause some flooding issues at least for several hours. Now here's Farm to Market Road 303, trying to give you a marker. Notice the typical hook there and gives you an idea. It looks like State Road, maybe North State Road, Farm to Market Road 597 from Oklahoma Flat. Likely some large hail for you guys in Oklahoma Flat, so I hope you have everything brought in or protected best you can, but remain alert, not in addition to the hail, but not so much for that as the fact that the tornado warning just to your west, the storm is still tracking in your general area, so you need to be on alert. You may need to seek shelter, as Pettit folks may be doing at this time. Hopefully that storm will not swing southeast. Sometimes these will go east. This storm has gone east and then it's turned a little bit southeast earlier. It originated over in eastern New Mexico. Very common for these to become a right mover. As the storm tracks along to the east, it will turn a little bit more, and maybe in some cases will end up on a southeast track. So it's not unusual for them to be called a right mover. But extending through this northern area here of Hockley County, still the extreme northeastern areas of Cochrane County, still under that tornado warning. Still some large hail there, by the way. But the general attraction, I'm putting that on there. Oklahoma Flat, Whit-Harrell, These are just some of the communities that could be in the path, and you're really in the path of where the hail is occurring, and based on the current track, you're in the path of this storm system because it may veer a little bit southeast. As it does, there'll be several communities along the way, all the way over to Roundup, and maybe even shallow water, that as that storm most likely will move into Lubbock, not necessarily saying it will, but based on the track, it is held together well. We've got the moisture, we got the support, the intensity with the storm itself. We'll continue to take it as it goes to the east and maybe a little bit to the southeast. And a moderate heavy rainfall, a little field, nothing around White Flat, looks like Whiteface, pardon me. Morton, there may be a little bit of wraparound and a shower developing near you, but that's not really what we're concerned with. This is a concerning area with this particular thunderstorm and with this tornado. We're continuing to work their way to the east. It looks like let's see, dust. I'm looking at a report here, reading the National Weather Service chat line. Says that he is 7 miles east of Morton, and looks like the rotation indicated maybe northeast of him, just to give a little bit of an idea of where he is, but it's still showing that on the radar here. You can see the overall rotation and the hook with that, the hail area here. Now they just modified the tornado warning, still in effect. They did not include Oklahoma Flat at this particular time, but notice the large hail just along these farm to market roads that carry you over to Oklahoma Flat and also north and back northwest of Pettit. And this gives you a great indication here with your red inflow and the rotation of those winds around that storm system here, the green and the red in general, just to show that. See how the storm, Shania is giving you a motion indicator there. See how it's gone from east and now a little bit southeast. Notice the east, and now it's coming more southeast, becoming more of a right mover. So if you're in Pettit, you definitely need to remain in your safe shelter. We mentioned it several times the last couple of hours that we've been on, off and on, since we started broadcasting around 4 or so with some initial thunderstorm warnings. But Shania, I'll ask you to pull up the safety tips if you'd like, and we'll refresh people's memories since that storm system is moving into some of the areas where there's newer viewers now seeing.
Yeah, if you're in the community of Pettit, you definitely want to make sure that you are in the middle of your home or building. Wherever you are right now, you want to stay stationary. You do not want to go outside, get in a car, or anything like that. Stay exactly where you are and get into the middle of that building. Of course, if you have a basement or a storm shelter, that would be an even better option. But if you don't have access to those things, you just want to stay within the middle of the home or building. Stay away from the windows and stay away from any glass. If the tornado does, unfortunately, come through that building, it will be throwing those glass shards around. So you just want to avoid being close to those areas. You want to be near walls, get walls between you and the outdoors. And then of course you want to get down, being at the lowest point. Like I said, that storm shelter or a basement would be best, but if you don't have those, you want to be in the center of the home and at the lowest point within the home or the building. And then of course just covering yourself up, making sure that if there is flying debris that you're protecting yourself using pillows, blankets, mattresses, anything like that to put on top of yourself, protect your head, protect all the parts of your body really if you can, because that flying debris is normally what causes a lot of injury at the time, and of course potentially even some of those tornado related deaths are from that debris. So just making sure that you're protecting all parts of your body, especially your head. If you have a helmet, that would be great, but also putting a mattress or something fairly large on top of you to cover you and prevent any of that debris from injuring yourself. John?
Thanks so much, Shania. And again, the main thing is to take the action immediately and not wait too long. You want to do this before the storm gets to you, so that means you need to be doing it right now in the community of Pettit. I would advise you to go ahead and at least be doing that in Oklahoma Flat as well. Get in those safe areas. Remember to take your phone, but make sure you got a little portable charger with you, maybe a flashlight, and those key items to keep you safe from the debris. That's the idea. If you're going to a cellar that is outside, you definitely want to be going there now and get underground. Just ride the storm out and then you can come back out. Don't wait too late. A lot of times the debris and the strong winds and the chasers are reporting the fact that it's very difficult to figure out exact where this tornado is because of the fact blowing dust and very low visibility with that. You got the intense rainfall and you have the blowing dust making its way through that area around that rotation of where the tornado is. So it makes it even more difficult to exactly pinpoint where if it's touching down now or if it's gone back up or if it's moved to another area, maybe a little further east and southeast. A lot of large hail indicated on our radar here all the way down, not quite so large in the Pettit area, but that is tracking its way east. So if you live west of 385, you're south of Lum's Chapel, and you're west and even northwest of Whitehall, obviously you have the hail, but more importantly, you have the tornado threat with that. A lot of lightning, as you might anticipate with an intense thunderstorm this size making its way through that region. It continues to track on to the east. Some of the lightning strikes again as far south as north of Levelland. And as far as the Levelland, you guys, the storm right now for folks, our viewers in Levelland and even Coble, is still well to your north. Not really a threat to you. This is a threat more to the northern areas of Hockley County, a little bit to the southern areas of Lamb County. I mean, the storm could drift to the north, but the track of these is generally going to be east or more likely to the southeast. So it's a slight threat. It can move up into Lamb County, but it's more of a threat that it could come southeast. That's why your polygon here indicates that, you know, you have a warning to your west. You're not in a danger area right now, but the next warning that comes out, if it modifies and changes more southeast, then those of you in Levelland may have to think more about getting in a safe area. You don't have to do that now. I wouldn't advise doing that in Smyre. Shallow water, you have enough time not to do it, but just be aware of the storm. Anywhere from shallow water back to Anton along Highway 84, and then up in the Littlefield area, there could be a potential moderate to heavy rainfall there. That may be a little stronger if that storm continues to stay intense as it moves through Littlefield. Behind that, the flood warning still in effect Cochran County, northern Cochran County and parts of Bailey County. You can see some showers developing behind that system north of Morton. Those are not severe. There is a warning well north, looks like the Clovis area. Several warnings here with these thunderstorms that are slowly making their way through Lee County, New Mexico. And again, they do have the potential primarily down in that area of large hail, very heavy rainfall, and some strong winds, and enough rainfall to cause some flash flooding at least, maybe in the Hobbs area, maybe along the Highway 180 as it comes over. And these will eventually work their way, most likely, into the areas of Yoakum County and maybe even Gaines County. A little bit of rain in that now. These are not tornadic at this point. The National Weather Service in Midland watching those very closely. Now we're looking for the National Weather Service as of 6:13 a couple minutes ago, saying potentially tornadic circulation 12 miles west of Whitehall. In other words, potentially a tornado there. West of Whitehall, it is now moving east and doing a little bit of the right mover stuff. It is going east-southeast, and again, very intense storm still there. Notice the swing around the hook there. Looks like some of that is very close to the community of Pettit. Further east, you can see that storm would be potentially headed for Whitehall and right along 385, still just to the north of Levelland. Flood warning continues in effect here. I will mention for those of you that are in a safe area, if you have video or can get video or photos without going anywhere near this storm system, please upload those to kcbd.com/firstalert. And that's not your #1 priority, but if you had a chance, we will share those with viewers a little later on, or if it's pertinent information to what's going on now, we would appreciate that. So that's kcbd.com/firstalert. We continue to cover up in the newscast. Obviously, for safety reasons, we want folks to know this storm is still dangerous. It is tracking through the northwestern areas of Hockley County. It has made its way out of Cochran County. Not really a threat to the areas of Lamb County. Let's see now, update from the National Weather Service from their chat indicating storm is moving more southeast. Looks like it has weakened some, and it's actually about 11 miles now northwest of Levelland. So it does give you an idea for that. And here's the community of Pettit, so it's right in that general area of where Pettit is. So circulation and moving southeast has weakened a little bit. You can see a view here. We've got our two chasers out there. Sorry, I didn't hear you, producer. This is Adam, okay, out on 114, I'm assuming, rolling in through Hockley County at this point, so given a vantage point, but they're very far from the storm at this particular time. There's just not a lot of roads that way, plus we want them to stay safe, and they will stay safe, and he's going to pull off on the side possibly of the road there, but again, you can see again the storm in the distance. At this particular shot, can't see a whole lot of definition with it, but at least you get an idea. Matt?
Yeah, let's go back to the streaming computer to show what is moving with this thunderstorm. This steps us back to 5:59 when we were seeing, when we had the confirmed tornado here. And note how the green and the red right next to each other, very tight couplet there. We moved this ahead to the current time here at 6:17. This last scan was at 6:17. And the red and the green is not nearly as tight together. In fact, looks like the storm may have kicked out some really strong wind on the far southern extent of it, just northwest of Levelland. We can go back to what you normally see with the radar presentation. It still has a hook echo, but what I'm showing here is that it may have kicked out and become outflow dominant, maybe for just a few minutes, to kick out a little bit more wind and not be quite as tight of a rotation. But that doesn't mean that the storm is just falling apart or anything like that. It's at least a better sign from what we had here, where there was the that yellow triangle right there showing a tornadic vorticity signature, real tight couplet right there. It's actually opened up a little bit. That's better news, but this is still a dangerous storm. So don't want to try to ease up saying this is not a significant storm. It is still a significant storm, but over the past couple of minutes, we have seen it, at least the rotation kind of broaden just a little bit. So it is still a major storm, but we can hope that this storm will continue to weaken, but I bet it's still probably going to be producing some really large hail. Have we had any recent reports, Shania, on just what the hail has looked like?
Yeah, we have. We actually just got one looking at 3.3 inches and a quarter in diameter, 4 miles southwest of Pep is what they use. So I don't know if they're trying.
Yeah, that's community there in northwestern Hockley County. That is large hail. I mean, bigger than baseball size hail.
Yeah, that's one of the ones that we got. And then earlier, I think the last one that we had for the community of Pettit was still looking at that golf ball size hail, ping pong size hail. Oh no, this one earlier. This one, I mean, was still at probably about 30 minutes ago, but they did increase it to softballs earlier. But then, of course, they did wind up decreasing that once we got that updated tornado warning. So now this one, the most latest one that we got is the 3 inches and a quarter, 4 miles southwest of Pep.
We can go back to live view 1 here. And Adam mentioned he's now in Whiteface and scanning back to the left here. And Julio is also mentioning how it does look like the storm is building farther back to the west. There is actually rainfall going farther back west, all the way back into across much of Cochran County right now. But the actual core of itself, the most concerning part, is just northeast of Whiteface. So you can see Adam has a close perspective on that thunderstorm right there. And we can take a look at both of these thunderstorms right here. So both Julio and Adam. And again, Adam is there in Whiteface looking at this storm and still has a really impressive storm structure. So this is why we're concerned with it moving across Hockley County. At least it's better news that over the last few minutes, we're not seeing quite as strong of rotation. But that said, it was incredible rotation that we were seeing on radar and what the storm chasers were observing with this storm. So it still has significant rotation with it. These are two of the perspectives. Let's go to live view 4 and show you our third perspective on this storm. They're riding just ahead of it. A lot of dust, and that's something else that the chasers have reported, is trying to just see the sheer size, sheer scope of this when it has been a larger tornado. It's difficult because of how much dust is being kicked up into the storm. So those are some of the perspectives that we have, and the storm certainly has been kicking up a whole lot of dust in addition to the strong wind, and still bringing that potential for the tornado to continue as it's moving east, southeast. At least over the last few minutes, we're not seeing quite the same organization as we did a little while earlier, John. So that's at least some better news, but still a storm that we need to keep a close eye on.
That is so true, Matt. And again, we continue. I know we're coming up the newscast, but we're just doing this to keep everyone informed of this storm, to keep you safe. It has produced tornadoes several times from New Mexico into parts of the Cochran County and areas, even parts of Cochran County and in and north of Morton. And you can see the storm track there. And there's still that warning, obviously, on that storm system. And we fortunately got a couple of chase units out there watching very closely. Julio, as well as Adam, and also a unit from KFDA keeping a close eye on that storm. To the north, moderate to heavy rainfall. The warning as far as thunderstorm warning, the yellow out boundary there, doesn't include Littlefield. The severe part of the storm is further south, northern areas of Hockley County. edging out of Cochran County, but as the Weather Service mentioned, and Julio and even that storm has built back into the southern areas of Bailey County. Weather Service will watch that closely. Nothing severe with this, maybe some gusty winds, some moderate to heavy rainfall. There will be some lightning. We'll watch to see if there's any intensification for that. The main issue continues to be where you see the hook, where the rotation has been, the part of the storm where the tornadoes have touched down a couple of times throughout the region as they've tracked east and southeast. And general area, it looks like that storm's gradually moving away from Pettit at this point. Still not a threat to level land unless it swings more south at this point. It is a threat to Whitharrow, so you need to be in the safe areas, as Shania mentioned a few minutes ago. Make sure you're taking that action now, that you don't delay it. And you've got some moderate rain coming your way. The storm obviously could be a threat to you, but it looks like it's tracking a little further south of that. But Lums Chapel, you've got some hail that may impact you. Still some hail associated with the storm well to the west of 385. It is working its way into the areas of Hockley County. You see the larger size hail Shania was referring to a little bit earlier, and Matt as well. Overall, the storm will continue to move through Hockley County. Residents here in Lubbock County, you'll begin to see the storm. If you're looking outside, you can see the clouds already. But again, it may make its way into Lubbock County. It looks like we're going to see a new warning coming from the National Weather Service because of the history of tornadoes over Hockley County. They're going to try to leave Lubbock County out of the tornado warning for the time being. So it's probably going to be in the same general area. It looks like the track with the polygon will likely be east to southeast, but we'll wait. That means the Weather Service will have that coming out very shortly. We do have a couple other strong to severe storms. We might expand the view out there, Shania, and we can show folks back to our west and northwest, a few stronger storms there. Back up further north of Muleshoe, there's a warning just north of you up in the Palmer County area. Very intense thunderstorm located here, tracking east of Clovis. Looks like it may impact Freona on that track, although Freona is not in the warning. Muleshoe, you're not in the warning, but it does cover the southern areas of Palmer County. It does include Clovis. Still some moderate to heavy rainfall there. Indications of some large hail and maybe some strong winds with that storm as it tracks from Farwell towards Bovina, maybe eventually towards Lasbuddy. This is a severe thunderstorm warning reaching from New Mexico into the southern areas of Palmer County. Then further south, we showed you the activity in Lee County a little bit earlier. Just so folks down in the Yoakum County area and Gaines County, you're aware there's severe thunderstorms that could be moving into your area during the next 30 to 45 minutes. No tornadoes associated with these, but there's indications of some hail with these that may be large. Thunderstorm warnings in effect there. Mountain Daylight Time 5:45. Some hail indicated south of Tatum, New Mexico that may impact Tatum. And then Hobbs, there's a moderate to heavy thunderstorm under the severe category. Actually kind of splits part of Hobbs. Maybe the western area of that city is under the warning with that. Probably looking at some hail potential there, maybe some winds up to 60 miles an hour as it moves generally. Both of these, notice, are moving generally northeast, so that will likely bring them into the areas of Yoakum County and Gaines County. Appear to be very slow movers. They're just making their way across Lee County, approaching those areas right now. They really haven't had much success getting into Gaines County, but likely some of that activity will move over into that region. Quite a few small communities, as you can see, and if it holds together, might eventually bring some rain towards Brownfield. Obviously a little better chance for a Hobbs at this point. Denver City, Plains, maybe even Tokyo as it moves in. Eventually it might even bring some rain if they hold together to level land and move into that region. Hopefully by then they will not be severe, but we still have tornado watch in effect. That tornado watch in effect for all of the South Plains from our southern counties, Seminole and Gaines to Snyder, all the way up to the areas of Silverton and Childress. There's no activity in this area, nothing really around Lubbock yet, further north of Plainview, just that activity up in Palmer County, and then again some activity approaching western areas of Gaines County, nothing around Lamesa or Snyder, but obviously all of our region is under a tornado watch at this particular time. We still have the one tornado warning. We're waiting for the Lubbock National Weather Service to see where their new tornado warning structure will be laid out as this storm continues to track to the east. But just to emphasize for folks, I know we have viewers up to our north in Shallow Water and in the Anton community and along Highway 84 and even Abernathy potentially, but there's your new warning. So this is the current warning that'll be expiring. This is the new warning south of Littlefield still, but it extends over. It does include the Anton community It does go down. It does include the Smyre community. It may include, I guess you could consider maybe the northeastern areas of Levelland in Hockley County. That storm swinging a little more southeast, building southeast. It's also still building back to its west. You can see that rotation. Still some of that hail moving out with that rotation, but you can see here just some moderate to heavy rainfall on the backside. Maybe intense, still some rainfall that'll add to the flood warning that's occurring there. Some moderate showers in the morning in the Morton area, pardon me. The warning, by the way, as far as thunderstorm doesn't include Levelland, and a tornado doesn't really include the core of Levelland, but it is northeast of that community. So with this warning may trigger some alarms in these smaller counties at this point, in these smaller cities, I should say, in the county. So if they go off now, they may go off because a tornado warning was issued for your community. But you can see the actual concern is with the rotation of that. See how it's going more southeast? It is now a right mover, making its way along 385 just north of Levelland. So this is the area of concern here with the rotation between the color gradients of red and green. See that rotation there coming all the way down. So anywhere between Whitehall to north of Levelland, this is the danger area potentially for the tornado. And we got Adam again near Whitehall, generally east of this storm system. We also have Julio out in that area. I'll step back so you can a little bit better here for the locations there north of Whiteface and in Cochran County, and then also chasing along 114. This is going to be east of Whiteface here. So we're watching the storm from all angles. Also, we have a chase unit from KFDA that's down here helping to watch over this storm. And Adam is in Levelland. Thanks, producer just told me that. And again, you can see his unit. This is his with the little adapter here. So again, he is in Levelland, staying north. And if you look, there's the storm itself. There's the structure of the storm. Still north of Levelland, not a direct threat. But again, just the northeast areas were included in that tornado warning. Should this storm continue on a southeast track, it might impact that portion of Hockley County and maybe some areas around Levelland if it stays on this track. So it's still well to your north and northwest. So at this point, it continues to track our way. They did not put a warning up for Lubbock just yet. Obviously, they're going to wait until it gets a little bit closer. Then we'll have an idea of how that storm, if it impacts Lubbock County and continues to hold together. It's tracking generally east and maybe a little bit southeast of Lummis Chapel. You just should remain alert, but I think you're generally safe, but you are still within the tornado warning. You know, you have to keep in mind the storm has been tracking east and it went southeast and it stayed a little more east. Now it's going back to the southeast once again. Matt?
Something else, if we can go to the streaming computer, is the warning shows it now moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So this is the typical radar presentation you're used to, the reflectivity, which is showing where the heavy rainfall is. See how it's moving a little bit more southeasterly. I want to show what the velocity return is showing. And a few minutes ago, I'd mentioned how the couplet was not as tight, but that probably wouldn't last. Well, that has changed. I'm stepping backwards in time now here. We'll go to, this is at 6:02. Still had a pretty tight couplet, then it started to open up just a bit, kind of spread out. But note how the green is getting brighter and you're seeing it just kind of swirl back around. See how the green and the red is coming back tighter once again. So this potential tornado, again, we don't have a visual confirmation of one, but the dust may be obscuring it. This tornado would be passing right now just southwest of Whitehall. So this is why everyone in Whitehall needs to be in a place of safety. And it's just north of Levelland. Levelland is not included in the tornado warning, but compared to what we saw just a few minutes ago, where it was kind of broader, still had the bright green, still dangerous obviously, but as we move ahead to the latest scan here, we're noting much stronger, much tighter rotation noted here at the base, and as we go up higher into the storm as well. Noting very significant rotation with this storm, and on its path right now, that rotation could eventually get towards Smyre, eventually crossing over 114 at that point. But that's the latest that we've seen here over the past couple of scans, John, is that at this point, it's showing some really strong rotation, and there's the potential here that there's the rain falling around it where we can't see it. It's not just the dust, but the rain wrapping this tornado. So based on what I see on radar here, I would think at this point that it is producing a tornado once again. So we're seeing the strong hook echo right here. And then on velocity right here, where you see the red and the green coming very tightly right here, this is unfortunately the sign of it likely producing a tornado once again. John?
All right, Matt, yeah, it does definitely look like it's intensifying, and it looks like there's one of the chasers out there says it's completely rain-wrapped potentially once again. So you have the rain and the dust, so spotters have a very difficult time of pinpointing where that core of rotation may be. So that adds to the complicating factor there. Looks like the National Weather Service is saying Levelland is obviously not going to be included in the warning because it's just northeast right now. It's not in the warning, but looks like they will be clear of the storm. Now that's the National Weather Service saying that. I mentioned that maybe it could get close to the northeastern areas around Levelland, but it looks like the city itself again will stay clear of that based on the track that is occurring right now. But for folks in Whitehall, obviously you need to be in your safe shelter right now. You need to be inside a building. You need to have some walls around you. You need to be in a basement. If you're going to a cellar, KFDA, all right, we're taking a look at this. This is one from Amarillo. I'm going to step back a little bit in case we can see this a little bit better, but they're down here. They started chasing this in the Clovis area. They're our sister station up in Amarillo. We appreciate them sharing their video with us, and you still see the intensity of the red tightening up as Adam had indicated, Matt had indicated on the velocity there. But here's what it looks like as far as viewing it, and you can imagine trying to pinpoint where that storm is between the dust and the rainfall, particularly the dust, but it does look like it's a very large tornado. Once again, a considerable level according to the National Weather Service. So that means this is definitely a strong and large tornado making its way now through Hockley County.
Yeah, that says Cochran. This is actually
southeast.
Hockley County.
Yeah, Hockley County. Yeah. Sorry there.
No, you were. I just want to make sure we had the graphic up there for a second. It's moving so fast, takes a moment to get the graphics updated. But like you had said, John, you had mentioned it that it was Hockley County.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. I saw it pop up and then it was gone quickly there. But again, considerable tornado warning. That's officially how they phrase it from the National Weather Service. Any way you look at it, dangerous storm system moving through that area of Hockley County. And if we look down, you can see some traffic I believe we've got now. This is Adam, probably over in Levelland, watching things closely. Here's Whiteface. Here's the Cochran County area watching these storm systems. I believe this is probably Julio. And again, down in the areas of Cochran County. So we're watching this from as close as we can get to be safe. The idea is to keep our trackers safe. And that we want it to stay that way, but we want to relay the best information, the best visuals that we can get. We do want you to take shelter when these storms include tornado warnings for your area, and you'll recognize that area from Levelland. So Adam's making his way generally east a little bit. So very intense storm. It continues to track through Hockley County. It appears to be tracking towards Lubbock County. I don't want to scare anybody, but I just want to make you aware of that. We have mentioned that several times during the last hour or so. So this storm, if it continues to hold together, will likely make its way into Lubbock County. That doesn't mean the city of Lubbock, but that means in the Lubbock County. And we've mentioned earlier Anton and shallow water, those areas, you guys could be in the danger area if it continues. Now we're going back to Max to show you the storm, and look at the rotation again right around the Whitehall area. You can see the large hail just west of 385. This is your boundary for the tornado warning as it comes right up to Lubbock County. I mentioned Anton earlier. The storm may be a little bit to your south and southwest. If it stays in that area, you're not in such a threat if it stays in that position. Shallow water, you may be more in a threat if it stays in that position, if it continues on this track. And that's if it stays this intense. It has weakened several times and not been quite so strong, and then it's intensified again. That's what's taking place at the current time. And that storm continues to be very dangerous along 385. North of Levelland, it appears Levelland, you guys are in good shape. That means Opie Dyke, you're probably in good shape as well. For Smire, we just have to wait and see how the storm track, if it takes more of a southeast or if it takes a general east-southeast. Now, I know we have to be kind of general here, but that's just because of the fact the storm has changed positions a little bit and tracks along the way. So we're just trying to give broad coverage, so that you stay safe if you're anywhere within that tornado warning. Latest information here, a tornado is spotted north of Levelland by about 5 miles, and that's from the Hockley County, Texas there, obviously, and that's Cole over in Hockley County. Keep an eye on that storm. So that means we've got Farm to Market Road 1294 here. Here is 385. You can see that rotation there. Notice how it extends along 1294 going to the east, and looks like this may be Farm to Market Road 168. And this is still north of Opie Dyke West. There's your rotation. Storm has intensified again. In other words, it is producing a tornado. Looks like approximately 5 miles north of Levelland. Doesn't appear to be a threat to Levelland down in that community along 114, but anywhere northeast of that, all the way up to around 1294, and then further north up into the northern areas of Hockley County. That's where the danger is located at this point. Some hail back to the west and even southwest of 385. That's well south of Lum's Chapel, and that storm is tracking eastward. Notice the large area of hail with the storm, and notice the intensity here, possibly 1, and I'm just estimating maybe 1 to 3 inch size hail, if not larger, with the fact the storm is intensified. If it stays that area, that means that hail may impact you in Anton, but as far as the actual rotation, hopefully that will stay more south, and hopefully it is clear of the Whit Herald area, but if not, you need to be in your safe shelter at this point. Smire, you need to stay prepared to seek safe shelter. I don't think you have to go immediately, but we will keep you up to date so you can go well before that storm system gets close to you. Shallow water, our viewers there and along 84, you need to be thinking about where you may want to go for a safe shelter should this storm continue on this current track. So the latest information, now this was at 6:35, tornado spotted north of Levelland, and that was from Cole Kirkland in Hockley County, and he's with emergency management there. And then also the storm had intensified, at least as of 6:34. It was considered a considerable tornado warning, meaning in considerable intensity and danger with this thunderstorm, particularly with this tornado. Still some areas of rain behind that system where the flood warning is in effect. This reaches over, looks like a shower in the Morton area, some showers north of Whiteface and Coble. These at this particular time are not severe at all. The other severe storms are down the area as well, southeast. Moderate to heavy rainfall in Littlefield along 385, maybe up close to Spring Lake, more likely near the Olton community. Abernathy, you're probably far enough north unless there's a significant change in the direction of the storm for this system not to impact you, but the track of the storm working its way towards the shallow water area and north of Smire in this general area. And so it looks like it's, according to the National Weather Service, Justin out there, strong circulation 11 miles northwest of Smire, moving to the east. Once again, Matt.
Let's go to Live View 4. We have the crew here on FM 1294 in Hockley County, and I believe even though there's quite a bit of dust, I think we can make out the tornado right here, and you can see the sheer size of it and the strength. Based on what we're seeing here, looks like a sizable tornado at this point. It's about 11 miles northwest of Smire. So again, we always want to let you know where we can clear the threat and where the threat is still present. So Levelland is not in the path of this tornado. To reorient, let's go quickly back to Max 2 because I want to show you where this is in relation to Lubbock and relation to Levelland. Again, the storm is moving east, more easterly in the last few scans at about 25-30 miles per hour. They're on 1294, which is northeast of Levelland, northwest of Smire. 1294 is popping up right there. Let's go back to the Live View 4 picture now. Just wanted to show where they are looking from, back to the northwest. And you can see the tornado right there. Still, it appears at this point there's so much dust and so much rain wrapping around it, it makes it difficult to exactly see it. But what we're seeing from multiple vantage points that we have our units kind of on each side of this storm, in addition to what we're seeing with the what the radar return is showing us, that shows that this storm has strengthened here. That's the perspective from 1294. Let's now go to a Live View 3. And this is off of 1490, back on the west side of the storm, looking to the east. Chase and Julio are watching the perspective right here, kind of on the back side of the storm. And then Live View 1, Adam is close to Smire. He's going down 114, you can see right there. He's going to get positioned just a little bit farther ahead of the storm to keep a closer perspective as it moves into eastern parts of Hockley County. But Live View 4 shows the closest perspective right now, with that strong rotation noted about 10-11 miles northwest of Smire. Now, on the current trajectory, That would actually keep potentially, it may pass just north of Smyre, but it's going to be close. And certainly the farther east we go into Hockley County, it becomes more populated even outside of towns. The Friendship School District actually expands into Hockley County. There are homes, right there up to the county line. So this tornado is moving into a more populated area here, or if it continues on its track, I want to be clear, it would be moving closer to there into eastern parts of Hockley County. So the tornado warning continues until 7:30, or I'm sorry, here until 7 o'clock for central and eastern parts of Hockley County. At 6:37, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was near Whit Harrell, or 7 miles north of Levelland, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. You can see our 3 different vantage points that we have right here. Big credit to Dimitri, Bailey, the whole crew, and back who's coordinating all this different stuff. Let's go to Live View 4 to show you. This is the closest perspective that we have on the tornado right now. Again, this is back to the northwest of Smyre. We're looking off of 1294 right now. And the sheer size of that storm, it's going to be crossing pretty close to a 168 here, which runs north-south as it's crossing over 1294. So they're on 1294 right now. That thunderstorm is moving east, still at about 25, 30 miles per hour. Still at this point, it's really difficult with the dust that's being kicked up to know for sure if it's all the way down to the ground. And at least we can go to the streaming computer and I can show you that there definitely is very, very strong wind with this storm, but we're not seeing quite the same tight red and green coming together when it was crossing just north of Levelland there. Last few scans, the rotation may have gotten broader very slightly. I mean, this is still a dangerous storm. There's still very strong rotation noted here, but the last scan may not be quite as tight. But this is still definitely a really dangerous storm. And note how that hook may have come kind of kicked back around just a bit. It's probably recycling though. So John, just wanted to point that out, that we've got the 3 different units closely watching the storm. The closest one right there off of 1294 with that strong rotation noted just to the southeast of Whit Harrell, northwest of Smyre. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. John.
All right, thanks, Matt. Yeah, great overall explanation of this storm system. And you can see along 1294, I do want to mention Weather Service just reports a semi-trailer rolled by a tornado south of Whit Harrell. So that's a report in there about 2 miles south of Whit Harrell. Obviously, as we get more information on that, we can let you know. But this is Whit Harrell, so we're assuming it's in this general area just south of Whit Harrell, and that's where the storm is. Not a threat to Levelland at this point, but it is along the 1994, I believe that was, the road that reaches through there. If you expand this out just a little bit, Shania, would you put a tracker on that general? I don't want to scare people in Lubbock, but obviously when we went to Velocity a few minutes ago, Matt was using it. You see Lubbock in that. If it stays on this general track, it could be a threat to Lubbock. That's not to scare you, that's just to make you aware of it. We've done that with every city as this storm has tracked east and southeast. So just want to make sure that you're staying with us, and the fact that you've got that First Alert weather app and that you've got yourself ready, that if you need to seek shelter, you can. I'm not trying to steer you at all. Just make yourself aware of that. If you've got outdoor activities, you may want to think about, changing those plans if nothing else. There may be some very intense winds with this. Whether or not there's a tornado, this is a very intense thunderstorm with some strong winds, some very heavy rainfall. It has produced some very large hail in its general track. So the only reason I'm showing this, and this is one of the reasons the Weather Service did not put Lubbock in a warning yet. We don't want to alert you too much. We don't want to scare you. We just want to make you aware of it. But I decided we'd better do that now, to rather go ahead and make you aware, not scare, so that you'll know what's coming this way towards the city of Lubbock, especially areas to our northwest, Anton and shallow water, in the areas northwest of Lubbock. So just be aware of that. The storm has a history, as Matt and Shania, we've all mentioned several times, and as the Weather Service indicates that of producing tornadoes as it's tracked out of New Mexico, particularly kicking up in the areas of Cochran and Bailey County and heading this way. These are the general towns, if you live in any of those, just to remain alert. But obviously, you go further east like that, unless the storm's still tracking that way, folks in Crosbyton, just be aware of it. You don't have to worry about it at this point. We'll see how things turn out. Other scattered shower storms on the backside of that, northwest of Levelland. Severe thunderstorm now moving into the Yoakum County area. Warning issued there. A warning issued for Cochran County. It does not include Morton, but what they're anticipating is look at the hail with that storm tracking to the southeast or southwestern corner, of Cochran County. It is moving northeast with some potentially large hail associated with it. Doesn't appear to be tornadic right now, but we keep in mind we are under that tornado watch most of our region, but it is producing some potentially large hail. That is well northwest of Plains and obviously Denver City. However, there is another storm further south that's impacting Denver City. That one also may have some hail. Here's where the hail's indicated north of 380 and northeast of Tatum. So that storm is basically tracking northeast. I haven't seen the speeds on it, but I'm estimating about 30 miles per hour. Let's see here, new severe coming for Yoakum, Cochran County, Hockley, Terry counties for winds at least 70 miles an hour. Quarter-size hail, in other words, a severe thunderstorm warning extending out closer to Lubbock, and I'm talking about for the Lubbock area. We obviously know a warning now for Plains, and it does include Denver City. Maybe winds of 70 here, maybe quarter-size hail with these two storms tracking into your area. That has cleared Tatum. It looks like it's getting away or moving away from Lovington. So for folks down in Yoakum County, be aware of that. Doesn't look like there's major impact for Plains. Could be for Denver City. Some moderate showers in the Morton area. The hail will be tracking northeast up in the areas, potentially towards Morton, if it continues to remain this strong, if it continues on that track. So Shania is tracking that up. I know Morton's been close to severe weather off and on through the evening hours. And here's another great view here. We're going to back up just a little bit. And this is Farm to Market Road 1294. And this is currently west of Smyre. Watching the storm system, and again, it has produced tornadoes several times. This is at a distance view, but it does give you an idea of what's going on close to the Smyre area with the track as we look at this on the camera at this particular point. As far as location, you can see that. I'm not sure, is this Adam or is this?
Yeah, that's our KFDA crew right there.
KFDA, okay.
And so they've had a good vantage point right there on 1294. They actually just got onto FM 2130 just a moment ago there, but still in that part, eastern part of Hockley County. They're going to circle back around with the storm right here. So, we'll show you here in just a moment. We want to wait for them to move the camera back around to get what we were just looking at there a second ago. And also know a big focus for folks tonight was watching Game 2 of the Women's College World Series. Earliest start now is 7:50 on that game. Again, 7:50 would be the closest time. So you can see now the vantage point right here along 2130. It doesn't appear that the funnel is down to the ground at the current time here, but it is close. And this is still a really strong rotating storm. This is going to give us a good vantage point on what that storm is going to do as it moves farther east, eventually here toward Lubbock County. We're seeing what appears to be a funnel right there, and from this vantage point, it's going to be difficult. There are a couple different areas of the storm. We've noted the strongest rotation with it, but again, looking here in kind of central eastern parts of Hockley County along FM 2130, which places it just a few miles west of shallow water. This is going to give us the best vantage point to know what this storm is doing as it continues eastward. If it goes due east, that'll take it towards shallow water and eventually the airport. If it comes more southeasterly, it would move toward northwest Lubbock. But this is, and we're actually getting less dust obscured, and hopefully this will continue to be a storm that does this where, like last few scans, it is weakened at least on the amount of the level of rotation it's been showing us, but it is still a significant hail producer. Last few scans, I'm noting the rotation is not quite as tight. It's still rotating and still at any moment could produce a tornado, but at least from the vantage point we see right here, it does not appear to be on the ground at the current time, which certainly is really good news for this storm. Again, tornado warning continues here for the next few minutes until 8 o'clock on this storm in central and eastern parts of Hockley County. So that's the latest update here, John. This is the closest vantage point right ahead of the storm is where the storm is east of Whit Harrell. It's to the west of Shallow Water, moving a little bit more easterly. Rotation is not as strong as what it was a few minutes earlier. That said, we've seen the storm do that a few times. In fact, you can kind of see how it looks like. We'll hold it right here, trying to see if that's a funnel or lowering there at the base of the storm, if it's trying to recycle right here, and a couple different places where it could be trying to produce a funnel once again. But this is good news on this storm here that we don't see it on the ground. Again, still see potentially a funnel, and they're going to get a little bit farther ahead of it. Still a supercell, still producing some large hail. This is just off to the west of Shallow Water. So we have multiple vantage points on this. We can actually show you the 3 different live views that we have right now from different sides of this storm. Again, this is a storm west of Shallow Water that has a history of producing tornadoes and producing large hail. But and I guess the better news is we don't see a funnel on the ground, but on the bottom right part of your screen, you're still noting it looks like a funnel is redeveloping with this storm and could come back down at any moment. So we're watching it closely, John. So before toss back to John, want to check in with Adam, who's near Smyer on this storm. And it's gone through, I mean, you've watched this for hours, Adam. It's gone through these cycles. What are you seeing right now with this storm?
I'm seeing dust.
A whole lot of it.
Yeah, a whole lot of it. And, it's kind of like the other day when we were down south toward La Mesa and everything else. All these fields, of course, are freshly planted, freshly plowed, and just loose dirt's being very easily picked up by these storms. And that's kind of what we're having. So really, I'm not seeing much unless I really kind of look more up. It's still a healthy thunderstorm, but it's starting to lose kind of some of those meso properties, at least from my vantage point. Some other folks might have better vantage points. I'm not really seeing it on radar. It's kind of starting to try to line out. But the thing is, though, is we've seen the storm do that already at least twice. It's gone through these cycles. So definitely, northeast side of Lubbock County, you're going to want to watch out because at the very, very, very least, this thing is an efficient hail producer. Even if we have upper level rotation in the storm or mid-level rotation, it's going to produce that hail. But the view in Smyer right now is a lot of dust, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. We also, just kind of looking at those storms. I've also been trying to keep an eye while I've been stopped here on those storms off to the southwest. We're going to have to keep an eye on those here over the next couple hours because this isn't going to be just one wave tonight.
Okay. Well, thank you, Adam. If you're in Lubbock, depending on your location, you're hearing the tornado sirens now. A tornado warning has been issued, and Adam can hear them there just west of town. And Shania will show the latest track on that tornado warning that has now been issued for the city of Lubbock. Just a moment ago, had a small tornado near Fisher Road and 1294, according to a National Severe Storms Laboratory researcher. So again, this is a storm moving into Lubbock. If you're in the city of Lubbock, need to be preparing to move to that place of safety, John.
Well, that is so true, and the alarms are going off, and obviously while you were talking there, I was texting some family members to let them know what's going on. It does include the city of Lubbock, but currently there was a small tornado you mentioned, Fisher Road and 1294 a few minutes ago. Looks like it does include the city of Lubbock, obviously, but no current tornado reports according to the National Weather Service. It's simply because of the rotation. That storm continues to rotate. It has a potential of producing a tornado. No reports of one on the ground at this time, but it simply means you need to be getting in a safe place. The Weather Service have been very cautious watching this storm, very good at tracking it to the south and southeast, so it appears to be tracking our way. But as Matt mentioned a while ago, There's no indications of a tornado with it. We were trying to see it visually. We could see some funnel clouds potentially. We didn't see anything on the ground, but that can change in a moment's time with a system like this. So that storm is moving into Lubbock County. It's not affecting the city of Lubbock just yet. I know the alarm sirens are going off. Same thing probably in shallow water and probably been going off already in Anton, but just be prepared. Think about your safe shelter there. With that in mind, I'll turn to Shania right quick for a quick safety tips if you have it loaded there, Shania. If not, I can mention them.
That's okay, I can pull them up. Just emphasizing everyone getting in the middle of whatever building or home that you're in right now. You want to make sure that there's a wall, something sturdy between you and the outdoors. You don't want to be close to a window, don't want to be close to anything that could potentially shatter and then cause glass to hit you if a tornado does make its way through the building or home that you're in. Get on the ground, as low to the ground as you possibly can. Getting into a basement, of course, would be the best case scenario. If you have a storm shelter, getting into that as well. A storm shelter close enough to you, not that you have to drive to or something like that. You don't want to go outdoors whatsoever right now. Just making sure that you're trying to get in the center of wherever you are and get at the lowest point within the center of the home or building. And then last thing, cover yourself up. Use a mattress, use helmets, pillows, anything that you can put on top of yourself to protect yourself from debris if that tornado does potentially come through that building or home. Making sure that you're covering your head specifically. A lot of injuries and deaths are caused by the debris that's being launched and thrown around with the tornado making its way through the areas. Of course, the strong winds also causing a lot of damage associated with these storms as well. So making sure you're covering yourself, getting into the center of the home or building that you're in, and getting to the lowest point of that home or building. John?
All right, thanks so much, Shania. And again, she's watching radar along with us and Matt as well. And again, I do want to mention, National Weather Service just mentioned this. This is the first time we've activated the siren system in the city of Lubbock. So first time to see, and we definitely heard it here, and you could probably hear it in the background. So been a good test run. Hopefully this system will not be needed with this storm anymore. But again, Lubbock is under a tornado warning. Reese Village, shallow water, New Deal, stops just about the Abernathy area, still includes the Anton area, just northeast, of Wolforth right now, extending down to even Woodrow. So this is a broad area, but again, based on the track of the storm, you can see the rotation with the storm, and it appears that it may still be weakening. But again, Weather Service says circulation of concern is still 11 miles west of shallow water moving east. Hail size has increased southwest and with ping pong size hail, southwest part. Let's see if we can see that would be the hail right in this area with that storm system. So again, the circulation may indicate that it's not as definite there. That doesn't mean the storm has given up yet. It doesn't mean the tornado warning will come down. It's going to stay there. The storm has recycled several times since it began back out along the Texas-New Mexico state line. It would weaken, then it would re-intensify. It has produced tornadoes several times. We've had them visually. Matt?
Yeah, let's go to the streaming computer, and we always want to alleviate concerns when we can. I want to show you where this rotation is. Again, we've shown this over the past few hours, the bright reds and greens coming together, and I can step this back to about 6:30 when we had the report of a semi-trailer blown over just south of Whitehall. You can see the significant rotation, the very bright reds and greens coming together right there. As I move this ahead still, and this was I think around the time that we had that most recent tornado report, as this continues moving farther south and east, that rotation has significantly decreased. It is still something that warranted this tornado warning, but if we can at least alleviate concerns for the moment, again, this storm has cycled up and down over the past several minutes, past couple of hours, in fact. From what I saw here at 6:53 to what we're now seeing here at latest scan at 6:59, thankfully the rotation is not quite as strong, at least at the lower levels. We're still seeing very strong rotation aloft, so that is still a storm that we need to take seriously. And again, where you see anywhere in this red box, which includes the city of Lubbock, up from the airport to New Deal, shallow water, Reese Village down about to Wolforth and Wilson, that is a storm that you need to take seriously. So here's the latest update at 7:01 from the National Weather Service. A tornado warning remains in effect until 7:45 for western Lubbock and northeastern Hockley counties, including the city of Lubbock. You see the red box. Respect this polygon. You need to take this seriously. At 7 o'clock, a severe storm capable of producing a tornado was 8 miles southeast of Whit Harrell. It was 11 miles northeast of Levelland, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So in addition to the potential for a tornado, it also brings the potential for up to golf ball size hail. But it's good news that at least on the last few scans here, we're not seeing the rotation nearly as pronounced as what it was a few minutes ago. We can actually take a couple of the perspectives from our actual tower cams here, and whichever one you want to take, Dimitri, we can look at here. This is from 98th and University. You can actually see the, this is going to be a dark storm as it moves in toward Lubbock here. And it certainly is, we're just looking out the window here basically with the tower cam. It's dark moving our direction. We can also give you another perspective here. And looking from 56th and Avenue A back to the west, you can see the rain-free base. That's the updraft part of the storm on the left side here. So these are the different vantage points that we have in addition to our crews that are actually out there on the ground observing the storm. But best news, John, is anytime that we can say, you know, here is what we are seeing and what we are not, is that we don't have any recent reports of a tornado, which certainly is good news, but this storm still could cycle and it is producing some large hail. So definitely still one that we'll be keeping a close eye on here as it rolls into Lubbock, John.
That's so true, Matt, there again. And the idea is not to scare you, just to make you aware of this so that you can get in your shelter and be prepared should something develop again with this storm system. Fortunately, that circulation has weakened some. You don't see as much of a hook here indicated with the storm. There is some hail still occurring with that, some large hail west of shallow water. That warning extends all the way down to the Wolford area, just north of that city, a little bit to the northeast, and also a little bit to the north. It may actually include Woodrow. It obviously includes Lubbock. I want to mention it just barely in the Abernathy area. So as Shania puts a track on that, based on the current speed, which is about 25 miles an hour, the storm would take its way across the city, all the way over to the east into the western areas of Causey County. Could be a threat to Slayton, but primarily since it's got somewhat of an east more than a southeastward movement, we'll just watch and see how it tracks. Now, brunt of it might, if we're fortunate, stay more north of the city, and hopefully it will not show any increase in the circulation, but this is a very intense, still a dangerous thunderstorm, and obviously sirens have been reactivated once again. That's nothing new as far as a tornado on the ground now. That's just a reactivation automatically with the system, so you hear the sirens once again, meaning that you need to be in a safe space that we talked about a little bit earlier. That's inside your home, closet, bathroom, hallway, away from the windows. This is not the time to get out and think about taking photos or look at the tornado. This is the time to stay inside. Make sure your family is safe. If you want to get in your closet and bathroom, make sure you've got your phone and a portable charger with you, flashlight as well, and also the fact that you can turn up the volume on your television set so you can hear us better without having to stay out in an open area, the living room or the bedroom or something like that. So small areas, walls around you, that is the key thing. Stay away from the window. And I do want to show, I know we're in the vorticity mode right now, and you can see velocity mode, pardon me. You can see that storm as it rotates coming in. That is a lot weaker than it was, but again, we do still have the reds and the greens, so there's still some circulation there. I was about to point out, if you want to position on that, you can see this is where the National Weather Service, this is where the radar site is at the airport, so it's looking directly west towards that storm system as it moves into Lubbock. So still some circulation with that, some rotation with that, potentially some large hail with that storm system. And I'm looking over here, let's see, severe thunderstorm warning coming for portions of Hockley County. That's because they still have some hail going on there, and you can see that back northwest of Levelland, but that's a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning here is what we're concerned with, extending up to Abernathy, down to the city of Lubbock, all the way back down, not quite to Slayton, not quite to our county line, extending back along 114, includes Smyre and a little area just northwest of that. And that's just because of the approximate area close to where this storm has been producing the rotation and the tornadoes a little bit earlier. You did notice there is severe thunderstorm warnings in effect back to our west and southwest, and there's the new thunderstorm warning. It does include the city of Lubbock, city of Levelland, meaning there could be some strong winds in that area, maybe up to 50 to 60 miles an hour or stronger, and maybe some hail also. And then a little bit further southwest, I did want to point out, thunderstorm warnings here, not tornado, but thunderstorm warnings in the area along 214 north of Plains all the way up to south of Morton. Primary threat here is going to be some ping pong size hail or larger. That storm is tracking generally northeast towards Morton. Heavy rainfall, some strong winds. Nothing severe south. There is a thunderstorm headed for Plains, but it is not tornadic. There's not a warning on that. There's still a tornado watch in effect for all of the area. Strongest storms really are the ones that are now back in Hockley County and the one slowly moving into west and northwestern areas of the city of Lubbock. It'll be making its way. At this point, the brunt is generally north and northwest of Lubbock, but it's still a big enough storm. It may bring some very strong winds along with it into the city, some very intense rainfall, potentially some large hail. That hail is still a little bit to the west, maybe northwest of shallow water. Reese Village in the warning, Smyers in the tornado warning. Levelland is in a thunderstorm warning, and then again you can see the heavy rain around 385. Watching this storm because of the fact that it has a little bit of an appendage there. We'll keep an eye on that storm in Levelland, but otherwise we're focused on Lubbock. Just want you to stay in your safe area. Be prepared for this severe thunderstorm should it produce another tornado. Let's see, we've got a report, now this is just a public report, of maybe a weak funnel near Reese Center. That's not confirmed, but that's just information coming into the National Weather Service. I see that right now, so that would be this general area here, but a lot of your rotations there, so they may be looking more northwest at that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, let's go to Live View 1, John, and we'll talk to Adam here because he is positioned just west of the city. We're seeing a lot of dust, but that's been the challenge, Adam, is at different times the storm has produced so much dust, it's difficult to tell what it's doing. We're noting on radar just north of Smyre, there is some rotation. What are you seeing with the storm right there?
Well, right now I can make out with the naked eye, even through the dust, a pretty good wall cloud. Now, whether that wall cloud has an appendage underneath it or something like that, on my cameras it kind of looks like it does, but you know that's also obscured by dust, so it's kind of hard to tell right now. But you know this storm, even on radar, we're starting to see an outflow boundary being kicked out from it. We've already seen, I've already been through a couple of wind change regimes, but so maybe right along where that outflow boundary is starting to be kicked out, we're starting to see a little bit more of a spin up. But here, I'm north of Reese Center right now. We're looking northwest. I mean, that's definitely something we're going to want to keep an eye on here in the next couple of minutes to see if we actually see something touch the ground.
Okay, thanks for the update. And you can tell Adam is right on that storm, keeping a close eye on it. We can go from there to the streaming computer and isolating exactly where the threat is and where it is not. So we have noticed while the greens and reds aren't quite as bright as what it was earlier, we are noting that rotation is tightened up just a little bit just to the north of Smyre. So again, we're backing this going backwards in time. Now we go forwards, noting the rotation coming back around. So this is north of Highway 114, which when it comes into the city becomes 19th Street. So on the current track of it going more easterly, there would generally be areas along and north of Highway 114 getting close to Reese Center. We'll keep a close eye on this because, you know, it could go a little bit more south and east. But that is at the current time the trajectory as we come back out and show you where the city of Lubbock is right here on the right side of your screen. We're noting that rotation has increased just a bit, and Adam has a really close eye on it. Let's go back to Live View, Adam's Live View 1 picture, because he is right there north of Reese Center, and we'll be able to see if this produces or if it even is at this point lowering down and producing, seeing at least that wall cloud that Adam mentioned, but whether it does lower down and actually produce a funnel down to the ground. This would be the spot based on radar, based on what we're seeing right now, that would put it pretty much right now crossing the Hockley-Lubbock County line, again moving east at about 20-30 miles per hour. So pretty much if you're along 179 just west of you, that's where this storm is. That's where Adam is watching it closely and bringing that potential. So I think we have, let me see here, some other bits of information coming in right here. Just want to make sure. So that's the closest vantage point we have to it. I mean, just in front of the storm here, John. keeping a close eye on that storm. And it's about to cross here into western, or maybe right there at the county line, since he is just north of Reese Center. But you can see the strong wind with that storm as it's moving easterly. John?
Well, that is true. And again, you can see the winds with Adam out there in the middle of that, taking a look and probably taking some photos as well. Hopefully he'll have another update as to whether anything is coming down. According to the Weather Service in Amarillo, looks like the storm may be intensifying a little bit southwest of shallow water, but again, that's from Amarillo. That's not from our Lubbock office. But Justin Weaver says 5 miles northwest of Reese Center. And again, that's where I guess they noticed a funnel cloud with that system. And again, you can see some brighter colors indicating again, looks like along just east of 168 and south of Georgia Road. So this storm system, again, just northwest of Reese Village. You can begin to see a little bit of an appendage there on the radar itself. And again, that's south of Georgia Road for reference. And again, shallow water as well. Here is Clovis Road. And as Matt mentioned, at this point on the track, unless it swings more south-southeast, which it could, it would be coming in more to our northwestern areas there, staying north of 114. The problem is this storm system does, as many of these supercellular type have done, they will become a right mover, meaning they're going to be tracking southeast. So that's why you see the polygon from the National Weather Service when they initiated this warning. They not only went east, but they went southeast just in case this might happen. So you can see that rotation here. You can see the large hail up in that area. And again, that is northwest of shallow water along Highway 84. Back to the west, Opie Dyke West, just for a marker there, but the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that community. But the tornado warning in effect for Lubbock all the way down, including the city of Lubbock. And let's expand out a little bit the level land, because it looks like there may be some development taking place again, or at least the indications were there might be some there in that area, but you can see an appendage there. But I jumped over to Morton too. Look at the intense hail headed for that community, but notice a little bit of an appendage there. There may be some rotation northwest of Levelland, just to watch that a little bit closer, but no tornado warning there, but a severe thunderstorm warning with that system. And you got a couple of storms merging together here that may change visually how they look, and also the structure of the storms, and especially when this storm merges in with that one between Morton and the Levelland area. It's just kind of a complicated situation. But for us, our emphasis on the fact, still a tornado warning for the city of Lubbock, for a large part of Lubbock County. Doesn't include the Slayton area, but it does include the areas east of Lubbock, just a little bit, and close to Ransom Canyon, Buffalo Springs, almost up to Idalou. But I'm using those for reference points to show the fact that if you're east of Lubbock, you just want to be alert and watch the storm with us. This is your radar side here. You can see maybe a little rain getting into northwest Lubbock. This is shallow water here. This is where the rotation's indicated. Still some hail associated with the storm. It is working its way generally east, a little bit southeast, and let's see what's coming in here. But as far as Lubbock, looks like they're still talking about the storm and the activity northwest of Reese Center. That's the area where Adam is really watching right now. Matt? Oh, were you talking to me, Matt? Or?
Yeah, we can just pull up Max 2 so I can give you an idea of where that latest tornado report was. So showing this is west of Lubbock, just north of Smyre near Reese Village. The report was actually at the intersection of King Road and Delaware Road, and that was just a couple of minutes ago, so just northwest, west of Reese Center. We're zoomed in really tight right here to show you where those two roads are, and then we'll back this out slowly to give you the vantage point. That's where you're seeing the hook. That's where the tornado report was, again, just off to the west of Lubbock, and still on that easterly trajectory. So all of this is north of Highway 114 as the storm is moving east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Let's go to Live View 1 and show you that's what it looks like on radar. Again, a Severe Storms Laboratory researcher just reported that tornado just a few minutes ago, and the tornado warning continues for Lubbock and the city of Lubbock as well as Lubbock County. And then this is the perspective that Adam has just to the north of Reese Center. So there's so much dust with this storm. It's so humid out there. That's why the bases of these clouds make it, well, they're close to the ground. That makes it difficult to view where a tornado is. with this storm. When you get the lightning flashes on the backside of this picture, that's where we may be able to make out the funnel down to the ground. But again, a severe weather researcher just a few minutes ago reported here near Reese Center, tornado was in progress, meaning the funnel down to the ground. Adam, you're right there at 716. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, you're right when you mentioned seeing lightning flashes and seeing something behind it. I can just barely make out the tornado on the ground. It's still very hard with the naked eye because of all the dust. But on the cameras, just with the way that the sensors work, I'm able to make it out just a little bit better. But there is something on the ground in there.
Okay, that's good to know. So he is just north of Reese Center.
Matt?
Yeah.
Also, very, very, very strong inflow. I was probably in 70 mile an hour in inflow just a minute ago.
Wow. We know the outflow would be strong. So Adam's saying the wind going into that storm, that shows, a well-organized storm. The temperature is about 82 to 83 around Lubbock with the dew point at 66 to 67. The reason we're talking about that is the storm is ingesting that warm, humid air, and that's bringing the that's the fuel for the thunderstorm to maintain itself. So we know a tornado was just reported here within the past few minutes, just west of Reese Center. And Adam Young has this perspective here again with the game darker this time of night and a big old storm that continues. I mean, it stretches much farther back to the west. This is a storm that's going to be more difficult to actually see because we actually have additional cores of thunderstorms that stretch all the way back to the state line now. So trying to get at the sun angle this time of night, you can see at the bottom right, that is KFDA's perspective watching the storm. And then top right, Julio has actually gone back toward level land because he noted that there was rotation increasing with the storm near level land. Now that does not have a tornado warning. It has a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. So nonetheless, that's why it's getting so dark. We have storm after storm after storm that has now lined up. But the one right in the middle of the screen is a storm that has produced a tornado a few miles west of Shallowater, just west of Reese Center, which is just a few miles west of the city of Lubbock, which is why a tornado warning continues for the city of Lubbock and Lubbock County. In particular, though, we always want to isolate where the tornado threat is at the current time. That tornado threat is going to be pretty much along the county line. We'll go from this perspective over to the streaming computer. And unlike a few minutes ago when I said the rotation, was not as strong as what we saw earlier, we said that's probably going to recycle. Well, that has happened. We're seeing the strong wind. Adam mentioned the wind maybe as strong as 70 miles per hour going into the storm. That's going to be the red that you see. We're looking at wind here on radar. The main reason we want to look at this is where you see the red and green coming together. That is showing where the stronger rotation is. Note how last few scans, that rotation has increased. That matches with the time that we just had the tornado report. So anytime I can alleviate your concern and show you, where is the threat, where is it not, you can see the tornado report was just west of Reese Center, right along the Lubbock-Hockley County line. It's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. It's 7:19, and we know if you're streaming us on different streaming platforms, there can be a delay of a minute or so. So we'll give you these timestamps so you know the difference here. This is at 7:19. Just a minute ago, the National Weather Service updated the warning timestamp here at 7:18. A tornado warning remains in effect until 7:45 for central Lubbock and northeastern Hockley counties. At 7:17, a confirmed tornado was located near Reese Center, or 12 miles west of Lubbock, moving east at 20 miles per hour. The circulation is nearly stationary at this point, just west of Reese Center. However, the tornado could resume forward momentum toward the east at any time. In addition to that, potential for up to ping pong size hail. But that is, we can go back to live view 1 since we have such a close vantage point on what that storm is doing as it's moving east here. And Adam is, close there to Reese Center on live view 1, watching the storm and mentioning it has that really healthy inflow to it. That's his perspective right now. And it was a few minutes ago that we had the last tornado report. But like Adam mentioned, it's going to be difficult. We may be able to see with some of the lightning flashes here to see if that funnel has gone back down to the ground. It looks like it may have lifted, which is good news. We don't want this storm to be like what it was back in Cochran County or Hockley County, as severe as it was and as strong as it was there. But I think it looks like that funnel is kind of recirculating and maybe trying to lower once again. So he's, as long as it's safe here, he's going to keep that perspective. Adam, what are you seeing now?
Well, if you look where that tree is in front of me, just to the left, that is a funnel cloud.
Okay.
And it is a rotating funnel cloud. I know it's kind of hard to, and it looks like it's trying to pick itself back up here in the last couple of seconds. Unfortunately, I forgot the chainsaw. There's not much I can do about that tree.
Yeah.
And now we got other chasers around, but that is something we're going to have to keep an eye on there. That is trying to come down. It has a couple times now.
Okay, good to know. Someone's laughing at our weather coverage, saying it's behind the tree. Just want to give some levity here anytime we have a serious situation like this. But that is, we hope that that funnel will continue lifting, and it's going to continue recycling like that. But Adam, it looks like the storm has slowed down quite a bit. Is that what you've noticed? Because you've been in this position for a while.
Yeah, it has. And I think it has to do with the fact that we're starting to feel some other influences, particularly from that other storm off to the southwest. This is also starting to come a little bit more, congealed, a little bit more lined out. And it almost looks like we've seen some cell mergers. We haven't seen a lot of cell splits. Mm-hmm. And I think we're starting to see one here the last couple of scans of radar, which is very interesting. But right where it's trying to split a little bit, it's also trying to still spin up. So that's fun, but we still have a well-defined mesocyclone. We still have we've seen a funnel cloud. We've seen some touchdowns. This is still very much a real deal moving across, eventually here across the north side of the city.
And I mentioned it's the rotation that has slowed down, but we have thunderstorms. We can go back to Max 1, and we have thunderstorms all the way past the airport. It's raining in Idlew, so the storm itself has moved forward. Latest update here is now that we have a tornado in progress once again, I think from a chaser who's probably just a little bit farther west of your location, Adam, who's reporting that. And what have you noticed on the inflow and the outflow where you are, Adam?
Yeah, it's still very strong. I mean, I tried opening up my door a minute ago to go take pictures and had to wait a minute. It's still very, very healthy inflow, I think is a good way to say it. Which, looking at radar, you wouldn't necessarily think that, except velocities. Velocities kind of tells the story a little bit. But, it's still very much ingesting a lot of that warm, moist air still, and it's still unstable.
Okay, thanks, Adam. So he is near recenter, and just in the last few scans, like you're seeing Shania is showing right here, the reds and the greens have really ramped up. Rotation has ramped up quite a bit with this storm. And update here just a moment ago from the National Weather Service at 7:21, a confirmed tornado was 4 miles northwest of recenter, or 13 miles west of Lubbock, moving east at 15 miles per hour. So we have a confirmed tornado here. If it continues on its current track, this tornado will be near recenter at about 7:25 and shallow water around 7:45. So John, it has cycled back up, and once again we're seeing a tornado once again pretty much there right on the Hockley-Lubbock County line, John.
Yeah, very intense storm system. We've watched it for the last couple of hours, and again, the storm has weakened. Now it is strong again. Tornado back on the ground, so that's why you need to stay in your shelter, especially anywhere from northwest of Lubbock all the way over towards the Reese Center, and that's particularly for shallow water, even the Anton area. And folks in Smyre, just remain alert. But here's your Reese Village, remain alert. Shallow water, you're just north of that, but that circulation is kind of right here, so that's why we're trying to keep you up to date on what's going on between the red and the green, indicating that system, as Matt had mentioned, has intensified, tracking east-southeast, so it's still on a line to impact potentially the city of Lubbock, especially the north and northwestern areas. How strong it'll be or whether it's even on the ground is impossible to say really right now, but just to give you an idea of how it's tracking in. So if you're in Lubbock, and especially northwest, and especially around the areas of Reese and Smyre and back towards the northwest loop and the shallow water area, You've got to remain in your safe area. Keep your phone with you, the First Alert weather app, turn up your volume, make sure you're surrounded inside your house if possible. If you have a shelter, you want to be in there now because the storm system may be picking up a little bit and starting to move a little bit more. The storm is recycled, but the fact that it's merging, as Adam mentioned, together with other storms has changed things up a little bit, but the danger is still there. There's still the rotation there. Here's Smyer, here's a shallow water area, here's Carlisle. So again, you can see that overall rotation. This storm is a danger to Lubbock and especially north and northwest Lubbock through here along 114 back to the north and northwest, depending on the track of the storm and how it moves. So you've got to be in that safe area. They continue to report, at least at 7:23, and Matt mentioned that tornado back on the ground, according to folks that are in that area watching that. Corey Buck of Emergency Management and Shallow Water is trying to get an update. So as soon as he gets an update from the Weather Service, we can pass that on to you. But again, obviously, folks, you need to stay in your safe areas. Continue to listen to us, continue to watch us, but remember those safety tips. You want to make sure that you've got walls around you. You want to make sure you've got a helmet that you can wear if you've got that. Make sure you've got protection from debris. You want to be in a closet, a bathroom towards the middle of the house. That's what you need to have with you, and have your phone with you as well. Get in the closet and just wait. Wait for time for this to pass as you listen to us. As far as the storm, still a danger, but it's still a little bit of a distance from the city of Lubbock, and it continues to make its way towards the city. Circulation is 8 miles southwest of Shallow Water. It looks like it's still in Hockley County, right along the Lubbock-Hockley County line. And Matt was showing that a few minutes ago to you. So you can see it's right in this area, really. Just northeast of Smyer, southwest of Shallow Water. So it's just kind of parked in that region, may not be showing a lot of movement. You could tell from the clouds, and you've seen the track of the storm. It's really slowed down. We're just waiting to see if it's going to pick up, move a little bit more. We can watch and see as it eventually makes its way maybe across the county line, headed towards the city of Lubbock. Movement of the storm has been very slow at this point. Looks like folks are continuing to watch that. There's some very National Severe Storms Lab folks that are watching this tornado and this storm system. Obviously, we've got Adam and Julio watching it as well, and Julio's back on probably the backside area near level end, so it continues to work its way slowly towards Lubbock. So this is not the time to go out to get photos, do anything such as that. You just need to stay where you are and stay safe. Keep the family with you and let folks know, again, that may not know about it in and around Lubbock. The warning does extend not only in the city of Lubbock down to close to Wolford. These storms have that history of turning a little bit more to the right, called right movers. They'll move to the east and then maybe to the southeast, then maybe back to the east and the southeast. So the polygon indicates that potential for the city here. This is the radar dome here. You look to the east. The warning technically probably doesn't include Ransom Canyon, Buffalo Springs yet. That's going to depend on what happens with this storm system as it continues to move into the western areas of Lubbock County, how it tracks towards our city. We're just trying to keep you informed of what we know so that you can keep your family and keep yourself well protected at this potential time. So it is working its way into that region. If we still have any visuals, we could go to the camera views and show you again. And this is going to be north of Reese Center, and we've still got the tree here for the marker and watching the storm, but look at that darkness coming in with all the showers and storms in the area, and the dust, and the fact there's rain there around and associated with this thunderstorm makes it very difficult to see. But Adam's in a very good position to watch that, and he will move when he thinks it's necessary to stay safe. A level land view here, as again, not much to look at other than the storms in the general area from Julio, and then a look here at Hockley County, and again, looking, I believe this may be KFDA on that, the rotation and stuff there, Matt.
Yeah, let's go to a live view 4, take that live. They are along Highway 114 right now, looking back toward, you can see the funnel forming once again. This is probably a better vantage point we have, and it actually looks like two different areas. You can see the funnel forming right there to the ground. They are just off of Highway 114, either in western Lubbock or eastern Hockley County. They're right there along the county line. And you can see that funnel is forming once again. And that's the one spot right there, but noting a second spot on the left right here where it looks like we could be seeing another funnel trying to form as well. And we've seen that over the past little while here, where this storm has produced two different either funnels or two tornadoes potentially at the same time. So this is what and we're just going to keep this right here to watch in progress. I'm actually watching two different funnels develop right here. Let's see, it looks like that leftmost part of the storm is actually a bit more intense. And you can sometimes get this where the parent tornado is the larger one that develops, then you get another area of rotation onto the other side right there. So that funnel is actually strengthening, and it looks like, I was going to say that the area of condensation on the right side was trying to weaken, I was going to say, but it looks like it's still there, but that definitely looks like a strengthening and a funnel that's getting larger here. Again, we are just off of Highway 114, right along the Hockley, Lubbock County line, where that storm has once again really increased on it. We can go back to live view 1 to show Adam's perspective near Reese Center, and the thunderstorm that is his perspective right here, also noting on the right side of the screen, seeing actually, this is good, keeping it right here with live view 4. You can see that second funnel forming, and you can see the condensation, the funnel making its way down to the ground right there. So this shows just the strength of this storm and why, if you're in western and northwestern Lubbock County in particular, you need to take this storm seriously. I really can't see much from our vantage point right here. That's not to say that this funnel is not down to the ground. Just the way that it lowered all the way down, that could still be a funnel on the left side and on the right side. So it could be two different areas of rotation that we're watching right here. Again, this is on the Lubbock-Hockley County line. So this is one storm this one storm we're watching right here. We'll get to new information on the next storm farther back to the west as well. But at this point, looks like we have two tornadoes in progress on this particular storm that is just to the northwest of Reese Center. We're talking just a few miles west-northwest of Reese Center is where we're seeing the cycling really of this storm, of those two separate tornadoes. And that just shows the strength of this storm and also the environment we have, that this thunderstorm could maintain itself for hours like it has, and it continues to cycle on through. Adam's going to clear out to get to a safer location as he moves on out. And this looks like more on the left side of the screen, John, is where I think we're seeing the tornado still on the ground. I think that tornado on the right side may have lifted. Still looks like a funnel. Kind of difficult to make out here, but again, it's difficult. But this just shows, John, the fact that we had two tornadoes in progress at the same time, the sheer strength of this storm.
The severe storm labs, you probably saw that, did report two tornadoes earlier, but I think like you, it looks like the one on the other side has dissipated or it's being covered up by the moisture there. But this is our main one we're so concerned with. We've had those reports, and again, this is generally about 3.5 miles northwest of Reese Center. That's the latest information I see associated with this. And once again, National Severe Storms Lab unit out there watching this very closely. But look at the intensity, look at the dust and dirt in there. That again is going to add to the fact that it's getting dark because of all of the storms, and the intensification of this tornado and storm system makes it very difficult to see where it is, or if there's actually a second one around that, which would not be that unusual with a storm this intense. But this is the stronger part right here. It appears to be the strong. They're going to do issuing the tornado warning again for Lubbock County and for portions of the city. So that's to re-emphasize the Weather Service being very cautious, wants people like our viewers like you to stay in your safe area. Don't be going outside. Don't try to go video or do anything like that. Stay where you are and stay safe. So here's a view from West Lubbock, and you can see what's going on near Levelland. And I'll step back just a little bit on that so you can see that a little bit better. We may have lost the video connection with that. Is that Julio?
Yeah, that's Julio and Chase, and they are coming back in toward Lubbock on 1585. Looks like that may be a funnel right in front of them. Yeah,
that's what I thought. That's definitely a high base there for that. I mean, along a distance there between the ground without having to connect. But that's a good time for me to mention that If you see the dust, that's what we look for. That way you know you've got a tornado on the ground. If you just look at the funnel like that one, you may think, well, it's not connected, but when you get closer and you can actually see the dirt, then you know the funnel is connected and it's a tornado when it hits the ground with that funnel. So again, the warning sirens may go off once again here in Lubbock. We're with Adam right now, and he's moving locations. We want to be a little safer. He'll find a good vantage point. He's still north of Reese Center. So folks, you need to remain alert. This is generally 3.5. The last reports at 7:33 that it was about 3.5 miles northwest of Reese Center. So again, yes, this is a confirmed tornado. The National Weather Service is talking back and forth and they will be reissuing that warning for Lubbock simply for the fact that we've had that storm intensify and is producing a tornado once again, that area west and northwest of the city of Lubbock. It's not a direct threat now, but if it continues on an east or a southeast track, it will become a threat to the city. So at this distance, hard to tell much at all, especially with the darkness and stuff, but as soon as Adam gets in a better position, he'll be able to give us an idea of what's going on. But at least we've got the resources of the Severe Storms Lab out closer to that tornado, keeping an eye on it, in addition to the fact there's some other chasers as well. So he'll be changing his direction and position here as he's traveling, but we are watching that storm very closely north of Reese Center. Look at the dust associated with it. That's going to make it difficult to view this particular tornado and storm system. That has happened earlier in the Cochrane and Hockley County areas when the dust and the moisture combine. That makes it difficult to see these storms. And we're going to go back to radar, thanks to Dimitri. But again, warning still in effect, obviously, for the city of Lubbock. There's your rotation, and again, initially sighted northwest of Reese. This is Reese Village right here, northwest. That is tracking east. It is still coming in our direction. You can see storm systems merging there. You can see some hail, obviously, back well northwest of Smyre, but our primary concern is where the tornado is and the direction of that tornado as it moves east. And let's see here. Looks like chaser spotter reports indicate tornadoes may have dissipated, or at least they're not visible, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, due to the dust and precipitation restrictions. But you can see as Shania backs it up and she moves that velocity here. Look at the rotate, the bright indications there. There may be some strong winds coming out around that circulation there. And it does show the circulation still strong, but there may be some very intense winds coming towards 114 in the Carlisle area. In addition to the fact the storm again has produced tornadoes frequently since it started along the Texas, New Mexico line, made its way east and southeast slowly, dumping very heavy rainfall. That's going to be another flooding issue for later on this evening for areas north and northwest. But storm still tracking very close to Carlisle. You need to be in your safe area. City of Lubbock, you just need to be in your safe area at this point. And that extends all the way up to the airport, all the way to the north just a little bit, at least up towards Cotton Center, Hale Center. There's New Deal as well. Folks, I know you're further north, you're probably in a safe zone, but I just want you to be aware of it. The tornado warning does extend all the way up almost to Anton along 84. Obviously, it includes shallow water. New Deal includes the city of Lubbock. Ends technically at this point just west of Idalou and just west of Ransom Canyon, but it does include the Woodrow area. They've extended it south a little bit. The storm is doing what is typical. It's turning a little more southeast, and that means it's a right mover, so the storm is dropping a little bit more south and east as it travels towards the city, and it's towards the Reese Village area now, so you need to be in your safe area at this time. You can see over around Levelland, still moderate to heavy thunderstorms there, all the way back around the Pettit community. Focus continues to be on the tornado, and I continue to get information here. We've got Adam out chasing. We've got another storm chaser. We've got Julio out on 114 near Levelland, headed this way. He'll be headed back closer to give us another perspective. Unless we lose our sunlight or the storms create so much darkness, we may not get a lot out of the visuals. So it's going to be in a case of watching more for radar and the information we get from people that are able to get close to it. Circulation is now near west of Reese Center by about 1 mile. So the storm has moved a little bit east-southeast. So it's maybe a mile from Reese Center. So that storm is still in strong circulation, may or may not be producing a tornado. It has produced tornadoes They have come down and they have returned again, as we saw a few minutes ago. We did have potentially 2 at one point rotating around each other, but during the Reese Village area, you definitely need to be in your safe area. That's along 179, Reese Village, and 114 as well. Some of the other markers here, obviously Research Boulevard. Here's Reese Village. Storms getting very close to that community. Yes, Matt.
Yeah, I just want to read the text of, like you just showed right there, John, that strong rotation, just to know what the tornado warning includes. And the tornado sirens are going off here in Lubbock. You may remember at the end of last May, I think it was May 31st, that Friday night, the warning sounded for the straight line wind. But this is the first time for a tornado we've had the tornado warning sirens go off in Lubbock since they were installed. The National Weather Service in Lubbock has issued a tornado warning for western Lubbock County and east central Hockley County until 8:45. At 7:38 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Reese Center, or 11 miles west of Lubbock, moving southeast at 10 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. So it's getting more difficult with it getting darker and with this time of night to be able to make out the tornado. But based on what we are still seeing from many chasers out there and the radar, we are still seeing that strong rotation and still seeing the signs of a significant tornado near Reese Center. Let's go to some of the tower cams here, because I want to set the scene for what we do have and what we don't have. Now, most of the city of Lubbock is included under this tornado warning. This is the perspective from 56th and Avenue A. We're looking back to the west. The storm itself and the tornado is still west of Lubbock. The reason Lubbock is included in this warning is giving you the heads up. We have a tornado just west of town moving toward the city. So if you're in the tornado warning area, you need to be aware of that. The greatest danger right now is near Reese Center and over West Lubbock. Let's go to a couple of the other perspectives right here. 98th and University. We're looking back to the northwest, and actually the storm is getting close enough now that we may be able to make out the structure of the storm in addition to what the chasers have right here. So that's 98th and University. Let's go back down west, down 98th Street to 98th and Slide. We're looking west here from First Bank and Trust. So we can tell you where the storm is and where it isn't. It is not over like South or Central or East Lubbock. It's over West Lubbock. And, you know, information will start streaming in very fast with something like this. So we go to confirmed sources when we have that. Shania has information confirmed from emergency management in Hockley County with what this storm has done. Shania?
That's right, Matt. We did get a report from emergency management in Hockley County, Cole Kirkland. Tornado hit a structure, 6874 PR Prairie Lane, and apparently one person has been injured from that. So keep that in mind. Again, that was from Hockley County, Cole Kirkland. So likely most of the activity that we've been talking about near that county line, right next to Hockley County and Lubbock County, is likely where that injury was taking place. Zooming in on radar, mainly for this specific area right outside or off to the west of Reese Village, east of the Smyer area, is likely where they're referring to. Again, that specific area, 6874 PR Prairie Lane, one injury confirmed there. Matt?
Okay, thank you much, Shania. So let's go back to a couple of the chase units out to the west. We can look at what Adam has right here. He's kind of cycled back around. He's keeping a close eye on it, but he is also going to stay in a safe place as this thunderstorm moves off to the east. The one thing we've noticed is it kind of goes through these cycles. So what Adam has noticed, whereas just a few minutes ago we had the confirmed tornado near Reese Center, we're not quite seeing it. And you can see right there, he's at the railroad track. So he's right there along 179 over on the western side of the city. We're still occasionally going to see potentially some of these funnels come down from the storm. We can go to the streaming computer and I can give you the perspective of what this storm is doing over the last couple of scans. So last tornado report here just a few minutes ago, note how tight the rotation was here right near Reese Center. Last few scans, it's not quite as tight. In fact, it looks like an outflow kind of the wind has been kicked out just a bit here on that latest scan. It's still rotating, maybe not quite as strong as a few minutes ago, but it's done that a couple of different times. Adam, what are you seeing? The storm has cycled through a few different times. What are you seeing out there over West Lubbock County?
I'm also noticing that it's starting to kick out some pretty good outflow, which I think right now in this evolution of the storm, if we can get some good outflow generated, maybe they'll suck in some of that colder air and kind of help to kind of temper itself. But one thing I want to point out, Matt, real quick, was this is approaching the city of Lubbock. This is probably one of the more dangerous storms to approach the city of Lubbock in a number of years. This thunderstorm is producing cloud-to-ground lightning way ahead of it right now. I've already seen a couple strikes out my windshield. If you're outside and you're trying to watch the storm, believe me, I've been there. I understand. I'm a storm watcher too, obviously. Just make sure you're doing it safely, because cloud-to-ground lightning is you don't put emergency personnel to have to come in danger to have to come help you because you got struck by lightning by not being in a safe place.
Okay, thanks, Adam. So that is latest update here, watching the storm here over the western side of the city. And again, the tornado warning continues here, John, for the city of Lubbock. Yeah. We're hoping that that rotation kind of stretches out and continues to weaken just a bit as it enters now the western side of the city. But it's, when I say rotation is weakened, it's weakened from a really strong state a few minutes ago. It certainly is not like the storm has fallen apart or anything like that. Yeah, let's take a different perspective here from, they're looking from Highway 114, pretty much along 19th Street over West Lubbock, and this is a different vantage point. This is where we've spotted the tornado off and on in West Lubbock County. It's getting more difficult here as it's getting darker to actually make out if the tornado is still on the ground. You can see the businesses that are right in front right here. This is along 19th Street as you get into the western side of the city of Lubbock, and where 114 turns into West 19th Street. So if nothing else, this is going to bring strong wind and hail as it moves into the city of Lubbock. But when we say the rotation is weakened, it's weakened some from what was a really significant scan just a few minutes ago. I'm not saying at any stretch of the imagination like you need to let your guard down or anything like that. So as they're driving eastward here into the city, it still looks like that could be a funnel that is down here just west of Lubbock, close to recenter. The rainfall has moved into Lubbock, but the storm itself has actually slowed down, or I should say the tornado itself has slowed down a bit as it's moved this way. So it looks like that could be a funnel lowering once again here over the western side of the city, John. So we've got multiple vantage points on it. This is Julio. They are looking up 168. Look at all that dust. That's what's going to make it difficult to be able to see the storm's progress. And latest indication has been that the storm itself is kind of moving a little bit farther, more of a southeasterly jog, like John had mentioned it might do. Which is why so much of the city is covered with this warning. But that is the perspective right there. They're at 1585 and 168 looking north into the storm here near the Hockley-Lubbock County line. So we're definitely still watching a storm. Let's go back to Live View 1 and show you it's getting backlit by an increase in lightning, so maybe able to see a little bit better as it moves this way, John. So that's the perspective that Adam has here over West Lubbock County.
Yeah, the key is, as you mentioned there, everybody needs to just stay in their safe shelter. This storm has been very hard to monitor, really, because of the fact that it'll produce a tornado, then it weakens and it recycles. It's very common to do that. I do want to mention a couple of things now. The circulation has weakened some. The Smyre Mesonet site reported a wind gust of 95 miles an hour. That was at 7:40. Reese Center had a wind gust of 69 miles an hour, and that was at 7:41. That's what we were looking at earlier on velocity with that storm system, vorticity, coming down, that strong air coming outflow from there. And so hopefully, as Adam mentioned, maybe there'll be some changes in the structure of the storm. That has not happened yet. You still need to stay where you are. Did you notice a lot of the traffic on the roadways? This is not the time to be getting out and trying to get video or pictures or to look at this. This is the time to stay at home with your family, keep yourself safe. There's enough traffic out there, and there's storm chasers watching these storms as well. We're coming back to radar. And again, warning still in effect. Obviously, the sirens were resounded with the fact that the storm had intensified again, was producing at least one, maybe two tornadoes, did cause some damage to our west, and is now moving back to the southeast. So this is Carlisle located here. There's Smyre, so it's along 114, but it has tracked and it's built a little bit further southeast, edging a little bit closer to Wolford as far as the thunderstorm activity. And again, you still see some brightness indicated here. That could be the surge of wind with it. There's still some rotation, obviously, with the red, but that may indicate there's still some very strong winds coming out of that system, gusting up to maybe near 100 miles an hour, at least earlier, at least anywhere from 50 to 70 miles an hour right now. And if you'll notice, I asked Shania just to make short tracks on this so you can see where rotation is about 3 miles from maybe the west loop. This is kind of an estimate there, or 5 miles, pardon me. So don't pay any attention to the speed of 3 miles an hour, but this shows that maybe about 5 miles from the west loop to where most of the circulation is, just to give you an idea of how close that storm is. That's why we want you to stay where you are. And again, you can see how the storm is building down. It's now southwest of Wolford. The rain moving into the city. We mentioned that several times, but what we're concerned with is the lightning, if you're out and about, which you shouldn't be, and also the fact that the tornado is still producing occasionally with the storm system, with the circulation. Look at the lightning intensity there, and again, reaching out from that storm. So Lubbock remains under this tornado warning right now. Thanks. That's Shania. Let's see. They're now reporting a tornado right over Reese Center. Thanks there, Shania. That just came in from the National Weather Service. So that means the circulation would be right over the Reese Center at this point, and a tornado at Reese Center. So we don't know any additional information than that, but look at the strong winds indicated, the bright colors with that, and the rotation. So according to the National Weather Service, tornado over Reese Center. Storm is still moving east and southeast. That's basically taking it just north of 114. So if you live in this area, 13th Street to 4th Street, down to 114, even down to about 34th, stay where you are. You need to stay in a safe area. Look at the bright colors indicating again, the system may be recycling and it may be intensifying, and these could be the strong winds associated with that. But also earlier, it did produce some strong outflow type winds of up to 95 miles an hour. So overall, dangerous situation just north. It's in the Reese Center area. That means it's going to be tracking east and southeast. And we come back towards the loop. Here is Carlisle, and there's 34th Street, just giving you some boundaries here. And there's Alcove. Reese Center again. Smyre just reported a wind gust 109 miles an hour. The Lubbock National Weather Service is doing an excellent job, by the way. Tornado over Reese Center. Smyre had a wind gust of 109 miles an hour. Reese Center had a gust just now of 69 miles an hour. So again, that's what's taking place in the Reese Center area. There's where we're located. That's where the core of this storm is as far as where the tornado would be. The strongest winds along 114. Those winds will obviously spread out. Looks like circulation of concern now is about a mile southeast of Reese Center. So that's going to put it, as I mentioned, right around Carlisle. Here's Reese Village. There's your general circulation, just to give you an idea. There's 4th Street. So here we are along 114, and here we are Farmville Market Road 179. That storm is tracking just along that. Sorry, Tony, I didn't understand you. All right. All right. So we're on 1294 West Lubbock. I'm talking to Tony, that's our producer. That's who we're talking to, Matt and I are talking to, and Shania as well. So you can see looking out to the west. Now this is a live view out to the west, watching. You have to watch for lightning, but of course we have the buildings in the way here to see if you could see anything on the ground other than the clouds and obviously the heavy rainfall. Matt mentioned that earlier. Obviously you get in the darker time period, storm coming in, we're approaching sunset. Makes it very difficult to track where the storm system is. So you need to be in a safe place and a shelter. And if you're in a mobile home or anything like that, if they have a shelter available, you need to go to that right now and exit the mobile home. If you're at your home, you need to stay in the middle of the building. A bathroom, a cellar is great, but a bathroom and a basement are the best. And here again are those guides, and I'll let Shania go over that right quick.
Yeah, just still emphasizing you're trying to be in the center of whatever home or building that you're in right now. want to make sure you're at the lowest point in the building as well. So if you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's actually where you want to be. The storm shelter is further away, not necessary to do that. Just stay in the center of the home or the building. You also want to be at the lowest point, as close to the ground as you possibly can be. And then finally, covering yourself, making sure that you have blankets, pillows, something cushiony over yourself in case that tornado does make its way through your building and debris starts flying. A lot of injuries and deaths are associated with debris with tornadoes, so that's what you're trying to avoid when you're covering yourself. And of course, staying away from windows, staying away from any type of glass that could potentially break, glass shards being thrown around. We already had that one report of the injury that was west of Reese Village and east of the Smire area. So this tornado is, of course, obviously causing damage within these areas. So just keep those things in mind. You're trying to get to the lowest point, be in the center of the building, away from windows, close to walls, and continuing to cover yourself in case there is that flying debris. John?
Thanks there, Shania. I appreciate that. I'll mention again, circulation is about a mile southeast of Reese Center. So again, there's Levelland, here's Smire, here's Carlisle. This is where the circulation, you can see it there briefly. Now we have the heavy rain moving into Wolford, west and southwest Lubbock. Anywhere in this area where the red indicates a tornado warning, you need to be in shelter right now. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, let's go to the streaming. Let's go to the, let's see. Let me grab a different I got one here.
All right, let me mention again that the base velocity or wind speeds are averaging 70, 80, if not stronger. We have Matt second to change out his mic. You ready there, Mike?
Yeah.
Matt? All
yeah,
right.
I think got the battery up now. So let's go to the streaming computer. I want to let everyone know within the polygon here, all of Lubbock, to be taking shelter because of the potential for the kind of wind that we just were talking about. 70-mile-per-hour gusts clocked at Reese Center, Smire to 109 miles per hour. So even if you're not where the tornado is, which is up here, and it's kind of been, last couple of scans here have come down just ever so slightly, but the tornado rotation is moving toward the West Loop near 19th and 4th Street on northwest Lubbock, but that strong wind is coming all the way down, being surged out from the tornado. That rear flank downdraft that's being kicked out, that's going to bring the potential for 70, 80, maybe 90-mile-per-hour wind over much of west and southwest Lubbock. So that is going to be some very strong wind away from the tornado that will be a concern. Let's go back to a live view 4 and show our vantage point right there. This is looking back toward the storm again. The problem is with storm chasing out in rural areas, you know, you can go north, south, east, and west. Here within the city, it's going to be a lot more difficult to try to just navigate because we have so much traffic out there. If you know someone who's driving right now, call them up, tell them get off the road. They do not need to be driving in Lubbock right now with this tornado moving into the northwestern side of the city. They're on the South Loop right here. You can see they just went over the bridge there at Indiana. The dark sky that is moving in here toward the city. Let's go to the 98th Street camera and give you a perspective of what's moving in. A lot of the strong wind is moving in toward Lubbock right now, but the main concern for the tornado, and you hear the tornado sirens going off in Lubbock, that's going to be over northwest Lubbock. And really the northwestern part of the city is the most strongest rotation from the tornado itself, but that wind threat is going to be across so much of the city that is going to be an issue. When it kicks up like that, even away from the tornado, when you get wind of 70, 80 miles per hour, that can cause damage as well. So this is something that we're watching as it continues to move to the east. This is a live look here from 98th and University. Let's go to 98th and Slide and show you a little bit farther west where it is raining. But at this point, you can see the wind actually isn't quite all that strong just yet here at 98th and Slide as we're watching the storm move in. But our greatest concern for the tornado rotation is over the west and northwest loop right now. Latest indications are if it's a good sign here, at least the last couple of minutes, that the rotation has gotten a little bit broader. If we go back to the streaming computer, I can show you that rotation is now moving to the northwest loop right now. So it's still a dangerous storm. This is still a storm that you need to take shelter from over northwest Lubbock, but at least that's a good sign that the rotation may have weakened just a bit. But you see this pink polygon on this map. That's because it is a confirmed tornado warning. That's why it's showing up as purple right here. Need to take this seriously. Respect the polygon, get to your safe place, because in addition to the tornado threat over northwest Lubbock, much of the city has that strong wind threat as it's moving in, and the rain is starting to pick up here in South Lubbock right now. John?
Thanks, there, Matt. And unfortunately, just got an update, and you may be seeing this from the Weather Service. Not seeing strong rotation at this time, but they're monitoring it very closely. They're going to say radar indicated for the tornado warning. So it's still a tornado warning, still could produce a tornado, but right now they're not seeing strong rotation. But obviously those rear flank winds are very intense, as Matt had mentioned a few minutes ago, and you've been looking at for the last 30 to 40 minutes. Carlisle area sweeping into southwest Lubbock along Loop 327, speeds of at least anywhere from 50 to 80 miles an hour. They've gusted as high as 100 plus at times. In addition, there may still be some large hail, or this may be redeveloping back here in the area south of 114 and north and northwest of Wolford, as that storm gradually rotates down. And Shania gave us a great indicator here. Look at the large hail east of Smyre, back to the northwest of the Wolford area. Some fairly large hail in shallow water along Highway 84. You can see how that complex is gradually working its way. As you know, obviously we got rain here in Lubbock, so we could see, in addition to the fact we're going to have some strong winds with the system coming in, we may have some areas get some large hail, particularly the west and southwestern portions of Lubbock County and the city of Lubbock possibly, but definitely looks like some of that hail is rotating around headed towards the Wolford community. That's the secondary concern. Number one concern, stay where you are. Don't get out, don't drive, just wait for this system to pass by. It's slowly beginning to make its way a little more consistently, at least at this point. Let's see, despite no current reports, the Weather Service is saying what I just told you. In and around Lubbock, you need to stay in shelter, and that includes Woodrow and the Wolford community as well. So there's the storm. You can still see some circulation, but not as tight or not as strong, at least right now, but that may change, Matt.
Yeah, and we mentioned even for South Lubbock taking shelter, you just have a minute or two, but if you live in South Lubbock, and really this would be southwest Lubbock, want to get to a shelter, Lubbock Cooper has opened up the Liberty High School gym for shelter. I imagine they would actually go adjacent to the gym, not the large, span structure, but that is one spot that'll be open up for folks there at the newer Lubbock Cooper High School, Liberty High School. That shelter is open. So, and that's just one location, but you have to be able to get there in a few minutes, because we do not want people trying to drive through this thunderstorm right now. That's why we have repositioned all of our storm units farther ahead of the storm. We're not going to have them go into the storm. Looking at, let's go to the 98th Street camera, and can show you what it looks like with this storm that is moving into Lubbock right now with the really strong wind. The good news is, and like John just mentioned, radar is not showing as strong of rotation as what we were seeing just a few minutes ago. So hopefully this winds up as just a severe storm that moves through the city and weakens from what it has been over the past couple of hours. One issue, and I mentioned, if you know somebody driving right now, calling them to try to let them know, it could become an issue that you might not be able to call them, or you might not be able to text them. I was trying to text my wife just now, about getting in the closet and staying safe, and for a while it just would not connect. It just went through. That's going to happen when you get a storm like this coming through, that sometimes you'll have communication issues with it. What a way for our 15th anniversary to be celebrated here. But watching the storm as it moves here into Lubbock, getting pretty good definition on the storm. We'll go back to we're looking due north here from 98th and University right now. At this point, we've not had reports over the last few minutes of it producing a tornado, and we can isolate exactly where it is, although we're seeing the indication here probably tightening up just a little bit. Let's go back to the streaming computer. That way we can isolate exactly where the strongest rotation will be. So it's moving over northwest into the central loop itself right now. The bright green you see, that is strong, strong wind. So it is getting windy over southwest Lubbock all the way down to 1585. It's windy. The good news is we're not seeing the same level of rotation as we saw. Let's step this back here to last hour. This was at 752, 753. You can see really strong rotation just east of Reese Center. That was entering the northwest loop. Last few scans have come down a bit. It is still a rotating storm, but thankfully, John, we're not seeing it quite as strong, although it looks like on the backside of the storm, maybe seeing some new rotation here that is over northwest Lubbock. That's going to be out kind of toward Milwaukee and Erskine right there. The Weather Service also noting that the potential for maybe a new circulation center showing up right there. Let's go back to we'll go back to the 98th Street camera. And since the storm itself is over the loop right now, this is the vantage point from, we're looking due west along 98th Street. So let's go back as the storm is moving right over the middle of the city right here. And if nothing else, John, this is still a storm. Again, it's starting to rain heavy here in Lubbock. We're getting the gusty wind, but the greatest rotation concern right now is actually over the northwest part of the city. John?
All right, thanks, Matt. And again, I'm glad you caught that new circulation developing. That's what the Weather Service, as you mentioned, Erskine and Milwaukee, northwest Lubbock. Folks need to just stay home, as we've emphasized for the last hour. Safest thing you can do. We did get a report from the Weather Service, flash flood warnings coming out for Lubbock County. Very heavy rainfall is a reason for that. Also, a vehicle was struck apparently by lightning on Highway 84 near the community of Anton, and there has been one injury there. Usually, if you're in a car, you're going to be relatively safe if you're struck by lightning, but they have had an injury there. And as soon as we have more information on that, obviously we'll add that. But looks like potential for hail
Let's
has
stay with the
increased
98th
to
Street
tennis
camera.
balls.
Let's
All
stay
right,
with this camera for just a second here.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt, John. I just wanted to keep this visual here while you were talking.
All right, thanks. I was looking, I thought, oh, you may have seen something here, but you can see the intense rainfall, obviously, over the central and western areas of the city of Lubbock. It looks like we may get some hail size up to tennis ball size for Hockley and Lubbock County storm. That wouldn't surprise me. A few minutes ago, you saw the hail headed for the Wolford area, so that's probably southwest Lubbock and back over in the Hockley County area. And I can hear there may be some hailstones hitting the top of our roof here, and it looks like, sounds like it's beginning to increase a little bit. And you can see the cloud movements with the overall movement of that storm moving through. So large hail is going to be very likely. Still have some strong wind potential with this storm moving into Lubbock, some heavy rainfall. They've issued a flash flood warning. As far as a tornado on the ground, no recent reports of that going on. And we've been watching the cameras and such, and I'm going to look down here and see, could we go to 56 maybe in Avenue A? Or are you about to move the camera, Matt?
No, that's good to go to the Avenue 8 camera.
Yeah, let's
starting
take a
to get
look
the
at that
rain
and you
there.
see how intense.
And the Weather Service is mentioning the potential for up to tennis ball size hail with this storm.
Oh, that is true. And look at that intense rain in that area and where it tapers off here. Intense lightning. Adam had mentioned that with the storm coming into the city. That will still continue around. Looks like $2.50 size hail. 26th and Milwaukee. So there's definitely some large hail hitting parts of west Lubbock, northwest Lubbock, and even south and southwest Lubbock, getting some of that larger hail. Still some traffic on the highways. I hope that's people just passing through to get away from the storm. You do not need to be out driving at this particular point. You need to stay in your safe area inside your house. A closet, bathroom, hallway, basement is the best thing. If you have a cellar, hopefully you're already in that cellar. You need to get in the cellars well ahead of time before the storm gets there. But you can see some interstate traffic here. Again, intense rainfall over the city, lightning occurring in the background. Last thing has been mostly hail reports. I haven't seen anything new about any tornado development or funnel cloud development, but very hard to tell with this much rainfall. Again, the lightning will help out some. Radar, obviously, as you look at velocity, will help out some. And again, in general, looks like just heavy rainfall, a severe thunderstorm moving through Lubbock. We still have the tornado warning in effect at this point. According to Weather Service, Lubbock Christian has reported a wind of 66 miles an hour, and that occurred at about 5 minutes ago at 8:05. Very strong winds with the storm, some areas of large hail. Looks like the strongest part of the storm so far has impacted more of West Lubbock and Northwest Lubbock and maybe the Wolford area to the southwest of the city, but intense rainfall there. I'm not so sure about the other tower cams. 98 doesn't look that much better than what we've got right now on Avenue A. We could go to the First Bank and Trust camera though, and you can see some very intense rainfall occurring there. This is 98th and Slide, and Matt is swinging that camera around. Extremely heavy rainfall. They've issued obviously a flash flood warning for the city, but just remember to stay in your safe place. Fortunately, no current knowledge or information about tornadoes with the storm as it moves over the city. The best thing you can do is continue to stay where you are and keep your phone and a portable charger handy with you and a flashlight. Now that we're approaching it getting so dark and with the storm coming over, we've had some very strong winds. We'll still continue to get those as that storm moves over the city. You can expect that. You may encounter some power outages. That's why you need to have the flashlight with you, something to give you a little illumination if you lose your lights and stuff. But stay in your safe area. That's the best thing that you can do at this point. You see the tower cam shaking at First Bank and Trust. So intense rainfall. Hopefully that is all that's associated with this, other than unfortunately the large hail and the strong winds, but nothing tornadic indicated. Let's see, and now this just came in 8:11 right now from the Weather Service. We've talked about this, the strong surge of severe winds moving southeast across the west side of Lubbock toward Wolford. We looked at that a few minutes ago on radar, as a matter of fact. We might be able to see that again. I know the Weather Service has a picture for us to look at here in the station, but we can go back to Max 1 and show radar. And again, there's that area of hail, but also the very strong winds working their way around the southwest part of the city. So that's where those strong winds are coming from, and that's working its way towards the areas. In fact, it'll be anywhere from down around Wolford, may impact the Meta area. They're strong enough they may impact New Home, and those wind speeds, just estimate probably 50 to 80 miles an hour, and so maybe in the Ropesville area. So here's Wolford. Look at that patch indicating the very strong winds there. That is moving generally southeast, so those are going to impact not only Wolford, which is what's going on now. That's probably going to cause some power outages. May likely continue down along Interstate and Highway 87, the Woodrow area. Might extend down as far south as Ropesville. The green indicating the flash flood warning that covers the city. And unfortunately, it sounds like the hail may be getting a little larger here at the station on our roof, but we'll wait and see. A lot of reports coming into the National Weather Service, golf ball size generally, and maybe some baseball size hail with this storm rolling in. I still think that's particularly where the winds are the strongest. And again, that's the West Loop along 327 back to Wolford and back down to Woodrow. But we're located right here, and we can hear some of the large hail right now. So I hope I don't have to file another claim. I did that a couple of years ago when the hailstorm hit us right here. Tornado warning, though, is still in effect, so you need to stay in a safe shelter, if nothing else, for the strong winds coming through, the power outages that might occur, the intense rainfall. The storm is literally coming over Lubbock at this point. And look at that, rare to see the levels of the red levels indicating potentially up to baseball size hail in the Wolford area, 327, maybe even here. It doesn't indicate it here. This tracker may be a few minutes behind on what's really happening, but it does give you an idea of how wide the band of hail is with that. And those winds, it could be gusting 50 to 80 miles an hour. So heavy rain still in shallow water. That was the last reports of the tornado. And you can see heavy rain all the way down to Carlisle, Wolford, and 327, and right along South Loop 289. And I knew I should have driven my other car with Matt and Shania, not the one I brought tonight.
Yeah, let's go to Avenue A camera, and I just want to show the green haze that you see right here. And I'm going to try to shield as much as I can right here. I'm trying to see the live view 3 is getting beat there over somewhere within Lubbock right now, South Lubbock it looks like, but and in fact, everybody in I don't have my key. And everybody in the newsroom making sure that the folks are getting out of the newsroom because we have windows at the very top of the newsroom here. This is the perspective here from, let me see, latest. That's Julio. He's trying to make out that building exactly where it is, but you can see golf ball, but likely upwards of baseball, potentially larger than that, hail moving over the city right now. Let's go back to Max 2, and I want to show you exactly where. The good news is once the hail passes, it's going to get quieter pretty quickly. So we're seeing the largest hail indications, and I apologize for the sound. It was just how loud it is in the studio right now. The largest indications of hail are moving right now. Right here is, right there is Memphis, Indiana, toward University. And remember, radar takes a scan and the storm is still moving. So we are here at 98th and University, and we're right about on the, let me see if I can get an arrow to draw in here real quick. We are right here at 98th and University, so we're getting the worst of it right now. Up to tennis ball size hail is being reported within this core that is moving over South Lubbock, stretching roughly from the South Loop to, and it's actually not that large just yet, about quarter size is what Shania has, that she just brought in from outside. But the absolute largest hail is over South Lubbock. Let's go back to the Avenue A tower cam. Often indicative of hail-producing storm is the green hue that you see right there. Let's go to First Bank and Trust at 98th and Slide. And you can just see how, I mean, there's hardly anything that you can make out from these different camera perspectives. That is just how heavily it is falling right now. So the hail threat is over South Lubbock. Again, I'm going to try to talk as loudly as I can here into the microphone held right up to my mouth. So this is 98th and Slide. You can't see a thing here. Let's go to 98th and University, which is where we are right now. And this is very large hail that is falling over. I'm trying to see if I can even reposition the camera to give you a perspective as far as, I mean, you can't see a thing. We're trying to look straight down to the base of the tower here at 98th and University. Let me look back. Our building is right there. You can't make it out about 1,000 feet away with the very, very large hail. But in addition to the hail threat that we have right now, let's go back to Max 2, and I do want to show you here, golf ball size hail just came in at 119th in Frankfurt, but on Max 2, the hail is falling over South Lubbock right now, but we are still noting some rotation that is over the northwest side of the city. And actually passing pretty close to central Lubbock, like the Tech Terrace neighborhood and near Texas Tech. That's where we're noting on Max right here. Let's go over to the streaming computer, and I want to show you where that, if we can, to the streaming computer, to show where the rotation is. Thankfully, it is not like what we saw here earlier when it was west of Lubbock, where we know it did produce a tornado. But we are noting at least still somewhat of a rotation going from Texas Tech toward downtown, so there is still some rotation noted right here. And that's why a tornado warning continues here. Just a few minutes ago at 8:13, Weather Service updated a tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 for western Lubbock and east central Hockley counties. At 8:12, a storm capable of producing a tornado is over Texas Tech University or over the central part of Lubbock, moving east at 25. And then there are indications of wind-driven large hail near Wolfforth, and we certainly have that right here. So the question, like my wife Taylor was asking, like, should I stay in the closet? You want to stay, even though the tornado threat is over central Lubbock. We can go to, let's go to Live View 3. the wind and the hail is still so strong. You don't want to be trying to ride this storm out just looking out the window, because the wind that we've had up there at 80 to 90 miles per hour, when it's throwing golf ball size hail, that can cause damage as well. So that is still a very dangerous storm. So the tornado warning continues for all of Lubbock, but really want to emphasize that the hail threat is over South Lubbock and the tornado threat is over the central part of the city, as that's moving off to the east. That is, kind of a 1-2 punch as far as what we're seeing across our area. We can go to First Bank and Trust now, and to show that at least we can see a little bit on First Bank, but it certainly is not very much at all. What was that, Shania? we can't hear each other, just steps away from each other. What's that? Okay, I think her mic had died. Okay, we'll get a new microphone there. Could you actually come to the panel wall on camera 6, if we can take, okay. So, we've been on here for so long. Shania has mentioned, some of the batteries had just died. But this is a live look here at 98th and Slide. Just want you for over South Lubbock. It is so loud right now. Stay in the central part of your home. Ride the storm out. It's going to be a few more minutes here. Adam, I can see from your vantage point, and actually we'll go to Adam here in just a second. I want to give you the 2 different areas that we have of concern right here. This is the large hail that's moving over South Lubbock. So this is stretching from the South Loop to 82nd Street, 98th Street, coming down to 1585. That's where the large hail is. It's going to continue moving off to the east. The rotation that we're still noting is moving over downtown into northeastern Lubbock. So that's where the concern is for still the potential for tornado development. Adam, I know it's going to be difficult to really hear. What is your vantage point? Because I know you're staying outside the storm. Where are you and what are you seeing?
Hey, Matt, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we have you.
Okay, sorry. With all the hail noise, it's a little bit. I'm right by Lubbock right now. I'm honestly thinking I'm right on the edge of the hail force, so we're trying to get out. And right now I'm getting personal reports already of golf balls and baseballs. Really concerned about folks over in Wolford as far as the hail threat right now. I mean, I think I'd rather the hail over the tornado threat, but it's still not very good. One thing I'm seeing, though, is the storm is definitely trying to become a little bit more linear. When I've had a good couple of angles on it the last couple of minutes, I'm not seeing that mesocyclone that we looked before. We have a wall cloud and then a funnel cloud and all that. It's becoming much more of just a very, very strong thunderstorm without that kind of tornadic motion that we normally see out of these. So that's going to help quite a bit. I think help a little bit, but it's still, I mean, as everybody's experiencing right now in Lubbock, a very, very efficient hail producer. Also have to mention again the flooding risk. We're getting a lot of reports of minor flooding in Lubbock, which is obviously a concern. So that's just something to keep an eye on here over the next little bit.
Okay, thank you, Adam. So that's what Adam is saying, and I know it's difficult to hear him. It's difficult to hear me, but he mentioned is it's becoming a very efficient hail producer and becoming a little bit more linear. That's good news for it to become more linear and hopefully not have the tornadic threat. Now, the tornado warning is still in place. I can tell you that it drops off quite dramatically from being just this intense, very, very loud storm to where it's going to be something we can actually talk at a standard level. But this is golf ball to baseball to tennis ball size hail that is falling over South Lubbock. And I think, and latest update here that Shania is showing here, that hail core over South Lubbock. Adam, what do you have?
Hey, just to let you know, I'm seeing quite a bit of traffic now on 87, along with the fact that now I'm starting to have some pea-sized hail, which means that hail core is literally right on my tail. Don't know why we're seeing a traffic backup yet, but if you are heading southbound on 87, I would try to avoid it and take a different route if you're trying to get out of the storm.
Okay, good to know. Traffic's backing up, and that's why we've mentioned over the past about half hour or so that we advise, don't try to drive through this storm. It is so incredibly loud. And let's see. Oh yeah, let me go back to Holden. We can take this radar full screen because it's so loud. I'm having to yell into a lavalier microphone like this. We can go back to Max 1 full screen. So thank you, Tony and Dimitri, everyone for running through this. I think it's good to reset as far as what we have out there and what you should be doing. The tornado warning continues for Lubbock, but at this point, that's over northeastern parts of Lubbock where we are, and we're starting to get the very large hail to drop off. And like I mentioned, it's pretty dramatic drop off in time, so we can stop yelling here. Let me try to make out where that perspective was. So it's still the hail threat over south into southeast Lubbock, and the warning has just been updated here. Again, the tornado warning continues for Lubbock until 8:45. Here's the latest update from the National Weather Service. The warning continues at 8:25. A severe storm capable of producing a tornado was over downtown Lubbock or 4 miles northeast of Lubbock. It's moving southeast at 10 with a gust of 71 at the All Saints West Texas Mesonet station at 8:16. That's just down the road from us. Less than a mile here at 98th or about 101st and Indiana. So still this storm has the threat of tennis ball size hail and a tornado. Going to a live view 3, you can see some of the large hail that's falling as they're driving through South Lubbock right here. And I believe, and you can just see that's what Adam mentioned, the flooding that's out there as well. I think they are right across, I thought that may have been right by All Saints in South Lubbock. So that's the perspective from live view 3. So John, I'll toss it back to you now that I'm not, well, the hail is picking back up once again, but we're having to like scream into our microphones here. And I know we can't hear each other, so I'll toss it back to you.
All right,
there.
thanks, Matt. Yeah, great job there. I'll tell you what, it was so deafening in here. What we're looking at now, again, we still have hail. You can hear it outside along 98th. Estimated up to tennis ball size, quarter size, golf ball size hail in Woolworth, north of Donald Preston. Someone said along Highway 114 southwest of Lubbock near the Target outside of the city. All right, well, you can step in here, Shania. She's going to show you the hail size. Take a look at that, what's hitting us here at KCBD. Now we're at 98th and 98th and University, and you can see that'll focus in a little bit. There we go. So again, we do have large hail here, not quite golf ball size. Some of it sounds like it's larger than that. And we have had some very large hail here, all the way down to the Woodrow area, back southeast towards the Slayton area. Again, tornado warning continues. However, the good news, actually, just now, they're going to cancel the tornado warning. So we can be seeing that tornado warning disappear, we hope, here shortly. A severe thunderstorm warning will remain in place. That's because of the large hail that continues to fall. In addition to that, we still have the potential of some very strong winds, especially now in the south and southeastern areas of the city of Lubbock and all the way down to Woodrow, the Slayton area. Those winds will likely migrate over towards possibly Ransom Canyon or Buffalo Springs. Heavy rain and maybe the hail and winds will possibly track on down towards Slayton based on the travel of this storm. It is going generally east. You can see here's the radar site. Things are finally improving out at Reese Village and at Shallow Water in general. So again, tornado warning will hopefully be canceled and replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. I'll ask you to put this back in animation if you would. And we'll be able to see that storm tracking across Lubbock County. There's the strong hail. There's where the winds were located, right across south central, southwest, and southern areas of Lubbock, all the way down to Woodrow. That continues to move, as I mentioned, to the southeast. Heavy rain here. There's some heavy rain in Idalou. We still have some hail falling. We don't have a lot of soundproofing above. That's why you hear the hail, and hopefully you can hear me as well. You can zoom out on the radar a little bit there tonight. This should become a thunderstorm warning here. Every now and then, heavy rain. There's a thunderstorm warning, and I know production is trying to tell me something. I don't hear that right now. You can see the heavy rain. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to grab the perspective. Just camp our also a helpful little pronunciation and stuff. Florida warning for Lubbock County has just been upgraded again. It continues basically to severe for 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong-sized hail. Tornado warning will be canceled. This is First Bank and Trust. Can't really see it now. You see the heavy rainfall, but earlier you can see the hail flowing down the curbside. Let's take a look. Avenue A camera, you'll just see heavy rainfall, I believe, there. And then 98th Street, we can come back, just rotate around the cameras, and that way we can take a look, see what we've got here. You can see here, KCBD, heavy rain continues to fall. I don't know if we see any hail on the ground. Might see some falling through the air. But again, it's beginning to taper off just a little bit here. Things may get a little bit better here in the city of Lubbock, not so much in the eastern parts of Lubbock County. We'll go back to Doppler radar now. We'll give you an idea of what's going on as far as this particular storm, and we need to update you on some of the others as well. But severe thunderstorms still moving through Lubbock. It looks like they may continue to keep this portion of a tornado warning, although they just said they would be canceling it. And then down towards Slayton, heavy rainfall. This thunderstorm warning goes to Wilson, back down just to the northwest corner of Garza County, moving into the western areas of Causey County here. So the heavy rain, not necessarily the hail. We'll have to see if that continues with this storm, but that is going to make its way into parts of Causey County, northern areas of Lynn County, northwestern areas of Garza County. There is a thunderstorm warning here. I know we haven't had much time to concentrate on the remainder of the South Plains, but fortunately there hasn't been any other tornado warnings, although we have a tornado watch still in effect. But we do have one severe thunderstorm here south of Highway 70. Looks like that's close to Olton, maybe towards the Cotton Center area. There it is. You can see briefly some large hail, but that storm looks like that's diminishing now. A few other thunderstorms not quite so strong. There we go. And Chennai tracking just north of Fielden, but fortunately that's diminishing. Corey, just a moderate to heavy rainfall. Cotton Center, same thing in Hale Center, moderate to heavy rainfall in Abernathy. And again, with this much intense rainfall and the winds on the radar site, the imaging here is a little bit different, but again, some indications of the strong weather occurring there. And it's just an indication, by the way, they are going to cancel the Lamb County warning. I'll see if I can clip this back on my tie here. And we have a thunderstorm warning, and we just have the flash flood warning. They did finally get rid of the tornado warning around Lubbock and Lubbock County, so good news there. Shower storms east, scattered. These are not severe, from Spur down to west of Jayton in Kent County. Then back west of Littlefield, a strong thunderstorm down here in Bailey County. There's a heavy thunderstorm south of Olton, Plainview area, but the strongest storm by far is still the one right over southeast Lubbock and southeast Lubbock County, moving into the western areas of Causey County and down in the northeastern corner of Lynn County. The storm continues track east, built a little bit south. As Chennai zooms out, nothing going on in Nico. A few scattered storms up north, the Muleshoe, Dimmitt area. Plainview as well. Back here in Lubbock, you can see the intensity of that storm still continues. The Lamb County warning has been canceled. In fact, obviously for Lubbock County, they've had over an inch of rainfall at the airport. They have a tipping scale bucket there, and it was so much, I think it even overflowed to the point that they may not have exactly how much fell, but you get the idea. Heavy rainfall over Lubbock, and that is now moving to the east, over into Causey County. Will work its way all the way down into Lynn County, and then back over down towards Garza County. In general, hopefully these storms will slowly decrease in intensity now, going into the evening hours and make their way out of the region, although the tornado watch continues in effect. Here, as the purple is gradually giving way to some red, same thing to the east, eastern areas, heavy rainfall there. And next thing, we'll be trying to update damage reports and stuff we've got around the South Plains. I did want to mention, let me scroll back up here, there was some other damage in a few other areas. If I can find it here, I'll report, let's see.
Let's go to Adams.
114, looks like Highway 14 outside of Smyer. They had softball-sized hail and a fence blown down there. We got a report there. So again, we're looking here now. This must be Adam back on the road again there, Matt.
Yeah, so Adam's heading south. Like you mentioned earlier, you know just how the traffic he ran into 87 there a little while earlier. So now he's heading back to the west because this storm is still a severe storm. So he's still keeping a close eye on it, kind of circling back around to the western side of it. The good news is, and the reason why we are no longer under a tornado warning, is the fact that We're not seeing the rotation like we were earlier, but this is still a prolific hail producer. So this is Adam's perspective. Let's go to Live View 3 and show you the perspective from 98th and University. Julio and Chase have been out kind of all across the western to the central South Plains, and the rain is still falling here. It's going to be over East Lubbock County, Buffalo Springs, all the way out into western Crosby County, where you have the potential for up to 3-inch diameter hail with that storm right there. If we go to some of the tower cams now around the city to give you a perspective, that you can see here at 98th and University, well, it has finally let up. And you can see right there goes an ambulance there. Can't imagine. I mean, that's what first responders do, is no matter what the conditions are, if there's any way they can get there, they will. You can see how slowly that ambulance was having to go through the intersection at 98th and University. Let's go west down 98th to Slide Road and show you that we're actually seeing a little bit more light in the perspective right here, where the rain has let up over southwest Lubbock. And goodness, what a hail producer that's moved through. This is a costly storm, no doubt, with that kind of hail that's fallen over much of Lubbock. But we always look for the good news here, and I can tell you that as loud as the storm was, like if you're right here at 98th and Slide, or we just showed you 98th and University, we're still seeing the structure standing here. For the kind of storm that we just faced, that's a good sign. Let's go to Avenue A here. This is 56th and Avenue A. We're looking to the west right now, and this is the perspective for a while that when we were looking at it, it was so green with that major hailstorm that was moving through. So this is the perspective to the west. I'm going to swing this back around to the east, because this is the part of the storm that we're actually interested in, the most intense part of the storm, as it's moving into East Lubbock and East Lubbock County. And we're still seeing rotation with this thunderstorm. Again, it doesn't have a tornado warning on it right now, but there's still some rotation enough to support the 2 to 3 inch hail potential with the storm. This is looking southeast. Now we'll look back to the south. This is at the South Loop and 87 and 84 intersection right there, and then back to the west, where a little bit of blue skies out there as well. But definitely, John, this has been a loud, impactful storm for the city. If there's any, I mean, we always look for good news. Certainly good news would be the fact that this thunderstorm, as far as we know, we're going to be gathering information, but we don't have any reports of the tornado touching down within the city. That was a different story just west of Lubbock before the storm moved in, but no doubt, I know you're getting flooded by all these different reports that are coming in of hail. We've had many reports of at least golf ball to baseball to tennis ball size hail. Big thanks. Bill just reported up to 1 inch size hail near 87th and Canton just a little while ago. So that's where things stand right now. And also, we were delayed, our programming's been not seen here for a couple of hours. Also in Oklahoma, they were delayed with the storm. Red Raiders and Longhorns in the top of the fourth, 0-0 up there in Oklahoma City. So, John, it's still a storm that's it's a significant punch for eastern and southeastern parts of Lubbock right now, John.
That is so true there, Matt. In fact, the Weather Service just estimating high hail size up in that area, maybe 3 inches. And you can see here again where that would be. Some areas of east, southeast, that may be around Ransom Canyon or Buffalo Springs. It may be a little further east of that, but still very large hail still there, very intense rainfall. Here in Lubbock, finally beginning to taper off, but that it continues to move east and a little bit southeast, actually going more to the east over towards the Robertson community along Highway 207, moving into Rawls, not quite as intense, but this is the most intense part of the storm that now will move into Crosby County and eventually work its way across that county. If it holds together, hopefully it will continue to decrease in intensity. It still has a lot of strength with some strong winds. It still has some very heavy rainfall. Still has some intense lightning associated with it. So all of that are the factors as that storm moves out of Lubbock into Crosby County. And again, other thunderstorms located right here in the Dickens area between Dickens and Spur along Highway 70. So generally, this is the most intense thunderstorm for the time being as it makes its way out of the city of Lubbock slowly. And I will encourage you, if it's safe for you to do it now, and if you have video and photos, anything like that, please upload those to kcbd.com/firstalert. kcbd.com/first alert. We would certainly like to have those either for tonight or tomorrow. So again, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect on 9:30. And Dimitri, I heard you there. What are we going to now? Oh, we're back to, looks like at this point, checking out what's going on with Adam. So he's traveling, I'm not sure the direction, but it looks like he's traveling south maybe. Gives you an idea of that storm. He must still be around Lubbock though. You can see the storm indicated here.
Back in front.
So I'm just going to stand back and let you watch that video there. Adam shooting again. So this still is a very intense thunderstorm moving in this area, the eastern parts of the city of Lubbock. And it has caused, I'm sure, a lot of damage, as Matt had mentioned a few minutes ago, between intense rainfall, the strong winds, the potential of winds over 100 miles an hour, north and northwest of Lubbock. So again, it has been very intense. Still some pockets. In fact, now it looks like there may be another pocket of hail west and southwest of Slayton. So that could be anywhere from golf ball size or larger. Strongest hail, as indicated by the National Weather Service, is right here northeast of Slayton, right along the Causey and Lubbock County line. Look at the intensity and the overall coverage of that storm here. But this is a little pocket that just kind of redeveloped right here south of Lubbock, headed in the areas north of Wilson. That may track its way on to the east. Now that one may actually impact the Slayton community as it continues to make its way in that general direction. A little bit further east, you can see showers and storms in Dickens County and between Dickens and Spurl on Highway 70 and along Highway 82 with the strongest part of this storm here. The tornado watch still continues for our region, but I think the probabilities of seeing tornado development, they're never ruled out in this case. We're still under the watch, but they should be a little lower. But you can see where the flood warnings still are. Lubbock County and still in the north and northeastern areas of Hockley County. Now, there is a new moderate thunderstorm here, west-southwest of Littlefield. One in the area, looks like maybe north of Spring Lake and Earth along Highway 70. Other showers well north of Plainview. Other activity along Highway 82. According to the National Weather Service, Slayton just had a wind gust of 75 miles an hour as of 8:40, which was 2 minutes ago. So that's the area I just mentioned with the large hail. So the winds that impacted Lubbock and some of the hail that's impacted Lubbock now making its way towards the Slayton area. So indicating the winds in that general area moving away from Lubbock, very strong, some pockets of very strong winds, just anywhere from 50 to maybe up to 80 miles an hour, moving through the southeastern corner of Lubbock County and just edging through the northeastern areas of Lynn County and edging down towards the community of Southland if it continues to hold together. Brunt of the storm, though, has now moved in to western areas of Causey County where the thunderstorm warning is. That's approaching the community of Caprock, raining in that community now. Looks like it'll be approaching Canyon Valley and then maybe Calgary as well. Storm continues to hold together quite well. Let me take here hail to the size of baseball and potential wind gust of 80 miles an hour. That's with the storm down towards the Slayton area. So thunderstorm warning obviously will continue for this area west and southwest of Slayton and then back around Woodrow. Looks like the hail is just to your southeast. This area may be decreasing some, but it had ramped up quite a bit. Now it's drifting east, but that's potentially what's going to impact Slayton. Another area shows that heavy hail and large hail north and northeast of Slayton. That's right along the Causey and Lubbock County lines. And down around Southland, thunderstorm warning there. And you can actually hear the rain is intensifying again here over News Channel 11. And if you check, we have a shower redeveloping over us on the backside of that severe thunderstorm. This one is not severe right now, but they're going to say, they're taking the baseball size estimate down on this hail to 3 inches in diameter. That's not much, but that helps some, but the wind still possibly up to 80 miles an hour. So again, about 3-inch size hail with that storm over to Slayton. They said actually baseball size hail is a downgrade from 3 inches. Okay, we'll see what happens there. That's according to the National Weather Service. Some of that heavy rain down around Wilson.
Okay.
All right, Tony, who did that come from? Adam says 0.6 of an inch of rainfall in Slayton so far. Tony, our producer here, was passing that information on to me. So again, so far 0.6 in the Slayton area. And I haven't had a chance to check the rain gauge outside. Once the storm's gone, we can check our rain gauge. If it's still standing outside, since it's glass, we'll see what happens. But look at the rainfall. You can tell still on the roadways and around, but at least travel is fairly well now on Interstate 27. Should have maybe a beautiful sunset, depending on any more additional developing thunderstorms in our region. But we're looking off a little bit here, so things are shaping up for improving weather, but we still have showers and storms in and around Lubbock County, and they continue to track off generally a little bit to the east, maybe the southeast as well. Those storms extend over to Dickens County. Still some activity up in Lamb County that continues in that particular county, and we're watching for any additional information. I think most of the reports now will be rainfall or wind damage or the hail that's still occurring with the storms. And this storm taking a little bit of a southeast turn, so it is north of Wilson, just entering the Slayton area, so that's tracking right along Highway 84. Shania, you might zoom in on that a little bit if you could there around Slayton to Wilson, and we can show those people exactly where that hail may be. It looks like at least the rainfall will move down towards the Southland community, and here's a little pocket of the hail south and southwest of that community, right along the, it looks like the county line actually there, and that is East Farm to Market Road 41. So Lynn County and southeastern corner of Lubbock County, that's where some of that potential 3-inch size hail is occurring at this point as that storm moves on east and southeast. So gives you an idea of how intense that storm was as it moved over Lubbock, moved over Reese Center, moved through Cochran County, moved through Hockley County, and the hail size did ramp up from just a few minutes ago to at least 3 inches according to the National Weather Service. And there's that core. Fortunately, that's north of Wilson, but if you live in this general area, you're likely to be getting some very large hail at this point, and that's down southwest of the city of Slayton at this point. So, and all right, let's go to Adam now. We're looking at the back of the storm system. So he's making his way. I'm not sure what street he's on. We may get that in a few minutes, but it does show you that storm system moving away from Lubbock slowly. So he may be headed down towards Slayton where he lives. So we'll see what happens. But again, the intensity of that storm still producing some hail, still producing some very heavy rainfall down in that area. Matt?
Yeah, and John, just showing the significance of the flooding that we've seen, because this is what Adam is showing right now. That is a serious storm in Wilson. You need to be in a sturdy structure as it approaches you and moving down towards Southland and northwestern Garza County. On the streaming computer, I can show you from central Lubbock first. John shared this video showing just how heavy the rainfall was in the central part of the city. This, I believe, is near 14th Street. Look at how deep the water was right there here just a little while ago. So that was quite a bit of very heavy rainfall. And that's the part of the city, central Lubbock, near Texas Tech, toward downtown, where we had the concern of the tornadic rotation. No indications that there was a tornado that touched down, but that was something that we kept a close eye on right there. This is the perspective. Randy Smith shared this, showing the size of hail that fell across South Lubbock, and just look at the shredding of those tree limbs from, looks like that was a lot of 1-inch hail, but some of it may have been a little bit larger than that. Let me see, I didn't name these videos, going to see which order. You can just see the heavy rainfall that was falling down right here, and it's, I believe, always good advice, you know, once it's a safe place where you can share the video, kcbd.com/first alert, and they teach you in newsrooms, anyone can shoot video, including news directors. So I thank Dave for sending the video right here, and the reason I bring that up, let's go from Dave Walker's video right here. Let me see if I can back this out. That's just showing, you know, how things were knocked around here in South Central Lubbock. And then the second video, you can see Benji shared this video right here. So this is from South Lubbock as well. Look at just how much hail fell through South Lubbock. And this is when it was still falling at that time. A lot of that 1-inch hail, but then some larger hail embedded within it. The sheer volume of hail was so great and such really, really heavy rainfall. So that's what moved through Lubbock. So thanks, Benji, Dave, John, all sending for sending those in. We'll get some more of your photos here in just a bit. Let's take a live look here at Live View 3 going down 98th Street. And you can see that Julio's actually driving in the middle part of the roadway because the sides, the middle and right lanes are flooded. So traffic is generally down to those middle lanes right there because part of it is actually just flooded right now. He just turned around here. This is 98th, just about a half-mile west of University, coming back here toward the TV station. And you can actually see right now that that at this point, we're starting to see some blue sky here. So that's the part of the city where things have calmed down. Live View 1 gives a different perspective here, and that's Adam showing that severe thunderstorm that is moving down into southeastern Lubbock County and moving down toward Wilson and Southland down that direction. That is certainly an intense storm, and Adam's going to keep a close eye on that storm because it is still an environment where it could get even more organized at this point. This has been a thunderstorm that that rolled through Lubbock and produced all of the hail, all of the wind right here. This is still going to be a dangerous storm. So that is the thunderstorm that's moving southeast right now with the severe thunderstorm warning in place. John and Shania.
All right, thanks there, Matt. And again, we do have a new warning that's just been issued, and this is up in the area, southern areas of Lamb County and the northern and central areas of Hockley County, primarily for the hail indication right here and the fact heavy rainfall and potentially wind gusts of 60 miles an hour. So again, another severe thunderstorm has occurred here, developed here recently, and moving out of Cochran County into Hockley County, moving into northern areas of Lamb County. Looks like this one will impact Littlefield. The hail, though, is tracking just along the county line in southern areas of Lamb County. So we'll continue to watch that, but if you live in this general area, you likely have at least some 1-inch size or larger size hail, maybe even quarter size hail moving through that region along with the heavy rainfall. There's still a flood warning in effect along the county line here in Lubbock and extending back over around the areas north of Levelland in the northeastern corner of Hockley County where heavy rainfall occurred there. Nothing down to the west or southwest. For Lubbock, we still have this one severe thunderstorm here rolling into Causey County, slowly moving into the northeastern corner. It's really been slowly progressing with the large hail near really northeast of Wilson, but rolling close to the Slayton area along Highway 84. That is going to make its way on into the northern areas of Garza County and the south and southwestern areas, looks like, of Crosby County over towards Canyon Valley and maybe towards the Calgary community as well. So look for that storm to continue to take its way on to the east, moving out of Lubbock at this particular time. So a couple of thunderstorm warnings still in effect. Overall, the South Plains is still under a tornado watch, at least another hour or so, unless it's canceled earlier. It's in effect till 10 o'clock tonight. We still have a few storms redeveloping. You can't rule out the potential for a tornado or potential development in that area, but most of it looks like it will be hail and heavy rainfall and some very strong winds with a few of these storms and widely scattered showers. Look at that, edging up towards Matador, back down towards the areas west of Guthrie, maybe a few light showers down in Kent County. The track on this storm will take it down towards Southland and Buenos, Canyon Valley, Post, and even down potentially to Claremont. It may have enough strength to last that long. We'll see. It's going into some deep moisture working its way that way. We have plenty of moisture obviously in place for all of the South Plains. Some flooding in and around the city of Lubbock right now. I know that over in Melanie Park South, there's some skylights that were busted out from the hail tonight that may be common around parts of the city. So appreciate my niece for letting me know about that. Sent some video. We'll try to get that to news tonight for tomorrow, one or the other. And then the one severe storm here southwest of Littlefield. So Adam, if you're there, you want to bring us an update where you are and what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, now we're on the backside of the storm. I'm heading I'll be in Wilson here in just a few minutes. I mean, you can see just how healthy looking the storm is. But at the same time, now, of course, I'm approaching from the backside. It's not exactly the most ideal spot to view any kind of rotation or anything like that. But I also still don't see any major rotation right now, at least in this part of the storm. I'm barely able to make out any kind of a mezzo trying to form. I know Matt a couple of minutes ago talked about how this is starting to enter into a very favorable environment. When I was at home in Slayton earlier on today, right before I left, I felt that temperature jump up about 10 degrees in about 10 minutes. Once that sun poked through the clouds. And so now we're getting into some places that have not been touched today that have a little bit of energy. And by the way, John, at my house, up to 1.1 inches of rain. And, I mean, what was that? Maybe 30 minutes of rain for Slayton, and it's still coming down.
Pardon me, know that, Adam, and that's why there's been so much flooding in and around the city of Lubbock and those western areas, Hockley County and Lamb County as well, where the warnings have been in effect. But that's still a very intense thunderstorm there, and rainfall amounts quite heavy. The Weather Service says it's been over an inch of rainfall. I'm waiting to see anything new on that. But again, some damage reports from winds, not only around the city of Lubbock, but other areas. Looks like we're getting some photos in between West Carlisle Volunteer Fire Department. A couple of photos they posted with the National Weather Service of some damage, maybe to roofs and some other buildings because of strong winds. But as far as severe weather, you've got the storm here southwest of Crosbyton all the way down northwestern area of Garza County and a northeastern area of Lynn County. Then back over in areas around Hockley County and the southern areas of Lamb County. Strong to intense thunderstorm there. This one's likely packing a little bit of hail. We know this storm has been packing possibly 1 to 3 inch size hail. And they're reporting now between Morton and Littlefield. We'll look at that in a second. I'll give you an update. But again, this one initially, hail size may be finally decreasing. At least the coverage area is decreasing south of Slayton. So some of that may impact maybe the community of Southland. A little bit of hail still going on here back in the west southwestern areas of Crosby County. And then now we can jump up here where reports from the National Weather Service of ping pong ball size hail between Morton and Littlefield. So obviously right in this pocket right here. So this is some ping pong size hail. This severe thunderstorm is working its way. Looks like it'll continue to track into Littlefield, but the hail, at least at this point, is well southwest of Littlefield, and that storm's tracking to the east. Doesn't look like it's comparing to the size here in Lubbock, though, as far as hail size. Strongest hail is still down south. Matt?
Yeah, let's take a look at some more of the photos that we've come in on the streaming computer. I want to take you back to 4:50 this afternoon. And Chase took this photo when they had just gone west of the state line, crossed over into Roosevelt County, New Mexico, and that's when they first observed the tornado. That was the thunderstorm that came all the way here to Lubbock and is moving farther southeast. So that was the first report when we started our coverage here at about 5 o'clock. I want to show you some of the damage across South Lubbock. You can see windows have been knocked out. When you have wind-blown hail like we did, some of these larger hail reports, it's going to knock windows out. And so unfortunately we have damage like that. Let me see a couple of the other photos that had here. Just 1 second, see if I can open up. So this is another example of the wind coming in and causing that type of damage to windows. So I know we're going to have a whole bunch of claims of windows damage, skylights damage, things like that. The best news is, as far as I know, and Shania's been checking, all the different reports coming in. We haven't had any reports of injuries, anything like that within Lubbock, have we, Shania? Okay, good. So nothing like that here. We had that over in Hockley County. And you can submit your photos at kcbd.com/firstalert. Let me pull up. Let me cycle back through so I can actually get the radar pulled up here. Just 1 second to kind of show you what we are still dealing with this storm. It's not like everything is wound down and quiet at this point. We're still watching this rotating thunderstorm down near Southland. That's what moved through Lubbock last hour, and still seeing, that's an artifact of the radar. Let me see if I can de-alias this. We're still seeing at this point some rotation with that thunderstorm as it's moving down towards Southland and northwest of Post. So that is the one storm there. Also kind of setting the scene for back in the control room what we'll be doing here. We'll continue our weather coverage here for a few more minutes, but we'll try to get into our 9 o'clock newscast here in just a little bit. What I also want to show is this thunderstorm off to the southwest of Littlefield. It is showing some rotation with this thunderstorm, and there's ping pong size hail potential with this thunderstorm right here. So this is another storm that brings the potential for ping pong size hail. It's moving into an area that has had a whole lot of rainfall. I'll be curious to see, we'll animate this to show the motion first on, you can just see that whole complex of storms rolling over Lubbock back toward that direction. And we are here at 9 o'clock now and continue our weather coverage on KCBD and on Fox 34. Note how that parent storm over Lubbock just kind of ingests the scattered storms that developed over the southwestern South Plains, congealed together there into this one big monster right over Hockley, then Lubbock County. But look at how there's this additional development up to the northwest. So I'll pause it here so we can look at the very last scan that's right here. So at this point, it just shows the kind of environment that we have, that storms, that first storm that was just rocking and rolling for hours, as severe as it was, we still have lift here, lift in the atmosphere to get a storm to go up, and still enough energy for the potential for ping pong size hail back here southwest of Littlefield. So those are the conditions that we have out there right now. I want to go back to a live view 1 and show you that this is what Adam is looking at. He's on the thunderstorm down near Slayton that is indicating 2 to potentially 3-inch diameter hail. Impressive structure on this thunderstorm right now as it's moving farther south and east. It's kept that speed probably about 20 to 30 miles per hour. And we'll go to Shania here in just a bit. Although I think, did your mic die or is it still?
I just put a new battery in.
She's good. We've had to replace these batteries here quite a bit since we've been on continuously here since 5 o'clock. So we'll go to Shania in just a moment on tracking the motion of that thunderstorm down to the southeast. But you can see what Adam is looking at here. I mean, this is an impressive structure. If you know someone who may be coming back from out of town, coming up 84, someone just coming from maybe Post driving into Lubbock, tell them they do not need to be trying to drive through this storm. It is producing some very large hail right on top of 84 from Slayton to about Causey to Southland right now. What is latest information on that storm, Shania?
They just issued a new warning referring to the Garza County storm system, or the one that's moving off to the southeast at around 45 miles per hour. The hazards right now are still looking at ping pong, or excuse me, that was the one for Morton and Littlefield. This one's up to about 2 inches, so half dollar size hail, and then that base of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So I know earlier we did have some reports from the Slayton mesonet of some very strong winds, 75 miles per hour. That was at 8:42, and now the new warning issued for that same storm system moving off to the southeast, those wind speeds have dropped down closer to around 60 miles per hour. So that's somewhat better of a situation. Of course, those are still extremely strong wind gusts. Yeah, just got the message from the National Weather Service, new severe warning for Lubbock, Lynn, Garza, Crosby. That's what you're seeing when you're looking at Doppler radar right now, this specific storm system. 60 mile per hour winds and hail up to about 2 inches. So half dollar size hail on that storm system as well. For the most part, I'll go ahead and put a tracker on this so we can see for the areas. The storm's moving fairly quickly. This says southeast at about 45 miles per hour. So I'll extend that out as far as I can, potentially making its way into the Claremont area, also moving towards Jayton potentially, Rotan as well. I'll zoom in so you can see some of the cities on our radar. So the community of Buenos, get ready. You're probably going to at least get some stronger winds associated with this storm system and maybe some heavy rainfall. The Canyon Valley area as well. Community of Calgary about to get some pretty decent rainfall from this storm system. And this new warning that they just issued is in effect until 9:45. So likely keeping its intensity. I mean, this is the same storm that we've been on for almost 3 to 4 hours, if not a little bit longer than that. So there's a good chance that this storm will stay as intense as it has been throughout the rest of this warning period, at least. Matt?
Okay, well, thanks for the update, Shania. And the good news is that as we're watching the thunderstorms in their current state here, and we can actually go back to, let's go to live view 1 again, because Adam's got a really good perspective on that thunderstorm. You just saw right there, it's moving near Southland down toward Post. Incredible structure on this thunderstorm, but setting the stage logistically here, we will be able to wrap our weather coverage for the moment since we at this point are not looking at any additional tornado warnings, at least at the current time, and that certainly could change. But at this point, it does appear that the 2 thunderstorms that we have out there are still prolific hail producers. And what I know you just mentioned a moment ago, what was the hail size on the storm near Slayton right now? Because I mean, it's been up. I know you said like came down a little bit, but it's still pretty big, Shania.
Yeah, it's 2 inch, so getting up to $50 maybe. Hen egg is a good reference for that, so obviously larger than just your regular egg. 2 inches in diameter for that hail report. And I'll zoom in on this if they do wind up going back to max 1, so we can kind of see what the hail looks like associated with this storm system. Still large hail. I mean, it's just not baseballs like what the storm was producing earlier is I think what the Weather Service is referring to when they're saying that things are quote unquote trying to die down and downgrade.
Yeah, certainly with what we have there. And if we could go to the Avenue A tower cam to give you a perspective of what that storm looks like out to the west over Lamb and Hockley counties, that is a large storm. You can see that impressive updraft on it that is all the way back well west of the city. And I know this can be concerning that we're looking at yet another severe storm out to the west. At least on its current trajectory, it may wind up passing a little bit farther north, but at this point, it is still a thunderstorm out there producing at least 1 inch hail, but potential for ping pong size hail. That's the perspective here for from Avenue A looking back to the west. This was the same camera last hour. We were showing you all of the hail, just how green this camera was. Let's go back to Live View 1 real quick before we wrap our coverage up on KCBD. We'll return back to regular programming. We'll continue. Obviously, it's time. It's past 9 o'clock, so we'll begin News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34 here in just a minute. But Adam is keeping a close eye on this thunderstorm that is moving toward Post, and Post is under a severe thunderstorm warning now. Also want to mention a flash flood warning continues for Lubbock because we saw so much rain. I mean, spots over 2 inches of rain in not that much time. You can see the lightning flashing right there as Adam's looking down to the southeast. Let's go to Max 2 real quick and just want to wrap up where the storms are right now. Let you know the most intense storm includes Garza County and Post. Potential for larger hail with this storm, especially stretching from Slayton to near Southland, just east of like the Posey Gin toward Caprock, Canyon Valley. That is where the largest hail is right now. That storm is moving southeast and picking up pretty good pace, but Post is included, goes down about to Lake Allen Henry because the storm has been increasing in its speed. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 9:45. It's moving southeast now at about 45 miles per hour, potential for 2 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gust. And again, that storm is racing now at 45 miles per hour. And we are keeping a close eye on this thunderstorm that has been showing some signs of rotation on it to the southwest of Littlefield. This is not like the storm that we had near Pep and Pettit and Whit Harrell back, that would have been about 3 hours ago. It is not like that storm, thank goodness. But that is a severe storm that we'll keep an eye on and could eventually get into Lubbock. So anything else that you'd like to toss in real quick, Shania? I think we've covered it all.
Yeah, I think so too. I think as long as everyone just being aware of the flooding hazards, I think that's going to be one of the biggest issues once these storm systems stop producing hail, of course. That's the main hazard right now is still the hail associated with it. But heavy localized flooding is pretty likely for almost the entire viewing area. I mean, when you're looking at Doppler radar right now, we have at least 3 flood advisories, one in Hockley County, northeastern Hockley County, almost all of Lubbock County, and then another one extending down into the Lynn, Garza, and then Crosby County area. So just keep that in mind. I'm sure a lot of people are still out watching the games as you're heading home. If you are watching our coverage right now, make sure you're being careful when you're driving because there's definitely going to be a ton of flooding hazards associated with these storm systems.
So I don't know if we're able to swing camera 6 around real quick to the pano, but want to let you know what we know at this point here as far as at 9:09. We've received so many of your reports. Thank you for submitting those, kcbd.com/first alert. So we know we have lots and lots of reports of things like broken windows. I mean, likely vehicle damage, including like right back here. Those are some of our news units right here at 98th and University and our vehicles out there as well. Damage like that from the wind-blown hail. The good news is we don't have any indications that that tornado that was just west of the city near Reese Center, which really is the larger Lubbock metropolitan area, was on the ground there. We don't have any indications that that tornado touched down in the city itself or like within the loop where the rotation was. We'll be checking on that. We know there are power outages around the city. We've had, like I mentioned, all the hail damage reports and wind damage like that rolled through Lubbock. Had at least one injury reported in Hockley County. That storm, that tornado we showed you a few minutes ago at 4:50 Central Time was just across the state line, tracked just north of Morton, passed north of Levelland, got really close to Whit Harrell, may have missed Whit Harrell by just a couple of miles. We're checking on that, and then continued down toward Reese Center, and then moved over the city of Lubbock. Prolific hail and wind producer. That rotation moved over the northern part of the city, and that is the supercell that we're watching moving down toward Post. So that's where things stand at this point. Our news team is gathering information here. John's gathering some more information right now to put together for the forecast here that we will have coming up in just a bit. So on KCBD, we'll return you back to our regular programming. We'll see you back here at 10 o'clock, but our weather coverage continues along with a lot more news information over on News Channel 11 at 9. So we'll be back with a weather update, forecast update here in just a few minutes. For now, stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.
Coverage you can count on. This is News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34.
Tornado sirens sounded in Lubbock as city officials warned of severe weather taking aim at the city this evening. The storm produced multiple tornadoes inside of Lubbock County with funnels spotted over the city proper. Our storm chasers and First Alert weather team have been tracking that storm as it's moved from the state line to Lubbock. Strong winds tracking at 70 miles per hour and stronger, and heavy rain and large hail have accompanied those storms. Emergency officials in Hockley County have confirmed rotating winds created a tornado that damaged at least one structure and injured one person. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Brittany Crittenden. Our First Alert weather team has been tracking the tornadic storm since 5 o'clock this afternoon. And first of all, I just want to thank them personally for the 4 hours of work they just did to help protect us and keep us all safe. I know for one, my husband was at home watching that, so thank you for all you do. Tonight is the first time that city officials have activated those sirens for a tornado since they were first installed. And it's also evenings like this when the work done by the Lubbock County Office of Emergency Management is critical. I spoke with the coordinator this afternoon before tonight's storms kicked up. The more severe the threat, the more monitors Clinton Thetford is tracking days and hours before a storm. The emergency management coordinator says Lubbock County Sheriff's deputies, volunteer firefighters, and about 200 amateur radio operators with West Texas Pathfinders all help spot storms.
If we think there's any chance of a severe risk coming into Lubbock County, we will have those folks out spotting and reporting those back directly to me. And so we can take action fairly quickly.
He warns severe weather season is far from over.
And then we got another threat tomorrow. And then as I was looking at the updated forecast again right after lunch, they're talking about starting Sunday again and going all the way through Thursday. So we may be dealing with this for the whole next week. So
the Office of Emergency Management encourages you to have a go kit ready in case a storm heads your way. That should include food, water, portable phone chargers, any medications you need, and even things for your children and pets. He says it's up to you to be situationally aware.
Obviously, if there's a tornado headed your direction, don't get out in your car and try to outrun it, those kind of things. So. But just be situationally aware, go over your plan, make sure you know where your safe area is and shelter.
There are several ways to stay informed, whether through our KCBD First Alert weather app, the county's Are You Aware system, or LBK Alert through the city.
With the Are You Aware system that the county utilizes and all the other counties in the SPAG region, that system is set up that it immediately picks up a warning issued by the National Weather Service and automatically rebroadcast it. So I don't have to go in and touch it, do anything to it. It just pushes it out. So it's as quick as we can get it.
When emergencies like these hit, Lubbock first responders jump into action. The local emergency planning committee is asking you to help support them by providing bottles of water.
It's already been hot, and from what I'm seeing on the long-term predictions, we're going to be a dry, hot summer. So those guys will really need that resource as we get into that hotter weather.
And to help support them from now until July 7th, you can give monetary donations or bring cases of water to Market Street on 50th. Thetford says they especially encourage corporate, community, and faith-based organizations to consider sponsoring a $200 pallet. Well, a man is now sentenced to 15 years for sexually abusing a child. there now. And Case, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, Brittany, we're right outside of Terra Vista Middle School, which is a friendship school over here in West Lubbock. As you can see behind me, the Lubbock police officers are blocking this roadway. We have a fire truck actually on the other side of the camera as well that has been out here for traffic control because of those power lines that have been reported down here, along with it looks like a tree may be in the roadway as well. I say that because as we were driving over here from our station at 98th and University, there is a significant number of trees and tree limbs down, large tree limbs that have been down by the storm that came through here this evening. We were actually trying to get over to recenter because of that damage that we know was from reported tornadoes this evening, but we were delayed by lots of traffic and of course flooding in roadways as well. It took us a significant amount of time just to get out again from our station at 98th and University because of roadways that were flooded. As we were driving along the South Loop, again, we saw a significant number of trees down and those Lubbock parks that are along there as well. And as we pulled up here to this school to see these power lines that were down here, outside the school right now is another tree that is down, and some of the light poles that have looked like that they were just snapped over because of the high winds that we saw here. So this is going to be a big cleanup operation tomorrow as folks get to see that damage firsthand. Again, we couldn't get out to Reese where we saw or were reported those tornadoes this evening to see some of that damage, but just from South Lubbock, as we've been getting reports in, pictures and videos of people that have lost windows in their homes, trees down, damage to their roofs and skylights, of course, from the large hail that we saw as well. So lots of damage because of the storms that we saw here this evening, and the power lines that are down here. It looks like that there may be power in some of these neighborhoods, but we've seen some XL crews out as well outside of the city of Lubbock, of course, outside the LP&L service area. But again, we're seeing lots of flooding, lots of wind damage out here tonight because of these storms. Brittany.
All right, thank you so much, Case. Like you said, it'll be interesting to see this tomorrow, and of course we'll be out there reporting and bringing you that coverage of the damage. Well, stay with us. Severe storms continue to move across the region. Shania has another update to your first alert weather day forecast next on News Channel 11 at 9 on Fox 34.
Yeah, are you literally joking? That was insane. That's fine. That'll do. Thanks.
Just heads up for the control room that we've got another storm that's ramping up in the almost same exact location. Yes.
We're still.
This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
Welcome back, everyone. We're taking a look at Doppler radar. The main two storm systems that we're focusing on right now are within Hockley County, making its way into the Lubbock County area, then also tracking this stronger storm system. This is the one that brought us all the activity over the past really 4 or 5 hours. This storm system made its way into Garza County, looking at some large hail associated with it, and now it's on its way into the Kent County area. We'll zoom in first on the storm that's within the Hockley County area. As of of right now, the reports are 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this storm, and then looking at tennis ball size hail associated with this storm as well. Now, the storm motion for the most part has been easterly, maybe a southeasterly track, close to around 30 miles per hour. So still anticipating that moving into the shallow water area, likely within the next hour, bringing that large hail and of course the strong wind. So that's something to keep in mind. These storm systems are not starting to die down, still looking at very intense storms. Also, flash flood warnings still in effect for most of the Lubbock County area. Another thing to keep in mind, if you're traveling throughout this evening, you are likely going to have localized flooding across the region, even heading into the early hours of your Friday morning, likely still dealing with some flooding. And then that next storm system we'll take a look at is within northeastern Garza County. This is the hail core, 80-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to 3 inches in diameter. That's making its way off to the southeast towards the Kent County area, likely going to be within the Jayton community within the next hour, hour and a half. So we're still looking at a very active evening, not necessarily seeing these storm systems die down whatsoever. They're just continuing to travel off to the east, southeast, and we'll continue to track them, of course. Let's get a look at your actual forecast. Temperature-wise, we're in the upper 60s and 70s here in the Lubbock area, just around 75. Still keeping a few 80s and upper 70s off to the south. It's fairly warm. That's why those storm systems are still staying strong. Your lows tonight in the 60s to start off your Friday morning. Afternoon highs for tomorrow topping out in the 90s. Also looking at another chance for active weather as we head into your Friday. So keep that in mind. Here's a look at the raincast for tonight. Still an active pattern across the viewing area, likely tracking in the northern portion of our region. But really at this point, we're looking at the potential for those storms to fire up throughout our entire viewing area throughout the rest of our night tonight. Likely going to see a break closer to around 1 a.m. and then early hours of your Friday, dry conditions until those storms pop back up tomorrow afternoon and evening. Still looking at another active afternoon, potentially seeing some widespread coverage within those storms, and still looking at very good rain chances across the viewing area over these next 7 days. I'll give you a very quick look at your 7-day forecast, but for the most part, first alert weather day for tomorrow. 90s continue, 80s come back on Monday. Still looking at storms. Shelby?
Thanks, Shania. A big day for Texas Tech softball. Patrick Mahomes even in attendance supporting the Red Raiders. Next in sports, I'll have a game-to-game update between Texas Tech and the Longhorns. Stay with us. Me too. We can cut that saw up. Goodness gracious. Yes, I think if anything, I think it might say like 6th inning in the graphic, but maybe I changed it. Cool.
Don't worry, I want to die too, so I don't think age helps. I also have like no sleep either, so I'm hungry, I'm sleepy. Just all things.
Yeah, because I was about to say with Texas batting first,
city of Lubbock that tracks from shallow water New Deal all the way to Kittiloo, Idaloo, and Acup, making its way through Lubbock County. And we still have flood warnings from Hockley County, Lubbock County, back into Lynn County, Garza County, and back over the areas of Causey County as well. One other severe thunderstorm still occurring here, producing some hail earlier. Looks like the hail coverage area and size hopefully have diminished as that storm has continued to move on to the east in the areas around Kent County, and Jayton's got some showers there, but this storm itself out in the open areas where the hail is still indicated. Back southwest of Spur, some heavy rainfall there, but still a warning there in addition to the one that's trying to make its way towards the city of Lubbock. We have these numerous showers and storms that should be diminishing over the next few hours, but still a little activity popping up southwest, some scattered showers, Dimmitt back to Clovis. None of those are severe at this point, but there will be a chance of these thunderstorms again returning tomorrow afternoon in similar fashion through tomorrow evening as well. Tonight, looking at 56th and Avenue A, I've got the camera showing that severe thunderstorm northwest of Lubbock. You've seen similar lightning earlier in the evening. That storm is headed this way. First Bank and Trust, you can see the shaking with the winds once again. The roads are still wet. We're at 69 degrees. Dew point is very high. You see the lightning in the background with that next storm coming this way. More severe weather tomorrow, possibly. First alert weather day, Karen and Abner, then rain chances down Saturday, then back up a little bit coming up on Sunday.
Thank you, John. Considerable amount of time to clear the damage these storms left across our area. That includes downed trees, blown out windows, and roof damage.
KCBD News Channel 11's Case Wilbanks joins us live from Reese Center with a first-hand look. Case?
Well, Karen and Abner, we were trying to get out to Reese Center this evening, but because of all the flooding and traffic along 19th, we weren't able to quite make it there. We are at Terra Vista Middle School, which is around 12th and Upland, and take a look at this. Their light poles here in their parking lot just bent in half by the winds that came through this area. The metal just bent over. There's another light pole and the similar situation right over there. We've also seen some downed trees outside the school, and there were some down power lines here at this location. This is why we came over here. And along Upland, there were some Lubbock police officers and fire crews who were in that area blocking the roadway earlier in the 9 o'clock hour. They left, and I talked to a police officer, and he said that some of the damage that they've seen here in this area west of Lubbock is over in that neighborhood. He said around 18th Street that there were some roofs that were damaged by the wind that was coming through here. We're actually hearing some thunder and lightning in that storm that John was talking about earlier. But on our way over here along the South Loop, numerous trees down, especially in those city parks that are along the South Loop, and significant flooding. It delayed us getting out of our station at 98th and University because of the flooding along University. Cars just trying to make their way through that flooding in just one lane, really, because of the significance of that flooding. As you mentioned, it's going to be a significant cleanup effort in the days to come, not only to property damage, but down trees and light poles like this. So again, we were trying to make it out to that area where we had the reports of the tornadoes, but we've already seen just images, videos, and pictures coming in of windows blown out by hail and significant wind damage tonight. Karen and Abner.
Thank you, Case. Well, it's evenings like this when the work done by the Lubbock County Office of Emergency Management is critical.
KCBD News Channel 11's Brittany Crittenden spoke with a coordinator earlier this afternoon before the storms kicked up.
The more severe the threat, the more monitors Clinton Thetford is tracking days and hours before a storm. The emergency management coordinator says Lubbock County Sheriff's deputies, volunteer firefighters, and about 200 amateur radio operators with West Texas Pathfinders all help spot storms.
If we think there's any chance of a severe risk coming into Lubbock County, we will have those folks out spotting and reporting those back directly to me. And so we can take action fairly quickly.
He warns severe weather season is far from over.
And then we got another threat tomorrow. And then as I was looking at the updated forecast again right after lunch, they're talking about starting Sunday again and going all the way through Thursday. So we may be dealing with this for the whole next week. So
the Office of Emergency Management encourages you to have a go kit ready in case a storm heads your way. That should include food, water, portable phone chargers, any medications you need, and even things for your children and pets. He says it's up to you to be situationally aware.
Obviously, if there's a tornado headed your direction, don't get out in your car and try to outrun it, those kind of things. So, but just be situationally aware, go over your plan, make sure you know where your safe area is and shelter.
There are several ways to stay informed, whether through our KCBD First Alert weather app, the county's Are You Aware system, or LBK Alert through the city.
With the Are You Aware system that the county utilizes and all the other counties in the SPAG region, that system is set up that it immediately picks up a warning issued by the National Weather Service and automatically rebroadcast it. So I don't have to go in and touch it, do anything to it. It just pushes it out. So it's as quick as we can get it.
When emergencies like these hit, Lubbock first responders jump into action. The local emergency planning committee is asking you to help support them by providing bottles of water.
It's already been hot, and from what I'm seeing on the long-term predictions, we're going to be a dry, hot summer. So those guys will really need that resource as we get into that hotter weather.
From now until July 7th, you can give monetary donations or bring cases of water to Market Street on 50th. Thetford says they especially encourage corporate, community, and faith-based organizations to consider sponsoring a $200 pallet. Brittany Crittenden, KCBD News Channel 11.
Was there screaming at your house? There was here in the newsroom. Texas Tech has won Game 2 of the College World Series Finals 4-2. They will now play Texas tomorrow night for the title in Game 3 at 7 o'clock.
We'll hear live from KCBD News Channel 11's Pete Christie in Oklahoma later in sports.
Despite the potential for bad weather, there's still a lot of entertainment to enjoy across Lubbock this weekend. We'll have a rundown in this week's Hub City happenings.
But first, John is tracking the chance for more severe storms across the region. Your First Alert Weather Day update is next on KCBD News Channel 11 at 10.
Sponsored by Cantex Roofing. This is a First Alert Weather Day update.
I want to start with a couple of tower cams. I'm going to stop and drop back here just a little bit. First making truss and look at this. Another severe thunderstorm headed this way. Intense lightning. It is beginning to decrease in intensity according to the Lubbock National Weather Service. Still expecting potentially some 2-inch size hail though, and wind gusts maybe 50 to close to 60 miles an hour or even stronger. So a very intense thunderstorm coming this way. Look at the intense, great picturesque shelf cloud with that storm, by the way, as it works its way into our region. And another view gives you another view from 98th and University, I should say. One part of town over to a little bit to the east of that, and same view here, but intense lightning. That is a severe thunderstorm headed for Lubbock, similar direction as the other one, but not quite as intense, fortunately. Doppler radar, we'll concentrate on this one, and we have flood warnings still in effect from northeast Hockley County in and around Lubbock. Still some hail, but that's likely to be around 2 inches in diameter south of shallow water. Just a few minutes ago, beginning of the news, it was baseball size hail estimated by the Weather Service. So at least the hail size is down a little bit, but that's a widespread coverage area almost all the way down to Reese Village. That's going to follow the path of that storm generally southeast as it moves into Lubbock County. And it looks again like it may clip more of the north and northeastern areas, but again, that may change. Moderate shower down southwest, nothing significant going on with that. Down to the southeast and even to the east, we have a flood warning in the areas of Causey County and parts of Causey County. Then another severe thunderstorm still holding together here, not quite as intense as the one in Lubbock. Looks like the hail size may be decreasing a little bit there. And you can see spur in the path of some very heavy rainfall. Maybe some winds of 60 miles an hour or so with that, and possibly golf ball size hail. And you probably saw that pop up on your screen. We are under a thunderstorm warning again here in Lubbock. Ransom Canyon included, Buffalo Springs Lake, Idalou, 327, Spur 327, so most of the county. But again, looking at possibly 2-inch size hail. Storm is tracking generally southeast, very heavy rainfall once again, and wind speeds maybe 60 to 70 miles an hour. So we're going to continue to watch that storm very closely as it tracks through our region. Overall, the storms have been slowly decreasing in intensity, but not in this general area from Lubbock County extending down to the southeast. And it looks like a wind still about 2-inch, and the latest update from National Weather Service chat indicating winds maybe 70 miles an hour with that storm swinging across predominantly, it looks like, most of Lubbock, but especially the northeastern areas of Lubbock. Some moderate storms from Dimmitt back to Clovis, back along Highway 70. Nothing severe there. Nothing significant down to our southwest. Quick look at what's coming up as far as your forecast. Another round of severe thunderstorms likely tomorrow afternoon. It is another first alert weather day. We'll start out at 60 in Muleshoe, mid-60s in Lubbock, 60s in Seminole, 69 in Snyder. Highs tomorrow likely a little higher than today, 90 degrees in Lubbock, 80s north, low 90s south, although all this moisture might hold our temperature down a little bit with clouds tomorrow morning. And a quick look at the 7-day forecast. Basically, very hot and humid tomorrow, 90 degrees, more severe storms possible. Really hot on Saturday, near 100, lower chance of rain. Mid-90s on Sunday, Karen and Abner. And as far as our rain gauge winter, we'll do that tomorrow night.
Okay, thank you, John. Blood and juices from raw meat dripping into a bin of sugar was just one of the dozens of violations among our low performers this week.
KCBD News Channel 11's Christy Harton joins us with the full report in this week's Food for Thought. Christy.
Karen and Abner, we have a plethora of perfection on the menu this week, but as you just mentioned, they're joined by some low performers as well. We start
watching, at this point, we'll be watching the storm, or I should say, we'll be looking at the damage from the storms tonight, and then, like John just mentioned, looking ahead to the potential for more storm development tomorrow. So that, I believe, is the latest update here, John. So wanted to track it as it's moving through the city, and we can give the heads up now from Buffalo Springs and Idlew. You're in the warning and could see the potential for maybe 2-inch hail with that storm, but with it moving out of the city, we should be able to go back to our regular programming here in just a couple of minutes. John?
All right, thanks, Matt. Again, just another quick look. I do want to mention there is a new warning issued. We'll expand this out, and it's going to be up in the Parmer, northwestern areas of the South Plains. I think it's Parmer County, and that indicates there may be some heavy thunderstorm activity moving in there. They haven't quite, well, yeah, they've got it issued now. There's in Bailey County. Nothing severe there with moderate thunderstorms, but there is a severe thunderstorm here. And if you notice, you can see some potential with some hail with that, and the potential of some winds of 60 miles an hour. That's around the Freona area along Highway 60. It's about to work its way out of our viewing area, as a matter of fact, but still have some viewers in and around Freona. So there's your hail near that city and northeast of it. Some gusty winds, but that should work its way out of the northeast up towards the Texas Panhandle. And then another little area of showers and storms around Clovis, New Mexico, back into eastern New Mexico. The storms really haven't quite given up yet. I thought most of the activity would be gone at this point, but it looks like they're going to continue on. And just keep in mind, we could see these storms again tomorrow night. And another area of showers here north of Floydada, looks like near Lockney, east of Plainview. These are tracking off to the east, north of Matador. Nothing in the way of severe weather with this activity, as you can tell, not much to it at all. Fortunately, just a little bit of welcome rainfall. Maybe some gusty winds here and there, but nothing bad at all. And then down south over Lubbock County, we still have the thunderstorm warning here remaining in effect, and haven't had any updates on large hail with this. So we'll just continue to monitor that. In the meantime, we'll just turn back and go back to our weather programming, but stay with us for weather coverage you can count on.